Okay, I'm ready.
Thank you. I will go ahead and call the City Council meeting of Tuesday, March 9th, 2021 to order at 7:01 p.m. City Clerk, can you please establish quorum?
Yes, I'm going to call the roll. Councilmember Lee Ing.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Vice Mayor Enander.
Here.
And Mayor Fliger.
Here.
Thank you. All 5 council members are present.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance for the flag, and we will have Punhal Chaudhry. I hope I'm not butchering your name, Punhal. She's a 4th grader with the Girl Scout Troop 60762. And as we normally do, if everybody else could please go on mute, and you can obviously join her in saying the Pledge of Allegiance, but on mute. So is Punhal with us? I actually see her in the attendees list. Andrea, are we able to move her over?
Yes, let me try.
Great, thank you.
It looks like she has moved over.
Wonderful. Punhal, are you there? Do you want to turn on your video?
Yeah, but I don't know how to turn it on.
Andrea, is she allowed to turn on her video? She's not blocked.
She should be on her side, yes.
Okay. Punhal, normally at the bottom of the screen, there should be a picture of what looks like a video camera, and it will
I only see the mute button though.
Okay, so it's normally right next to the mute button.
Yeah, it's not there.
I can try to promote her to a panelist, and that might allow her to turn on her video.
Let's see if we can do that, City Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, so she's being promoted. Here we go. Okay, she should be, Punhal, you should be able to turn on your video now.
Yeah, I turned it on.
There you are.
So go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. Thank you, Punhal. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes.
Wonderful. That was beautiful. And I'm also admiring that picture behind you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
No, thanks for doing that. Thanks for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. It's a very important role for a city council meeting. So thank you. You can stay on if you would like to listen into our council meeting, Punhal, but thank you again. Okay, next we will move on to report on closed session. And we did not have a closed session today, but I wanted to give the community an update on where we are with the recruitment of our new city manager. As a reminder, on December 8th, 2020, the council appointed myself and Vice Mayor Enander to act as the subcommittee for this recruitment. As we have been going through the process, the Vice Mayor and I have kept the council updated in closed sessions. Vice Mayor and I were delegated the authority to negotiate and finalize the selection of the firm for the recruitment, and we then had our interim city manager, Brad Kilger, sign the contract with the selected firm, Ralph Anderson and Associates, which was within Mr. Kilger's signature authority. As you may have seen, Ralph Anderson issued a community survey to get your input on the things council should consider as part of the recruitment process. Responses were due on March 2nd, and thanks to the hundreds of residents who participated in the survey. The recruitment brochure for the city manager was finalized and posted on the Ralph Anderson website on March 4th. Applications are due by April 16th, 2021. And we will continue to give you periodic updates as we go through the process. But thanks again to everyone who participated. And thanks to the council members as well as we continue to go through this process. So before we move on to special items, I will do a point of order and I will be making a statement. And if you will bear with me, so I want to make a statement related to the exchange that occurred between Councilmember Lynette Liang and Mr. Keenan Mose at the November 24th, 2020 City Council meeting. Both Councilmember Liang and Mr. Mose have agreed to explore mediation in an attempt to resolve this matter. Both parties will agree on a mediator and who can participate in the mediation. And the city will work with both of them to facilitate the mediation. I want to take this opportunity to thank both of them for making this decision and also thank everyone who has been involved in trying to get this matter resolved. I support their decision, as I'm sure my colleagues on council do. And I sincerely hope that they're able to resolve this matter through mediation. Now, many of you have reached out to me as mayor and asked, Nisa, how can we help? How can we move our community forward? And my brief response to that is we are one community. And we celebrate, embrace, and promote diversity here in Los Altos. As I shared when I accepted the nomination to be your mayor, the things that unite Los Altans are so much bigger than any differences we may have. And we can accomplish so much more by working together. So although we may disagree at times, let's do so in a thoughtful, respectful, and honest way. Let's work together on the things that unite us and push back against the things that divide us. As your mayor, I will continue to do my best to treat every public speaker and resident with respect, enforce the council norms, and ensure all voices are heard while ensuring the city business gets done. So thank you again. We will now move on to our special items. And the first one is a proclamation, an American Red Cross proclamation. And as I navigate my different screens, let me pull it up. So the first proclamation is declaring the month of March to be American Red Cross Month. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a time when we recognize the humanitarian organization that eases people suffering during life's emergencies in Los Altos, across the United States and around the world. And whereas the Silicon Valley chapter of the American Red Cross has a long history of helping our neighbors in need and helping our community prepare for disasters by providing support after home fires, providing life-saving blood, and teaching skills that save lives. And whereas Los Altos hosted 9 Red Cross blood drives in 2020, collecting 313 units of blood to help save lives, and whereas 19 Los Altos residents were Red Cross volunteers in 2020, thank you so much, helping to meet the needs of our community. And whereas people in our community depend on the American Red Cross, whose life-saving mission is powered by the devotion of volunteers, generosity of donors, and partnership of community organizations. And whereas the city of Los Altos wishes to thank and honor the selfless volunteers, dedicated employees, and generous supporters who make this compassionate work possible. And some of them also make it look easy, and help to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Now, therefore, I, Nisa Flagger, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby declare the month of March to be American Red Cross Month in the City of Los Altos. And I encourage all community members to support this organization and its noble humanitarian mission. Thank you to all the volunteers. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And if I may, I'd like to introduce David Wells, who's here from the American Red Cross, and he's brought a local volunteer with him as well.
Please go ahead, Anne. Thank you.
Yeah. So David Wells is with the Silicon Valley chapter of the American Red Cross. And David, would you like to say a few words about American Red Cross?
Yes, thanks, Ann. And I'll keep it brief because Mayor Flieger had a pretty long proclamation. So thank you to the council members for recognizing the Red Cross. It's important to us to thank a gentleman named Neil Catton, who is in the unincorporated area, but pretty close to Los Altos, and is a local volunteer. And I'm going to let Neil talk about what he does for the Red Cross. Just 1 minute. Last year was the largest year in billion-dollar disasters for the U.S., unfortunately. So piled on top of COVID were the wildfires that we all know about in California, many hurricanes, and several other disasters that the Red Cross responded to. And we do that work 90% with volunteers. So most of the work is actually done by folks like Neil. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over, and we want to use this opportunity to thank Neil. So Neil, if you'd say a couple words about what you do for the Red Cross.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to put in a plug for one of the hats I wear, which is called the Disaster Action Team. We get about 3 house fires a week in Santa Clara County, where the people displaced by the fire need some additional assistance. And the Disaster Action Team is standing by 24/7 by 365 to go send teams out to go help those people with their recovery needs. And it's just one of the many things that Red Cross does that, you know, doesn't get the attention that blood drives does maybe, but there's a whole bunch of things that go on in the background. So we always need more volunteers. If anyone's interested, you can start the journey at redcross.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Neil is a dedicated volunteer in our area in so many ways. And he recently graciously hosted a training for CERT volunteers doing a refresh about Red Cross and how we run disaster shelters. So Neil, we're very grateful to have you.
And I echo that sentiment. Thank you so much, Neil.
Thank you, council members. I've neglected to mention I'm a local board member with the Silicon Valley chapter of Red Cross. So thank you on behalf of the Red Cross.
Wonderful. And thanks for being here, and thanks for all the great work you're doing for our community. Thank you. Okay, next proclamation for the evening. It's the Women's History Month proclamation. Whereas Women's History Month is a celebration of women's contributions to history, culture, and society, and has been observed annually in the month of March in the United States since 1987. And whereas the actual celebration of Women's History Month grew out of a week-long celebration of women's contributions organized by the school district in Sonoma, California in 1978. And whereas in the month of March, we take the time to celebrate the accomplishments and the countless ways women of every race, class, and ethnic background have strengthened and contributed to the fabric of the nation, and acknowledge that we all benefit from the leadership and contributions of women in education, medicine, government, law, business, military service, and every other field. And whereas in Los Altos, we have a long history of female leaders in different roles, including mayors, council members, school board presidents, school board members, Chamber of Commerce presidents, and many more. Now, therefore, I, Nisa Flagger, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, and on behalf of the entire Los Altos City Council, do hereby recognize the month of March as Women's History Month and honor women's contributions in Los Altos and American history. And I want to just take this opportunity to recognize 3 of my 4 colleagues serving on council last year. We had an all-female council, and of course we welcomed Councilmember Weinberg this year. But it's such a pleasure when I look at our history that we do have this long-standing history of female leaders in our community. So thank you for your service. And then the last proclamation is our Youth Arts Month proclamation. Whereas Youth Art Month is an annual celebration supported through the Council for Art Education to emphasize the value of art education for all children and to encourage support for excellent school art programs. Whereas Santa Clara County Board of Education, along with the City of Los Altos, is committed to supporting the arts to inspire and prepare students for success in the 21st century and allowing them to develop as productive, contributing members of a strong community. Whereas the City of Los Altos shares the vision of ensuring that students have access to high quality arts education that is culturally relevant and inclusive in all forms as part of a comprehensive education that sparks curiosity, imagination, creativity, and joy. Whereas the City of Los Altos encourages commitment to the arts by students, businesses, community organizations, and individuals. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Nisa Flagger, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, on behalf of the entire Los Altos City Council and the people of Los Altos, do hereby proclaim the month of March to be Youth Arts Month. So thank you. I'm glad I can allow some of my colleagues to also talk this evening. So we'll move to the next agenda item, which is changes to the order of the agenda. So I'll turn to my colleagues. Does anyone want to make any changes to the order of the agenda this evening? Seeing no hands, we'll next move to public comments on items not on the agenda. If there are members of the public who would like to speak to items not on the agenda, now is the time to please raise your hands. And I expect there to be more than 7 speakers. I'm counting 7 right now. And I would encourage other people, please, don't wait until I do the time and then all the hands go up. It really helps us with the process to better understand how many speakers we'll have this evening. So I currently see 8 hands. I see 9. Thank you. So with 10 speakers, and I definitely anticipate more speakers, I see many hands being raised. We will assign a minute and a half for each speaker. And again, if a speaker says something you agree with, you don't have to say it again. You can definitely, we can use the virtual hand, and maybe I'll ask people to raise your virtual hand if you agree with a speaker. Also, if we open the mic and you want to say, I agree with X speaker, that's all you need to say. Or if someone has already said what you were planning to say, the message has been clear and it's been received. So with that, City Clerk, we're going to do a minute and a half for each speaker, and I'll turn it over to you to go down the list. So thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Marie Young.
Hello.
Hi there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I and several others, including Joe Beninato, Mike Abrams, and Howard Key, would like to cede our time to Keenan Mose.
So Marie, I'm going to need those names again, and we need each person who you just named to actually speak for themselves.
Okay. Joe Beninato, Mike Abrams, Howard Key.
Okay, is Joe Beninato on? Joe, could you please state for the record that you are ceding your time to Mr. Mose?
Yes, this is Joe Beninato. I cede my time to Keenan.
Thank you. Next, I have Mike Abrams. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I am. This is Mike Abrams. I would like to cede my time to Keenan Mose.
Thank you. And then if I heard the last name correctly, is it Howard Key? Is Howard on the line?
I believe.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Howard.
Yes, I would like to cede my time.
To,
Thanks.
you'd like
Keenan
to,
Mose.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so with that, I calculate that to be 7.5 minutes, City Clerk.
Okay.
And so Keenan, are you there?
Give me just a second for the timer, please. Okay, we're ready.
Go ahead, Keenan.
Good morning. I've been warned by many that there could be many races from next door that are coming to talk tonight. I would like to start by addressing one of the most important comments that I saw on Nextdoor yesterday. Someone was asking for recommendations for a seamstress. I know the perfect person. My grandma is incredible. So just give me a call and I will hook you up. My name is Keenan Mose, and I am 22 years old. I was born at El Camino Hospital to a Black Catholic mother and a white Jewish father. My parents met and fell in love at Stanford, and they have lived in Los Altos most of their married lives. My father was born at Stanford, and he spent most of his life in Los Altos. I was born not realizing I was different until I entered Los Altos schools. There, I was called the N-word, told to go back to Africa. I've never been there, but I know that my ancestors were brought to the Caribbean as enslaved people and made to feel different. Not Black enough, but not white either. I have had to silence myself for the benefit and comfort of others. In Los Altos alone, I have been pulled over more than 20 times and never received a citation. I have been questioned, followed to my job heading out of Los Altos into Mountain View in the early morning hours as I headed to open my boxing gym where I worked between high school graduation and college. I have been stopped and questioned while playing in a friend's house, while all of my white friends with whom I was playing were left to go back inside to play. And even now, I am followed when I walk and followed when I drive. I get double takes when I walk through downtown. I see people cross the road and pull their purse closer when I walk towards them. I am not a thug or a criminal. I am a Los Altos resident, LAHS grad, MVLA soccer former defender, college student, hard-working creative man, and yet I often feel treated as if I am less. My experience with Councilmember Liang was another such example of people assuming the worst because of the color of my skin. A Black man, again perceived as a threat, when I had an ongoing relationship with her prior to this fateful November 24th meeting. I felt that I was finally making a difference in my community, but again, I was denigrated to a fearful Black man. I can assure you that I am not. I am a loving son, a kind brother to my 3 younger siblings, and I would do anything for them. And I am also a person that wants to do better for others. I'd like you to understand a little bit about racism before I go. Have you ever wondered why a Black person can say the N-word, or why an Asian person can make jokes about their own race, but as soon as a white person joins in, it's seen as racist? History is an important part to understanding racism. Some races face discrimination and disadvantages. They are less likely to be selected for jobs, which leads to a lower standard of living, less access to healthcare, leading to a shorter average life expectancy and higher suicide rates. The reasons for these disadvantages go all the way back to the United States colonial past. Institutions are important in understanding racism. Institutions and history work together to give certain groups of people more of a say in how their country is built. Racist government policies happened without much resistance from dominant white group. Power and racism. These two things work together by creating an imbalance of power based on race. This is why a Black person can say the N-word, or why Asian people can make jokes about their own race. There is no imbalance of power in that exchange. I hope you can all understand the impact that Councilmember Liang's words had on me and my life. I hope you can understand that I am just a man trying to do better for myself and for others. And I am worthy of being considered just a normal man, not a threat simply because the perception that this country has perpetuated about Black men who look like me. What you'll hear from tonight is a lot of speakers talking about a combination of two things. One, calling for accountability for one's actions. Two, education. As I have said time and time again, there is nothing wrong with not knowing, only with not being willing to learn. Along with the goal of education, both in educating our communities and implementing ethnic studies into our schools, I also always like to keep positivity in the work that I do. So for tonight, in light of Women's Day, I would like to share with you a phrase that I call my mother and my sister, Sibwa. It means strong, independent, Black woman. I'm so lucky to have both of them in my life, and y'all are way too dope. I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Keenan. City Clerk, who's next?
Our next speaker is Allison Johnson. Okay, I need to promote her to a panelist, so Allison, come back to us if you get this message. So our next speaker is Kiyoshi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm here to address the lack of designer water fountains in Los Altos. Just because we're in a drought, I think that would be pretty cool. I'm also here to address Lynette. She has continued to hide behind falsities that have plagued my friend and my organization's reputation. This is very insidious, and as you continue to dodge accountability, my friend and my organization continues to be attacked. JV was founded on 3 basic principles: education, inclusion, and love. We have done nothing but give our local community that we love education and dialogues that this town so desperately needed. Now, I know that change can be scary, but it's time to move forward. If you're unable to move forward, then your resignation would be suffice. This town is full of smart, wonderful, and honest, caring people who deserve city council members who represent that. One who is okay with slander and defamation of their own townspeople and then hides when asked to speak up and right her wrongs, obviously is unfit to serve such a great town. Thank you.
Thanks, Kiyoshi.
Our next speaker is Tara.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to listen. I would like to talk tonight about courage. The courage it takes for a person to admit they were wrong. It takes more courage to apologize. But that courage doesn't even compare to the courage it takes to be an African American in Los Altos, let alone in the United States. I call on Councilmember Liang to demonstrate courage and humility to do the right thing and admit you behaved in the wrong, and use this as an opportunity to demonstrate leadership and the right way to handle it when you act out of underlying racism. I believe mediation is a charade. I think the facts are clear. And I call on you to please do the right thing and take responsibility for your actions. Set an example to the young people in your community. Set an example to the people who believe that they are acting out of righteousness or wrongness. Listen to your heart and do the right thing, because the people who vote will not forget this when the time comes. Thank you.
Thanks, Tara.
Our next speaker is Renee Rochelle, please.
Hi, and actually Natasha Khan, who is also on this call, has ceded her time to me, so you can verify with her.
Tasha? Do you see her on the list, Andrea?
No, I don't see a Tasha.
Either.
It should be Natasha.
Natasha. Oh, I do. Okay, 1 second. Oops. She was there and then disappeared.
No, I saw that too.
Uh-oh.
So Renee, you have the option to wait until she's back on, or you can go ahead with 1.5 minutes.
I'll wait. She was, I think she might have just been having problems with her phone. So if she comes back on, please come back to me. Thank you.
Thanks. So City Clerk, we can keep going.
Okay, so our next speaker is Christine Lenz.
Hello, this is Christine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you to the council for this time to speak. Tonight I'm speaking in support of Keenan Mose, who is a Los Altos High School graduate, a current University of Oregon senior, co-founder of Justice Vanguard, and also someone who used to babysit my kids, among other kids in the community. He's the loving brother of 3 younger siblings, all of whom gone through Los Altos High School. And he has a passel of nieces and nephews, all of whom I always constantly see him hugging and helping. I think he's a very positive presence in our community, always smiling, always spreading joy and laughter. I was very proud to see him grow up and become such a civically involved leader. I just wanted to share this one kind of rather odd story to put light on the relationship between him and Councilmember Lee Eng. One day I was walking by his house with my son and I waved to him and he waved back. I noticed that he was on the phone, and while waving to him, I fell flat on my face on the cement, skinning the heck out of my knee. Keenan was mortified, but I could tell he was on the phone with someone that was very important to him, and that he just looked at me with kind of sad eyes and said, "Are you okay?" But he kept talking to this person. I later found out that that long involved conversation was with Councilmember Lynette Lee Eng. So you see, they communicated several times to exchange ideas, to talk about promises that she made. And I just wanted to
Thanks, Christine.
Okay, our next speaker is Daniva.
Yes, hello.
Hi,
I'm Daniva, and I am also speaking in defense of Keenan. So I would like to say that as a person who has a son in the Los Altos School District, I have been treated pretty shittily, and I am very, very proud of him, extremely proud that he has come forth and been outspoken about the way that we are being treated, we as Black people are being treated in Los Altos. I can't tell you how many times people have assumed that I'm just from Oakland. I don't belong here. I don't look like I can afford to live here, but I can tell you I'm tired of this. And the things that he's saying are valid. He has given me hope. Race is a fluid concept. Race is not even a real thing. Race is used to group people according to various factors, including ancestral backgrounds, social identity. Race is also used to group people that share a set of visible characteristics like skin and facial features. And these features are visible traits, influenced by genes, but they don't mean anything. Race is an ideology. And for this reason, many scientists believe that race should be more accurately described as a social construct, not a biological construct. I am here, again, in defense of Keenan and everyone who is being treated poorly in Los Altos, everyone who has children who may not look like them, who are being treated differently in Los Altos, and asking for people to step forward and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Geneva.
Our next speaker is Jill Woodford.
Thank you. My husband, my 2 biracial school-age children, and I have lived here for 18 years. In April 2020, Kentucky Governor Beshear publicly accused a man named Tupac Shakur of an unemployment benefit fraud. Turns out Mr. Shakur is a white restaurant cook. Do you think someone named Robin Williams would be flagged and accused of unemployment fraud? Unlikely. John Oliver and Trevor Noah made fun of the governor's assumption on their late-night comedy shows, but it's really not funny at all. The next day, Governor Beshear made a public apology, and he called Mr. Shakur to apologize in person. He did the honorable thing, the right thing. Everyone has bias. Everyone makes mistakes. There is no person, no race that is exempt from racist words and actions. I'm here tonight not to question Councilmember Lee Eng's feelings, but to ask her to apologize for not speaking up when her comments were interpreted by the rest of the council, the city manager, and the public as a threat of violence by Mr. Mose. In this case, her silence, allowing the accusation of a threat to stand, is racial violence. And I'd just like to ask Ms. Liang, would you please look at the screen and at least attempt to pay attention to the people who are here tonight giving their time to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill.
Our next speaker is Anthony Chow.
Hi, thank you, council members, for allowing this open forum tonight. I'm speaking tonight because I believe that everyone in Los Altos should feel that their voice is valued. I'm sure that City Council would agree that this is important, but the actions of each council member have to reflect that belief. Councilmember Lee Eng's recent actions against Keenan Mose call into question whether or not she truly believes this. Keenan voiced valid disappointment over her vote last November, yet she chose to misrepresent his disappointment as threats, effectively using her power and platform as a council member to silence his voice. It's not my place to say what Councilmember Lee Eng felt in that moment, but her decision to act on it without a strong basis and unfairly indict Keenan for her feelings has undoubtedly led to a lot of pain for the Mose family. Regardless of how she felt in that moment, Councilmember Lee Eng has to acknowledge the influence her words and subsequent silence have had on the situation. Because of this, I support Keenan and I am calling for an apology from Councilmember Lee Eng. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Anthony.
Our next speaker is Kevin.
Hi, this is Kevin. Okay, hi, this is Kevin. Councilmember Liang, please do listen. I really hope that you're listening and not ignoring what I have to say and everybody else has to say. I hope that you're going to take this mediation seriously. I hope you are not trying to use mediation as a delay tactic with the hope of silencing everyone on this topic and stalling, as you have been for the last 4 months. We will continue to share our concerns over your behavior in every city council meeting until this has been satisfactorily resolved via mediation. The fact that you have spent 4 months in silence is unacceptable. You should be ashamed of your behavior and lack of response. We all occasionally say or do something that hurts others, either intentionally or accidentally. Then, when we come to our senses, we realize an apology is in order for the pain we caused. It has been 4 months and you clearly still haven't come to your senses yet. Even if you did not intend the harm you caused with your original statements, no one, not even your best friends or supporters on this call, no one can claim that you did not hurt, upset, and offend a large number of people. Let me repeat, no one can claim that you did not hurt, upset, and offend a number of people. Yet you still have not even taken the first step to acknowledge what you said hurt people. Councilmember Liang, you alone are responsible for your actions. You alone need to come to your senses and do what parents teach their 5-year-old children to do. Acknowledge what you did wrong and apologize. Let me repeat, acknowledge what you did wrong and apologize. Only then will we know that you are serious about mediation. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Our next speaker is Ella Miloff.
Councilmember Liang, I have noticed you looking off to wherever, so I sincerely hope you are watching and listening. Nearly 4 months following the November City Council meeting in which Keenan Mose was wrongfully accused of threatening her and her family's safety, Councilmember Lynette Liang has agreed to consider mediation. I'm anticipating that many of you will naively and ignorantly perceive this issue to be solved. Make no mistake, Councilmember Liang has made no effort to pursue any sort of accountability in months, so why now? Even if Councilmember Liang goes forward and commits to mediation, there is no guarantee that she will agree on a mediator. Even if she does agree on a mediator, there is no guarantee that she will be willing to own up to the damage she has caused. Let us remember that Councilmember Liang has not even committed to mediation, just to considering it. After consecutive weeks of public comment being filled with rightfully angry residents, it is evident that Councilmember Lynette Liang believes agreeing to considering mediation is a tactic to avoid another confrontation in public comment tonight. That obviously did not happen. This smokescreen is offensive, but sadly not unexpected. An apology and resignation are long overdue, but the least you can do at this point is to follow through with mediation and make a meaningful effort to understand and change your ignorant actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella. And I just want to clarify my statement. Both Councilmember Liang and Keenan Mose have agreed to explore mediation. I just wanted to make sure that my statement was clear about what both parties have agreed to do. Who is next, City Clerk?
Our next speaker is Jen Aaron.
Did that work? Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again at your meeting tonight. And I'm really hopeful around the news of efforts to finally come together around a hard topic that deserves all of our real attention. And I do hope that it happens and that it's done with genuine purpose and with individuals showing up to be honest and to have a real desire to understand and change. Maya Angelou beautifully said, "Equal rights, fair play, justice are all like the air. We all have it or none of us has it. When we avoid or defend against another amazing human's attempts to find those things in us, it says much more about ourselves than the person who is asking. Let us all be generous in our interactions and communications and be able to hold one another up so that our community can heal and our air can start to be restored as we move toward honoring one another with truth so that positive and purposeful change can take place." Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, I have Renee Rochelle and Natasha Khan.
So let's go with Natasha first. Natasha, if you could please state for the record that you're ceding your time to Renee Rashid.
Hi, yes, this is Natasha Khan, and I'm conceding my time to Renee Rashid.
Thank you. Go ahead, Renee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm encouraged by Councilmember Liang's agreement to mediation between herself and Keenan Mose. I think it is a step in the right direction, and I hope it will lead to a sincere recognition of her biased actions wrongfully criminalizing a young Black member of our community during the November 24th council meeting. I would like to remind Councilmember Liang that Asian Americans like her and me have benefited immensely from the civil rights movement fought by Black Americans. I wouldn't be here in the US if not for the Immigration Act of 1965, which was a direct result of the civil rights movement and which banned racial discrimination in immigrant visas. enabling my parents to come to this country. Similarly, I wouldn't have been able to attend the fantastic public schools where I grew up, or have my kids attend our incredible Los Altos public schools, had it not been for Brown versus Board of Education. Lastly, neither I nor Councilmember Liang would have been able to vote, much less run or win elections, had it not been for the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which was enacted after Bloody Sunday, March 7th, 1965, which was the march from Selma to Montgomery, the anniversary of which was just 2 days ago. All minorities have benefited from these laws fought for by Black Americans, yet we still continue to have biases against them. We even have biases against those with darker skin in our own ethnic groups. I know growing up, I was fed many false stereotypes about Black Americans, and I had to actively work to unlearn those and learn the true history. And I work hard to be anti-racist, but I know that I may make hurtful mistakes. What I can do is own up to them and apologize and do better. If Councilmember Liang truly wants to fight for racial justice, like she claims on her website, I hope that she goes into mediation willing to learn and do better so that all of us can fight racism and bias against any BIPOC or marginalized individuals together. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee.
Okay, our next speaker is Joey Sanjikomo.
Thank you. Keenan Mo's been a classmate of mine, and I am incredibly lucky enough to have been able to work with him on multiple occasions. Keenan is, every single time I've seen Keenan, he's one of the most warm and welcoming people that I know, and he goes out of his way to make a point to demonstrate it every single time you talk to him. Keenan has always gone out of his way to bring people together in every interaction I've had with him, and that's why I'm here to express my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Alex.
Good evening. After reviewing hours of recording of city council meetings, I found that Councilmember Liang voted repeatedly to improve social justice in Los Altos. Some examples. One, Member Liang voted yes on forming a city police task force. Two, when recommendations from the task force came back to the city council, she voted yes to implement and fund a REPA program much sooner than the state requires. This program directs police to collect data on police stops, even if a citation was not issued. Three, Member Liang voted yes to ending the School Resource Officers Program in Los Altos High School in its current form. Four, Member Liang supported city anti-bias training for staff and council. Five, as an Asian American council member, Liang is acutely aware of the increase in violence and hate crimes against Asian Americans. This is stoking fear and anxiety across the country and in our town. Los Altons support equity, diversity, and inclusion, as does Member Liang. Lastly, Member Liang is the council's only Asian American, which is a minority race. However, while holding public office in Los Altos, serving all races, she has a voting record which shows she is a strong advocate for social and racial justice. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Our next speaker is Michelle Storia.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm here to support Keenan's honest attempt to hold an elected official accountable for her vote. I'm calling for an apology from Council Member Liang and request that the City Council commissions and staff undergo mandatory anti-bias training. Last week, I found it heartbreaking and courageous of Keenan to tell Councilmember Liang that her false accusation had put a target on his back. He went on to say that some in the community may think that I pose a threat to others. Keenan's statement underscores the fear and anxiety Black men and Black families are experiencing daily across this country. As a white woman with white children, I've not had to have the talk with my children about what to do if faced with the unjust treatment from authority figures or law enforcement. This grim ritual has been a part of Black families for generations. As I'm sure many of you already know, the talk involves Black parents educating their children about how and why the color of their skin will impact their lives and how to prepare them for inevitable encounters with police. If you Google the 10 rules of survival if stopped by the police, you'll learn about what Black parents are encouraged to talk to their kids about, including being polite and respectful when stopped by the police, keep your hands in plain sight, and make sure the police can see your hands at all times. Do not run. Even if you believe that you're innocent, do not resist arrest. This is just one of many hard conversations that Black families must have on a regular basis with children. I mention the talk because I want to remind you all that the words that this council uses matters. Our community is listening, and I'm hoping that Council Member Lee Eng will make the right decision to take accountability and apologize to Keenan. He and his family deserve to feel safe and heard.
Thanks, Michelle. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sunny.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you for your time and attention this evening. My name is Sunny Childers, and I'm also here to voice my support for Keenan. I'm working on a group project with him for my advertising class right now, so I have the pleasure of knowing him. And I just want to say I've read the text and I've seen the council member's response, and I can understand if my job were on the line and, you know, my livelihood and my way of supporting my family were on the line, I would feel insecure about that and threatened as well. And any kind of conflict that comes up during that time would just heighten that stress. But I have to say I'm a little bit concerned about the council member's willingness to leverage her platform to gain favor in the public eye in a way that Keenan and any member of the community would have to fight for that kind of platform or that ability to have their voice be heard. And I find that a little bit unfitting for a member of council. So I would call for an apology. And also, I just want to say Keenan is a man of character who's dealing with a lot, doing activism on top of school. And I think it takes a special kind of person, a special kind of character to do that. I think Keenan has been transparent about the text that he sent, and he showed up to the meetings. So if it's possible to have an opportunity to get to know him and, you know, the more human sides of him by taking him out to coffee or something like that, if he'd be willing, I think that would be great. But if not, I think his character that he's shown so far shows that he's not, you know, menacing or with any ill intent. And I would just, at the very least, call for the council member to issue an apology. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sunny.
Our next speaker is Salim.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to stand with Keenan, ask for accountability and fairness. In the spirit of educating, I'd like to share a story about one man who tried to build racially integrated housing in Santa Clara County during the 50s. To quote Rothstein's Color of Law, when the builder's intent to sell both to blacks and whites became known, the Santa Clara Board of Supervisors rezoned the site from residential to industrial use. When he found a second plot, Mountain View officials told him that they would never grant him the necessary approvals. He next identified a third tract of land. When officials discovered that the project would not be segregated, the town adopted a new zoning law, increasing the minimum lot size from 6,000 to 8,000 square feet, making the project unfeasible for working class buyers. After he attempted a fourth site, the seller of the land canceled the option upon learning that the project would be integrated. At that point, the builder gave up. I grew up in Los Altos assuming the ugly legacy of racism happened somewhere else, like in Montgomery or Topeka, but it lived here too. It was pervasive, cruel, and institutional, and we still live with its effects today. It's not an accident that only 0.2% of Los Altos is Black. Not only have we never repaired the harms of housing segregation, we have kept exclusionary zoning laws on the books. We need to come together as a community to redress this history, and coming together starts with healing and accountability. Thank you.
Thanks, Salim.
Our next speaker is Stella.
Hi, everyone. I am here to speak on behalf and support Keenan, because I can truly speak to the fact that Keenan is, quite frankly, the opposite of what he was brought out to be by Liang. In fact, he embodies someone who wants the best for those around him. The famous good morning line that he says brightens any room he walks into. His voice, his charisma, and everything about him is something I truly hope to be one day. Truly. I would kill to be half the person he is. He's a classmate of mine, and we worked on a project together for the last few months. I teach spin classes actually at a local studio, and he, after knowing me for, I think, a week, came and supported me through one of these spin classes. I've met some pretty incredible people at my time at our school together, and he's by far the most incredible person I've ever met. He is a special human to all. I'm here for Keenan to support him, and I'm asking for Liang to apologize to Keenan and Justice Vanguard. And this won't stop until this happens. Liang cannot reverse the wrong that has been done, but at the least, Liang can hold herself accountable for what she has done. So thank you.
Thanks, Stella.
Our next speaker is Caddy.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. So racism persists because we do not call it out. We keep making excuses. We tell ourselves, no, that is not what he or she meant. We are afraid to hold accountable those who commit an act of racism. I have read the text exchange between Council Member Liang and Keenan Moss. And Council Member Liang, I perceived a rush of anger that flooded you, and how in response you let yourself go easily in this punishing and well-known racist pattern. Other Black men have been the victims of this type of pattern. Late victim Emmett Till is the sad incarnation of it. He had done nothing wrong at the time. Keenan has done nothing wrong. Council Member Liang, you can do something about this situation. Show how much you value the residents of Los Altos, including Keenan Moss, by doing what is right. Be brave, look at your own harmful bias, own this mistake and fix it. I'm calling for an apology from Council Member Liang, and because it's taken so many of us to be here tonight to point out an obvious act of racism, I'm calling for mandatory anti-bias training for the City Council, commissions, and staff. And because I do not trust in Member Liang's capability to keep her bias in check, hence her inaptitude so far to make a simple free apology, I do not trust her capability to serve the interests of Los Altos residents, especially underrepresented, and I call for her to resign. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for your attention.
Thank you, Caddy.
Our next speaker is Karen Solpon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Karen, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of Keenan in the name of racial equity and justice. I believe that Councilmember Liang needs to apologize to Keenan for the false accusations she made about him. At a minimum, she should be required to participate in cultural humility training in order to help recognize her unconscious bias, as I am certain that if Councilmember Liang had received the same text exchange with one of her white constituents, she would not have felt threatened by them and would not have brought up the issue of being worried for her family's safety. And even if she had, it is unlikely that she would have gotten the same concerned faces and comments as she did from the other council members that night last November. It is my hope that Councilmember Liang will be able to realize how negatively she has impacted the community that she was elected to serve and resign from her position on the City Council. I would like to take a quick moment to talk about how Blacks are treated unfairly in the United States. Racial inequity starts when Black children start school and follows them through their lifespan. Black children are suspended and expelled from school, stopped by police, arrested, incarcerated, and even killed at a much higher rate than whites. A 2018 government accountability report says that Black students, kindergarten through 12th grade, are 3.2 times more likely than white students to be suspended and expelled from school. Black Americans are stopped more by the police. Black Americans are stopped more by the police, I'm almost done, and you often considered innocent or found innocent, just like Keenan's experiences when pulled over in Los Altos so many times. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Karen.
Our next speaker is Catherine Yen.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to support Keenan Moss and to ask Councilmember Liang to apologize to him. I would like to second Rashid's comment about racism within the Asian community. Recent headlines about hate crimes against Asians have been terrible and sickening to read and to watch. But these arguments are really not the point. Being a member of a minority group doesn't make anyone immune from being racist. We have all, whether we admit it or not, done or said something that was racist. And that should really be the beginning of the conversation, not the end. We start by first acknowledging our own internal prejudices and biases so that we can engage ourselves in discussions about why they exist and how we can react and act better moving forward. I strongly urge Councilmember Liang to do some deep self-reflection on her own implicit biases and prejudices and use the mediation as an opportunity to engage in a discussion about why they exist and how to react and act better moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Our next speaker is Tanya Miloff.
Good evening, Mayor Fliger, Vice Mayor Anander, Council Members Meadows, Weinberg, and Liang. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the importance of justice for all in our community. I continue to support the request by Keenan Mose and the Mose family for an expressed public apology by Councilmember Liang for her criminalizing false remarks made about Keenan at the November 24th, 2020 council meeting. In the spirit of education about racial justice, I share the following by Ibram X. Kendi from his book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. We are not meant to fear good white males with AR-15s. No, we are to fear the weary, unarmed Latinx body from Latin America. The Arab body kneeling to Allah is to be feared. The Black body from hell is to be feared. Adept politicians and crime entrepreneurs manufacture the fear and stand before voters to deliver them, messiahs who will liberate them from fear of these other bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya.
Our next speaker is Cindy Sedaris.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mayor Fliger, for your remarks regarding mediation to attempt to resolve the matter regarding Councilmember Liang's false accusations of Keenan Mose. I speak in support of Keenan Mose. The facts are clear. He did nothing wrong. Martin Luther King said, quote, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter," end quote. This matters. I call for Councilmember Liang to either publicly apologize to Keenan and all of us or resign. I call for anti-bias training for all City Council, City staff, and Commission members within 3 months. Our City Council has become dysfunctional. Councilmember Liang's actions on this matter and other matters are a major part of that dysfunction. I call for each City Council member and interim City Manager, Kleiger, to recognize your responsibilities. Each of you must be a part of the solution to return the City Council to a functioning body. Should there be a positive and constructive result of the mediation, that will only be the start of that work. One more quote from Martin Luther King. "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in the moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Where will each of you stand?" Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Our next speaker is Maureen Griffin.
Hello, my name is Maureen Griffin, a 20-year resident of Los Altos with twin daughters who went to Los Altos K through 12 public schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to begin with a quote from Martin Luther King. "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." I'm here to speak out and stand for justice and fairness for all. I'm voicing my support for Keenan, and I want to be clear, he did nothing wrong. I'm calling for an apology from Councilmember Liang and mandatory anti-bias training for City Council, commissions, and staff. Mayor and City Council members, I'm ending with yet another quote from MLK Jr. "There comes a time when one must take a position, that is neither safe nor politic or popular, but he must take it because his conscience tells him it's right. I'm a person of action. Anyone who knows me knows that. I've waited for over 4 months with no action. Please fully commit to mediation, Councilmember Lee Eng, or resign. Thank you.
Thanks, Maureen.
Our next speaker is Matt Byer.
Hi there. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I would like to reiterate and elevate what others on this call have already mentioned. I'm speaking in support of justice and fairness tonight, in particular in support for Keenan. It's clear that he has done nothing wrong, and that the accusations made against him are not only unfounded, but are actively harmful. In solidarity with others on the call, I am asking for an apology from Councilmember Lynette Liang. I would advocate, like others have already mentioned, for mandatory anti-bias training, and truthfully believe that resignation would be an appropriate response from Councilmember Liang if she is not prepared to acknowledge the harm she has caused. This is more than just a discussion about harmful words, but of problematic actions that re-entrench and reinforce racist behaviors. It's important to recognize that it's not enough to simply say you are not racist or to claim to be an anti-racist, but the actions that you take and the words that you speak must reflect the values you purport to have, and consequently must be accountable to those actions and values. In that spirit, I would like to end my comments by sharing a quote from Ibram X. Kendi, the author of How to Be an Anti-Racist, that I think concisely summarizes this point. Quote, "What we say about race, what we do about race in each moment determines what, not who we are." To Councilmember Liang and others on the call, this is an opportunity to consider what kind of person you want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Our next speaker is Amber Joy.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you to the City Council for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Amber Joy, and I'm on the East Coast. So this racial justice issue of Los Altos is officially nationwide. I'm a white ally of Justice Vanguard, and I also attended the council meeting 2 weeks ago. So many people have already said it best, so I'm going to say something a little bit different. Prior to George Floyd's murder last summer, I didn't know much about modern racism in America. Honestly, I didn't really know anything. After George Floyd's murder, I realized that my ignorance was unacceptable, and I started to get educated. Most importantly, I founded and facilitated an uncomfortable conversation group where I can ask my sensitive questions about race and racism, I can make mistakes, and learn from my peers in a respectful and safe environment. I'm hosting an uncomfortable conversation this Friday, the 12th, 5:30 p.m. Pacific time via Zoom. If anybody out there is uncomfortable talking about race and racism like I was, please join me. Email me at uncomfortableconversation2021@gmail.com. If you're confused about this issue between Justice Vanguard and Councilmember Liang, if you have a question that you keep getting stuck on, if you don't understand Black Lives Matter, I get it. I totally get it. That was me 6 months ago. Again, my email address is uncomfortableconversation2021@gmail.com. And of note, this conversation is not affiliated with any entity. I don't have all the answers. In fact, I hardly have any, but I promise that I will listen to you respectfully and without judgment, and I can offer you what I've learned. Thank you.
Thanks, Amber. And just to follow up on something Amber said, if someone else has said what you were planning to say, please feel free to simply say, I agree with X person, and you don't have to use the full minute and a half. So thank you to all the speakers who have gone so far. And City Clerk, who is next?
Our next speaker is Travis Prater.
Yeah. Hi. So I'm here to talk on behalf of Keenan, because I've known Keenan my entire childhood. And I can tell you that he's a genuinely good person. He's helped shape me into the person that I am today, and without knowing him, my life would not be the same. With that being said, Keenan has been treated unfairly within his own city for the entirety that I've known him. I've been with him while he's been pulled over by the police for no reason, been given dirty looks by police officers and other members of the community, told to go back to Africa, called the N-word by a teacher, and villainized by a city council member. Everyone deserves to be treated fairly in their own city, and I hope Keenan will get that respect soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis.
Our next speaker is Allison Johnson, I need to promote her to a panelist. So Allison, if it allows you to do that, go ahead and accept. Let's see. In the meantime, we have Bridget Madden.
Okay, let's go to Bridget.
Okay. Hi, this is Bridget. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to speak this evening. Keenan has done nothing wrong, as many others have stated earlier, and I am here to continue supporting him and to ask for a public and honest apology from Council Member Lee Eng. I would ask the Council member to hold herself accountable, to show courage and do the right thing, even when the right thing is the hard thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bridget.
Our next speaker is Maura Wang.
Good evening, council members. Thank you all for your time. I'm speaking today to ask for Councilmember Liang to apologize to Keenan for stating that things would happen to her and her family because of Keenan's texts. Councilmember Liang, you and I as Asian American women have experienced our own fair share of discriminatory acts. But because of that, it's even more important to apologize when things have been wrong, because we especially understand how these actions can harm us. Just because we are Asian does not mean that we cannot hold biases or make mistakes. What is important is to apologize if we have been wrong. Just as biases exist against Asians, so too can Asians have biases against other races. The Asian American experience has long been tied with the Black experience in America, as many of the fundamental experiences that drove the Asian American movement came from the Black Power movement. Likewise, much of the legislation that has come to have the most profound effect on the history of Asians in America occurred during the Civil Rights Movement. But just as the Civil Rights Movement has had its disagreements, so too will we have disagreements now. But voicing a disagreement is not a statement on someone or their family's well-being. So I hope that Councilmember Liang can apologize for making that assumption. Thank you.
Thanks, Maura.
Our next speaker is Pramika Ratnam.
Pramika, are you there? It's still showing City Clerk that she's muted.
Yes, I can't seem to unmute her. Oh wait, oops.
I saw that.
There we go.
Hi, can you
There we go.
hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, I actually have been here 2 times to really talk about the parking matter, but I, you know, seem to have entered into this series of conversations about Keenan and Lynette. I don't know all the details of, you know, the experiences that the 2 of them had with each other or separately, but I can just tell you that listening to this, it's very difficult to hear this. And I just wanted to give some feedback to the young people who have made so much time to come, and I think that's really wonderful that you have felt compelled to take time to come and share your views and to show your commitment towards anti-racism issues. At the same time, I do want to say a couple of things. This is not about being pro or anti Lynette or anybody else on the council or, you know, Keegan, whom I've never met, but I'm just making a general comment on what I'm observing. And a couple of pointers I want to make is that there's issues of race and there's issues of class. And so when there's all these references to Bloody Sunday and all the other struggles, these were fought by people who are not as privileged as the people in Los Altos. Whether it's Keenan or all the other people who are here, you know, many kids who have second jobs, etc., they're not able to even come to a city council meeting. They didn't have parents that went to Stanford.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. Your time is up and we allowed you to go over by several seconds. And so thanks for coming. Thanks for speaking. On the item that I think you attended our last meeting for, and I think you're here for this evening, that's item
Yes.
9. And so we will get to it this evening. So thank you again for returning.
But what time? Because we have to wait a long time. Like, what time will it be?
You know, I wish I could tell you, Pramika. I don't have that crystal ball in front of me.
Okay.
You know what we can.
Well, I would just tell the students here to think both about race in class and the attack on someone whose first language is not English, and the fact that there were racist stickers put on her campaign signs when no one seems to have any sympathy. They're all quick to criticize her, but none of these people seem to care about the racism that was expressed towards Lynette when we had stickers put on.
Pramika, again, your time is up for public comment for items not on the agenda. I do not have an estimate of the time that we will get to item 9. We do have a couple items before that, but we do plan on getting to that item this evening. So thanks again. And so with that, we do have to move on to other public speakers. So thank you so much. City Clerk, who is next on the list?
Our next speaker is Listina.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to voice my support for Keenan Mose. I want to start with a quote from Oprah Winfrey. When you know better, do better. Sometimes we get stuck in a rut trying to hold our position when really it would just be so much simpler to acknowledge we didn't know and we're going to do better going forward. And in the spirit of education, I'd like to just share this piece from the NAACP regarding the origins of our modern day slave patrols. The origin of our modern day police mentality can be traced back to slave patrol. The earliest formal slave patrol was created in the Carolinas in the early 1700s with the following mission: to establish a system of terror in response to slave uprisings with the capacity to pursue, apprehend, and return runaway slaves to their owners, including the use of excessive force to control and produce desired slave behavior. Slave patrols allowed forcible entry into any homes solely based on suspicions of protecting runaway slaves. Slave patrols continued until the end of the Civil War and at the passage of the 13th Amendment. Following the Civil War, during the Reconstruction period, slave patrols were replaced by militia-style groups who were empowered to control and deny access to equal rights to freed slaves. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Listina.
Our next speaker is Anita Kapadia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. My name is, hello, thank you. My name is Anita Kapadia, and I have lived in Los Altos for 21 years. Thank you, City Council members, for letting me speak today. I value your interest in justice and supporting diversity, and I know you want to be fair to all your Los Altos constituents. I would like to state on the record that I support Keenan Mose. Keenan went to Los Altos High with my 2 sons and is a young leader in our community. Council Member Liang is an elected representative and serves all of Los Altos. At the November 24th meeting, she perpetuated the idea that Black men should be feared. I am not discounting how she may have felt in the heat of the moment, but as our elected representative, she should have apologized in the over three months since November 24th. As Mahatma Gandhi said, we must be the change we wish to see in the world. Council members, I call on you to be that change by asking Council Member Liang to publicly apologize and recommend mandatory anti-bias training for all council members, commission, and staff. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anita.
Our next speaker is Tony Mose.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to speak. I'm heartened to hear about the mutual agreement to work towards resolving this through mediation. The Most family reached out this past weekend to request that we work with a mediator to support Council Member Weinberg's suggestion from the last City Council meeting. I'd like to thank him for his role in proposing this as an option. I am hopeful that one of the outcomes of this will be a realization that the City Council, staff, and city employees would benefit from anti-racism training. I believe that Los Altos citizens as a whole should be offered, via the city, opportunities to learn about anti-racism, inclusion, and diversity. We would all benefit. I never imagined that I'd find myself speaking at multiple City Council meetings, but it's important to stand up for justice and fairness for everyone. I've raised 4 children in Los Altos. Keenan, my oldest. Sorry, I couldn't see my time. Keenan, my oldest, who at 4 years old at Bing Nursery School had teachers who would pull me aside to tell me stories about him. He was the 4-year-old that when an adult asked him, "Keenan, how are you?" would reply with, "Fine, thank you," and "How are you?" Polite to a fault and sweet as can be. Keenan has continued to be a caring and sweet man who is passionate about social and racial justice. So I would like Councilmember Liang to make sure that this mediation is taken seriously and that she will make the effort needed to come to a resolution with the Most family. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Hi, my name is Janine Valadez. I wanted to report that Brian Jones and Katie Cheng will cede their time to me. So if you need to check with them, can you please do that?
So Brian Jones, could you please say for the record that you're ceding your time to Janine Valadez?
Yes, this is Brian Jones, and I cede my time to Janine Valadez. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I think Katie Cheng was the next person.
Yes, hi, I'm Katie Cheng, and I cede my time to Janine Valadez.
Thank you. And so based on that, I think Janine gets 4.5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I want to thank you, Mayor Flagger, for your leadership in making your statement at the beginning of the meeting. I'm also hopeful that the announced mediation will be fruitful and help our community move forward. I agree with you. We are one community and we are all accountable for the actions of even one member. Tonight, I have chosen to tell a personal story about a transgression that was done against me in the corporate environment by my boss. We had had a great relationship prior. My story is intended to show the community what a great leader this man proved himself to be. I had been intentionally and unintentionally denigrated for all my differences many times in my career, despite being outwardly successful. Yet he was the only one in my multi-decade tech career that apologized to me and sincerely did the work to better himself. I will forever honor him and hold him as a great example of accountable leadership. I will read to you the letter he eventually wrote to me and the team. He wrote it to all of us. During the team meeting of XYZ date, I made a comment during the course of conversation that included words that were taken as an insult by Janine towards her Mexican-American heritage. I've received considerable criticism for my actions that day, and it's taken me quite some time to come to terms with my culpability for my actions and for the negative consequences they created for Janine. You all know that Janine and I have had a productive relationship for quite some time now. Janine has always been direct and plain speaking with me and I with her, even casually fun-loving and joking with each other. So it has been very difficult for me to look back on my chosen words and understand exactly why I said what I said without immediately apologizing. Did I fail under the pressure of feeling I had to admit some bad intent when I had no bad intent? Did I mistake Janine's reaction as personal instead of about principle? Did I manifest biases I didn't even realize I had? I have struggled to analyze myself, and I have concluded it was probably all of these things that led me to do something that has resulted in grave consequences for the both of us. I want to personally and deeply apologize to Janine, to her family and associates, and to all of you for having displayed conduct unbecoming of a fellow teammate, let alone a team leader. I cannot erase my mistake, but I will take responsibility for it. I understand that if I adhered to team rules and had not gotten so casual, none of this would have happened. I understand that joking around during a meeting does nothing but distract me from the work at hand and subjects me to a likely situation that might influence my decision-making inappropriately. I understand that I need to work to educate myself on how to eliminate any conscious and unconscious conditioning that would allow me to make an insensitive comment, regardless of my intention. I will never forget that I said what I said, or that I didn't say what I should have said, and I understand that I was wrong. I'm heart-torn over the pain I have caused Janine and deeply disappointed in myself. I also realize that my silence up to now has caused deep divisions in our team, as my supporters rallied to believe me, while many others called me out to account for my actions. I admit that my fear of disappointing my supporters contributed to my reticence. While I thank my supporters for their loyalty, I really hope they can see that my learning here was difficult but ultimately sincere and correct. We need to work together to rid ourselves of biases that have been instilled in us by past generations, where discrimination was the status quo, where stereotypes were normal. I know what discrimination feels like because I myself am of color. I sincerely want to work towards creating a more equitable community. To the team, I say this: I commit to do better. I thank Janine and other team members that have appealed to my better self, demanding that I express contrition for my actions, that I be true to the statements I made about promoting equity and accountability during speeches and meetings. I'm also sorry that it took me this long to grapple with my emotions and mindset to try to understand why I did what I did. I ask you all to give me the space to improve and learn while I continue to serve you as your team leader. Please accept my apology. I will be forever grateful if you do. And that's the end of this letter that basically healed our relationship, and he committed to his work, and he has become my most honored boss in my entire career. So I just wanted to set that out as an example of accountable leadership. And every time I read this letter, I am heartened that people who make mistakes can do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Janine.
Our next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, City Council. My name is Kevin Ma. Thank you for going through this long public comment. And I'm here to stand for and speak out for justice. And justice means to remedy the wronged and address the wrongdoer. If wrong has happened, then it happened, but we must move to ensure that it will never happen and to ensure that everyone has a happy ending at the end. And as such, I support Keenan and ask that the council make material changes to ensure that anti-bias, anti-racist training is incorporated into city policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Our next speaker is Elaine W.
Hello.
Elaine. Hi.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, City Council members, for the opportunity to speak. We all struggle with racial biases because it resides in our unconscious. And so it is all the more difficult to recognize, acknowledge, and correct. I am speaking in support of Keenan Mose and the Mose family, and to ask Council Member Liang to acknowledge and apologize for the injury caused. I am educating myself on racial matters, and I want to share an excerpt from a book that I am reading titled Gracism. That's spelled Gracism. And it's a book by David Anderson. Quote, I end this book with an African proverb that has guided me in bridge building and racial healing. While I still have a long way to go, this proverb reminds me that dialogue begins the process of relating and respecting those who are different than me. And this is the proverb. When I saw him from afar, I thought he was a monster. When he got closer, I thought he was just an animal. When he got even closer, I recognized that he was a human. And when we were face to face, I realized that he was my brother. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine. City Clerk, I don't see any other speakers on my screen. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on items not on the agenda on your list?
No, Madam Mayor, I see no other members of the public with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So that will close our public comments on items not on the agenda. Next, we will move to the consent calendar. And does any member of council wish to remove any of the items from our consent calendar? I see Vice Mayor Enander's hand raised. And going forward, I will ask council members to please use the virtual hand because sometimes when I have everybody on the screen, it's hard to see you. But I saw Vice Mayor Enander raise her hand. So go ahead, Vice Mayor Enander.
Hi, thank you very much, Mayor. I'd like to remove item 4, please.
Okay. And do you have a quick question or you would like discussion on that item?
I would like discussion on the item, please.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I think I saw Councilmember Lee Eng raise her hand as well.
The item has been pulled for discussion, and that was the item I was going to pull. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, using my discretion as mayor, I will move item 4 to before item 10. So we will make it under discussion items 8, 9, and then we'll insert item 4 there and then go on with the rest of the agenda for the evening. So with that, I will entertain before we entertain a motion, any public comments on the remaining items on the consent calendar?
I have no public comments.
Okay, then I'll bring it back to council. And Vice Mayor Enander, I see your hand raised. Is that regarding number 4, or are you ready to make a motion?
Ready to make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to move items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 on the consent calendar. And I'd like to make a special thank you to Jessica Young, who I believe is the young woman who came from the Youth Commission and approached the Arts Commission and arranged for them to support item number 2. So I want to acknowledge her role in that.
Thank you for doing that. So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor. Can we get a second, please?
I'll be glad to second. Councilmember Liang.
The City Clerk motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Lee Eng. Can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Weinberger? Councilmember Weinberg?
Wasn't sure it was me you were calling.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander?
Yes.
And Mayor Fliger?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So next we'll move to our public hearing on ordinance number 2021-474, regulation of boarding houses. And I think Mr. Persicone will be presenting on behalf of staff. And so when he's ready, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing.
Excuse me, Mayor, I know you were going to give a comment. Are you going to give a comment after the staff report and before the public comment, or when were you going to give your statement?
So I will do it after City Attorney.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and the rest of the City Council. I am co-presenting this item along with the City Attorney's Office, who helped draft the ordinance. So what is a boarding house? A boarding house, according to the draft ordinance, means any housing unit where lodging is furnished for compensation to more than 2 individuals for a period of more than 30 days. The ordinance also defines what lodging is. We've received several inquiries as to why this ordinance is appearing before the council now. Some of this does predate my employment with the city, but there were several unpermitted boarding houses in Los Altos, and enforcement was difficult without a more clearly defined ordinance. Adoption of this ordinance is an appropriate use of the city's police powers, and there is an attorney general legal opinion stating that boarding houses can be regulated by a city. So the first action of the Planning Commission was in October to recommend prohibiting the use. The Planning Commission did not feel that that was an appropriate action and asked staff to come back to recraft the ordinance to regulate the boarding houses. So in the spectrum of urban planning, there's a wide variety of ways to regulate land uses. On one extreme is conditional use permits. Further down is zoning changes and general plan amendments. CUPs require public hearings. The CUP runs with the land. On the other extreme is more of a ministerial type permit, sign permits, tree permits. Basically, if you meet the requirements, you basically are given the permit. And kind of in between is administrative use permits, home occupations, things that give staff and the city the ability to regulate the use, but not in an onerous way. This was the direction that the Planning Commission recommended for boarding houses, to give the city the ability to regulate the use, but do so in a more streamlined fashion, similar to how the city regulates home occupation permits. These are relatively streamlined, straightforward permits. If you want to open up a business in your home, you have to comply with certain conditions. You pay a very nominal fee of $110. We review it and we monitor it for compliance until we receive potential complaints. During the deliberation with the Planning Commission, there was a registration provision added for the boarding houses in which conditions can be added. And if warranted, the item can be taken up by the Planning Commission if, compliance can't be sought. There was a provision added to the ordinance for revocation if a use continually violates city ordinances. There are a few exceptions to the boarding house for residential care facilities, which are their own separate, unique use within state law. Transitional, supportive, or emergency housing is also does not have to comply. It's a separate provision under state law. And there is an exception for reasonable accommodations, which is for every zoning provision, you have to provide a reasonable accommodation. So we spent quite a bit of time at the Planning Commission trying to parse out the different scenarios that the ordinance would and would not apply. So working in concert with the city attorney's office, we've crafted some slides to kind of differentiate where the ordinance would apply. The biggest takeaway is if it's a commercial enterprise bringing people together, then the ordinance would apply. But I just wanted to run through some of these scenarios. So 3 people live in the same house. They were brought together by a shared living platform. Registration is required. Roommates brought together as part of a commercial enterprise. 2 people responded to an ad to rent rooms owned by an absentee landlord. Registration not required. There's only 2 potential lodgers. We changed the scenario a little bit. This time, Omar and Fred respond to an ad with their friend. The 3 men attended college together and are best friends. They share living expenses and consider themselves a single household unit. Registration technically not required, but the property owner is encouraged to register just in case the household makeup changes. Same facts, but one of the person graduates and moves away. The 2 other remaining people advertise for a 3rd roommate. They find one who they have no pre-existing relationship with. A registration is required. Lodging includes leasing non-owner occupied households to more than one family, and there are more than 2 lodgers here. There's a married couple. One of the married couple's friends needs a place to live. They invite the person to live in their guest room. The 3 socialize together and share living expenses and chores. Registration not required because the 3 form a single family. Same facts, but in this case, one of the tenants has a girlfriend and their daughter also moves in. Registration not required. The 5 form a single family. I'm going to skip through the last one. Also, as stated, transitional or emergency housing, residential care facilities, college dormitories, registration also not required. So after publication of the staff report, there were some questions that came in. There was a letter from a YIMBY group. The city attorney will be addressing those during the staff response period. There was questions related to how many boarding houses Los Altos has. The answer is it's undetermined at this time because we don't have data to document who is and who is not a boarding house. Why the ordinance now? It's needed for enforcement and for tracking purposes. There was a question as to what is a shared living platform. A shared living platform is a technology company that leases out single-family homes to multiple individuals or households on the behalf of owners of those homes. There was a question about how if cities responded to this. It really varies from city to city. As stated, you know, the regulatory spectrum can go from basically a ministerial type review or all the way to a conditional use permit. And what would be the cost for this? Staff is encouraging that the fee be kept low so that we encourage people to apply. And there was questions related to outreach. There were 3 planning commission hearings on this item. This is exempt from CEQA because it is the ordinance by itself will not result in a foreseeable significant environmental effect. This ordinance is consistent with the general plan, specifically General Plan Goal 1, 2, and Land Use Element Policy 2.1. And so the council really has a couple options. Option 1, to overturn the Planning Commission's recommendation and prohibit boarding houses, or option 2, affirm the commission's decision and regulate boarding houses. So the recommendation before you tonight is to, number 1, find that the ordinance is exempt from CEQA, to direct staff to file a notice of exemption, to recommend approval of the zoning text amendment. And there was an error on the ordinance if the council adopts tonight to change the ordinance to reflect that Mayor Flagger is the mayor. So that concludes my initial presentation.
Thank you, Guido. And I think there is also an option 3 where we can decide not to adopt an ordinance. So thank you for that presentation. As council knows, the first thing we will do is take questions, not a discussion, just questions, clarifying questions based on the staff report and the information presented. Then we'll go to public comment. Then I'll close the public hearing and then we'll have our discussion. So with that, I see Councilmember Weinberg has his hand raised, so I'll start with him.
Thank you, Mayor. And Guido, thank you very much for that presentation. I appreciate it. I have one question based on the presentation. If the council were to go with option number 1, I believe you said that the purposes of the ordinance would be 1, to help with enforcement, and 2, for tracking purposes. Tracking purposes kind of raised some red alarms for me. What is it that we're tracking? This sounds a little Big Brother-ish, and what is that information going to be used for?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply Big Brother-ish stuff. It was just more like a home occupation permit, if somebody files for that, then that's just something that is in our permit system. And if we do happen to receive complaints, then we have documentation that the person purportedly agreed to follow the city ordinances. And
So the tracking would be to track the registrant, to be able to contact them in case there wasn't an enforcement
right,
issue?
exactly.
Okay, thank you.
It would be just like any other sort of home kind of occupation permit, that there would be a responsible person that if there were problems, who would the city or code enforcement reach out to?
I think what I understand is that what we're doing is tracking contact information in case there is an enforcement issue, and taking it directly to the lodgers does not resolve the issue. But we're not tracking people that are moving around or keeping any other sort of
No, we're not tracking who lives and who comes and goes. We're tracking the person that is doing the use. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Guido, for the presentation. So in the staff report, it says that this was initiated by staff and City Council, and previous council considerations were in 2019 or 2018, if I'm reading the staff report correctly. So for those of you who were on council, or maybe just Guido or John, you can answer the question. Is this what you expected to come back? I mean, what was the request at the time, and does this reflect the intent that council was asking back in 2018 and 2019?
Councilmember Meadows, you're breaking up a little.
Okay.
Okay. No, I heard the question.
Okay.
Letting you know, and I'm happy to respond because I was on council along with Vice Mayor Enander and Councilmember Lee Eng. At the time, we had no codes or regulations related to boarding houses, and we were receiving several complaints from residents regarding boarding houses in their neighborhoods. And I remember council and our staff at the time, including our city attorney at the time, were trying to figure out how do you respond to that when our existing ordinance code did not have specific code sections related to boarding houses. And so the direction from council was for us to develop an ordinance code to address boarding houses. During the discussion portion, I can answer the second part of your question, but it was a request based on the fact that I remember we were all looking at the ordinance code and there was nothing specific on boarding houses to really respond to the code enforcement complaints.
Mayor, may I add briefly to that?
Yes, please go ahead, Vice Mayor.
The specific direction, as I recall, to staff was because, as the mayor said, the opinion of the city attorney, as well as our police department who did code enforcement, did not feel that they had adequate grounds for the enforcement that we were seeking. And in fact, we tried to address this issue with one or more of these houses. And in the nature of the pushback, it solidified the opinion of the city attorney that we needed to be more specific in our code. The direction from council at that time was to bring back an ordinance that would prohibit these. And that was the specific direction to the staff. And that is why the first presentation that came back to Planning Commission from staff was compliant with the direction from the prior council.
Councilmember Lee Eng, do you want to speak to that same topic?
Yeah, because I was going to save that in my comments for later, but if it helps now, I have here that in the October 15, 2020 memo, the authors made it clear that the purpose and intent of existing regulations is already to prohibit boarding houses. The amendment is a clarifying amendment to the code to expressly prohibit what is now implicitly prohibited by omission. And I believe that this is an extremely dangerous path to embark on what we're doing right now, because the basis of Chapter 14 of the Municipal Code is the concept of permitted uses. It is logically based on the idea that what is not permitted is prohibited. Any amendment should begin by reinforcing the concept that a boarding house is not listed as a permitted use and is therefore already prohibited. So the purpose of a boarding house ordinance is merely to make it crystal clear to everyone that boarding houses have always been prohibited. And I thought that was what we were trying to do, and that was the path we were going for. So having all this come back to us the way it did, I'm a little surprised.
I want to keep us focused on responding to the question Councilmember Meadows asked, because that's what we're discussing right now. And I will say, Councilmember Liang, I do remember that memo and clarifying, it's not clear in the code, but if you read, one interpretation could be because it's not listed as permitted, it's prohibited. And from that, we wanted staff to look at the ordinance code to make sure that we had the right language regarding boarding houses. It is before us now. And I think regardless of what maybe, the former councilors we've learned, as a majority or more intended, before us, staff has presented one ordinance that prohibits it and another that allows us to regulate it, both addressing the question that was raised in 2019 about the absence of anything specific on boarding houses. And so again, I don't want to get in discussion. I know the city attorney is going to start slapping my wrists, but I do want to make sure, in response to Councilmember Meadows' question, the context of the discussion and what led to City Council saying we needed something more explicit in our ordinance code. So with that, Councilmember Meadows, do you have any more questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councilmember Liang, go ahead. We can't hear you, Lynette.
Sorry, and thank you again, Guido, and thank you for the report. What came before us in attachment B, I wanted to ask some questions about why would we not be able to provide require on-site parking? Because I noticed that it didn't, the second option for attachment B, it didn't allow for any on-site parking. I can't hear you, Guido.
I'm what section of the ordinance are you?
No, it doesn't have any on-site requirement for on-site parking. And I was just wondering if they were to move forward on the second option to allow boarding houses, can they require on-site parking?
I mean, I could chime in or Eric could chime in, but this isn't a new development application, and it's I would say that we wouldn't be able to do that because it's not like a new development application, but I will defer to Eric. But I don't think we decided that it was going to be under option B, that it was going to be that regulatory. It was just going to be, you could come in for a use and you could get this permit, but we weren't going to make it like a use permit. It was going to be a less intensive type permit. And Eric, I think you could chime in, but it's supposed to be like a home occupancy permit. It's not supposed to be like a use permit.
That was the request again. So that there was we're bringing two possible ordinances to you. One was based on the council direction, and one was based on the planning commission direction. And what Jolie said is correct in terms of attachment B reflecting the planning commission direction. If we want to look at adding additional requirements like that, as Jolie said, this isn't for new development. So I guess the requirement would be that the existing home already has to have a certain amount of on-site parking. That would severely limit the number of homes to which where boarding would be allowed. And that's something that council would have to weigh as a policy consideration. It's what I would say in response to that.
So then clarifying another question for that is, this is like a business. So we have daycares that require 4 on-site parkings. So if someone gets a daycare permit, they require 4 on-site parking. So why, if council decides, they can do that, correct?
You would have to decide what level of use permit that you would want for this type of use, and we're not going the use permit route, we're going more towards the home occupancy. But daycares have different levels of 6 or fewer, 6 to 12, over 12, and those all require different permits. So saying that daycares need certain on-site parking, I'm going to defer to John or Guido, but there are,
you could put the lights in, yeah.
Chief Galea.
So John, you or Guido can respond to the on-site parking, because we have different levels of daycare, and daycare requires certain parking and certain requirements, and some of them don't require any parking because they're 6 or fewer.
Right. Well, the parking standards are found in a separate section of our zoning code, and if the council were to desire a requirement for on-site parking for a boarding house use, we would have to go back and insert that use in the required number of parking spaces for that type of use into that section of the code. As the city attorney mentioned, this code section is just an ordinance that would allow for the registration of boarding houses. I don't think the Planning Commission was looking at it as one where they were looking at site development standards or the need for additional parking spaces. It was akin to a home that's got 4 bedrooms and 4 individuals live in the home, all related, that have cars. I think a similar set of circumstances were being sort of analyzed or considered or thought of with respect to boarding houses. But again, if the council wants us to require on-site for parking, we'd have to come back with a different ordinance and plug into our parking regulations the number of on-site parking spaces council would think would be appropriate, and also take it back to the Planning Commission, because the Planning Commission hadn't weighed in on an ordinance regarding parking for this type of use.
Okay. The other question I had is, if they were to consider the B, it said no permitted structural changes shall be made to the housing unit to accommodate lodgers. So let me ask you a question. If someone wanted to add a wall that does not affect plumbing, electrical, or there was one more, or load-bearing wall, would they need to get a permit to add that divider?
Well, if it depends on the type of the wall. If it were a floor-to-ceiling wall, that would require a permit. But if it was a wall of a partial height, didn't go all the way to the ceiling, and it was supported independently of the remaining structure, then a permit would not be necessary for something like that.
Okay. After, if someone were to receive a permit, how can you be assured that further construction or divisions of rooms conducted without permits do not occur?
Well, it would be like other projects here in Los Altos. We do have a very involved citizenry, and we do receive a lot of complaints, people that start construction without benefit of permits. So it would be done on a complaint basis. Not saying that we catch everyone, but if someone were to complain and we were to look into our permit records and find that a permit had not been issued, we would require that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Biggs, I just have one question, and it relates to language in section 14.31.030D, where it talks about, if there are unique conditions, then staff will have the ability to impose additional conditions. And I think it's based on adverse impacts to the community, based on public health, safety, and welfare. And I wanted to better understand that language. Again, going back to the impetus for this proposed ordinance, where we have regulations related to single-family homes, we have regulations related to multifamily homes, but we didn't have anything governing boarding houses. And so I'm trying to understand, and I know the city attorney talks about the difference in the different types of permits, but I am trying to understand, what are those considerations where you would make that exception? And the reason is, and I'm trying to figure out, do we need to already build those into the regulation to make clear that these are the requirements related to boarding houses, as opposed to doing it on a case-by-case basis?
Well, I think the commission in developing this code felt that there should be a little bit of a relief valve in case there was something that we hadn't thought of in terms of some particular conditions regarding a site or the boarding house use on the property. As I stand here right now, or sit here right now, I can't think of something that comes immediately to mind that would be a reason to support an exception from the standards. I don't know if, Eric, if you've given it any thought or?
Well, I think that was sort of the point of this provision, is that, and when you've written enough ordinances, you sort of know that you try to think of all the things that could go wrong that you're trying to prevent, and then some unique circumstance comes along that you didn't think about at the time you were developing the regulatory scheme. And this was an attempt to provide staff with flexibility in the event of different or unique circumstances, to add additional conditions that might relate to a particular property. So, I mean, that's kind of, what do we foresee? That's kind of the point. It's meant as a catch-all for things we don't foresee.
And you just partially answered the question, Eric, where you said maybe there's something unique to the property. Right. Because in reading it, I was wondering, and that's why I'm asking the question, if it could mean unique to a boarding house versus a single family home versus a multifamily residential building. Because that's where I would, appreciate direction from staff to say, it is different from a single family residence in these ways, and as a result, these are the requirements we're going to have. So that's what I was looking for. I mean, I have, many issues which we'll discuss later with the ordinance, not a reflection on the drafters. But when I was looking at it, I was trying to find that middle to better understand, okay, they're not single family homes, which was the issue 2 years ago, like looking specific at boarding houses, these unique structures or how they're being used. Are there things that as a community we should be aware of and regulate differently?
I'd have to give that more thought. I don't have an answer for that question off the top of my head right now.
Okay.
And why don't we just take comments from the public and then come back with your specific questions, and then we can try to facilitate that.
I mean, if I can chime in, one of the key things in terms of the conditions that we did add here is a restriction on room occupancy, because one of the unique circumstances that can come up with what is truly a boarding house, people are put together through a commercial enterprise, is there can be an incentive in order to make more money off of the property, to sort of cause people to live in overcrowded conditions in order to maximize profits. And so that was sort of the thinking behind some of the room occupancy limits in here. And so that I think that is at least a partial answer to your question, Mayor.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Eric. And so with that, if no more questions.
I had just
Member-
one.
Yep, go ahead, please.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I maybe should know this, but Mr. Ramakrishnan, I don't know what role he's playing, and I'm sorry if I missed that introduction. Perhaps you could explain the role that you're filling.
Thanks, Councilmember. So Eric is with our city attorney's law firm. He acts as deputy city attorney. He assists Ms. Houston on legal matters for the city of Los Altos.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry we didn't have the formal introduction, but Eric works with me. He works very closely with planning, and it was my oversight. I just thought everybody knew Eric, so I'm sorry.
Is that your question, Councilmember Meadows?
Yes, that was my question. Thank you.
No, thanks for the question, and I'm sure members of the public may have also been thinking about the same question. So with that, we will go to public comment. City Clerk, I see one hand raised.
Yes.
And so let's go ahead and give the, see? And please, if you are going to comment, please go ahead and raise your hand.
Madam Mayor, I see eight members of the public wishing to speak.
I do as well. So if there are only 8, let's go ahead and give each speaker, I see 9. Okay, let's go ahead and give each speaker 3 minutes.
Okay. Salim?
Hi, I'm Salim. I grew up in Los Altos. If there's more affordable housing in Los Altos, I would move back to Los Altos. I have friends who have benefited. Oh, sorry, I'll wait for the timer to start. Apologies.
There you go.
Okay. I have friends who have benefited from boarding houses as a way of getting affordable housing. You can split the cost of the shared living area, and that helps bring down rent quite a bit. You know, it's one of the few ways to get affordable housing out of large single-family homes that cover Los Altos. As you know, like the average home in Los Altos is $3.4 million. So it can be very difficult for millennials to live in Los Altos, you know, unless it's in a shared living arrangement. So I think that there are a few issues with, so I clearly oppose banning boarding houses, but also I think there are some issues with the way this regulatory ordinance is written. It involves a lot of discretion being given to city staff. And I think in the past, Los Altos has relied on laws that involve a lot of discretion to be applied, and it keeps causing issues. You know, there are often appeals that have to get litigated by commissions. It slows down the process. There are people who are unhappy because we're just sort of making things up as we go. And it just, to me, does not seem like a good idea to give a blank check to city staff to apply heightened scrutiny to tenants on the basis of the fact that they just like rent rooms as opposed to own the home that they live in. So the discretion, to me, it seems like an issue. We should just write a law that regulates what we want to regulate. We shouldn't write a law that is just a blank check to, you know, basically doing anything as a condition of being able to have a boarding house. And then finally, the last issue I have with this is I just think it's unfair to apply heightened scrutiny to people on the basis of the fact that they can only afford to rent a room in a house as opposed to like own the house. The logic of this ordinance is that for some reason it's okay if, like, you know, 5 unrelated people own a house. If they can own a $3.4 million home, no extra scrutiny on parking or noise. But if they have to rent the rooms, then Los Altos is going to use the force of law to make sure that they're, you know, good neighbors. I think Los Altos should just have rules that apply to the number of cars that you have or the amount of parking you take up that applies to everybody. I mean, if those are the problems, then those should be problems regardless of whether you have a large family where everyone drives a car or if you have multiple people living in a boarding house together. We already have noise ordinances. You could introduce a law that restricts the number of cars a house can have. It seems unfair to me to just apply heightened scrutiny to people just on the basis of the fact that they can only afford to rent a room. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine.
Our next speaker is Brian Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members for the opportunity to speak. I didn't hear anything, I think, either in the packet or in the presentation about exactly why the existing city code around nuisances is inadequate to deal with housemate situations, or boarding houses as they're called here. Unfortunately, as you heard a little bit earlier tonight, there's a long history in our community and in our country of measures like this that are facially neutral, but they're really designed to create categories of people who don't belong somewhere. And I'm very concerned that passing anything like this will open the door for our involved citizenry to ensure that every large family or large group of friends that looks different gets a knock on the door from city code enforcement asking why they deserve to live in Los Altos. I think, as the previous speaker said, discretion opens the door for a lot of problems, and people who are just trying to live here should not have to be on a registry. They should not be subject to scrutiny when they move in because a neighbor or somebody in the neighborhood might not like the way they look. So I would urge you not to adopt this unnecessary ordinance in any form. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Our next speaker is Mayrus Ahi.
Yes, hi, good evening, Council. This is Maris Ahi from the Planning Commission. I just wanted to quickly summarize the rationale from the Planning Commission. We all felt as though prohibiting boarding houses didn't really make much sense because of the fact that, it would provide an opportunity for more individuals to live in Los Altos, and it would also give homeowners more flexibility with their home. At the same time, we knew that at the very minimum, we had to establish some type of basic registration and regulation from a building code and safety code perspective. The discussions we had were mainly to do with building codes and safety, and it wasn't trying to over-regulate anything. Staff, the city attorney, the commission, we did our best to go through this and define each term and really make sure that this ordinance made logical sense in terms of defining a boarding house. We also unanimously recommended this second option. So we feel that this is a really productive solution moving forward, and I just wanted to mention that. And I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayrus.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I would prefer that, just for simplicity sake, that we do prohibit the boarding houses. The scrutiny is of the owner, not of the people who are renting the rooms. I think that enforcement will be extremely difficult. Our code enforcement officer already has a ton of work to do. With our BMR situation, we had to go hire Palo Alto housing because people try to take advantage of different situations. And I think that the city council, when they looked to prohibiting it, had a good reason. The boarding house had existed. Someone had a gun in the house. They were shooting up the house. They shot themselves. It really was a challenge. So it's not that, somebody just came along and said, oh, let's address boarding houses. There were some serious, dangerous public safety problems that brought this to the forefront. So I just thought I'd give that history, and making it very convoluted and more difficult to enforce. I don't think is right. I think we just prohibit it, and that's the end of it. It's simple, and the owner has the responsibility not to do it. Because we know even in town with some of our accessory dwelling units, people don't register. We can't go chasing people all around. We just need to stop it. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta.
Mayor, can I speak?
Oh, yes, please. Go ahead.
The last speaker mentioned something about an incident with a gun and a shooting at one of the homes, and that's really not before us tonight. And I'd also like to say that that was decidedly after the council took the direction to look into prohibiting the boarding houses. That was, I think, probably 2 years after. So, and that isn't the impetus of why we're going forward tonight. So I just want to keep that out of the record, because it really wasn't our reason why we want to look at regulating or prohibiting boarding houses. That was another separate incident, which is not related to a boarding house.
Thank you for that, City Attorney.
Our next speaker is Ann Paulson.
Hi, I'm Ann Paulson, and thank you, City Council. So here is what we are saying is not a business. I rent a 3-bedroom house and live in it. And here is what we are saying is a business. I rent a 3-bedroom house. I live in it with a friend, and I advertise on Craigslist for another roommate because I can't afford the rent. I'm unable to understand why one of those is a business and the other is not a business. I understand that the city has definitely a legitimate interest in assuring that the fire codes and the noise ordinances and the parking ordinances are all followed. That's a legitimate interest. But what I don't understand is why we need special scrutiny against renters. Anyone who violates those ordinances is equally culpable, but we don't have any rule about my neighbor who mentioned in a recent discussion about parking that their family has 5 cars and parks them on the street. Apparently that's fine, but apparently if it was 5 renters, it wouldn't be fine. They're doing the same thing. It's the same public streets. We're worried about some tenants being noisy, but we don't have any scrutiny about a family that moves in with 3 teenagers. We don't make them sign anything for that their children are not going to have noisy parties late at night. So my belief is that we shouldn't be having special scrutiny against renters. We should have rules. We should have ordinances. Those ordinances should be followed. We should enforce them. But we shouldn't say that renters are somehow worse than other people, or that their home that they live in is somehow a business, and it's a business because they live there and not for any kind of commercial activity. So I feel that we should not pass this ordinance. I think it's bad. I think it discriminates against tenants. I think it's against affirmatively fair housing, and I think it's a bad policy that we should not do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anne.
Our next speaker is Teresa.
Good evening. I'm calling to express my concern about allowing boarding houses in Los Altos. My main concern is that there are a number of them throughout the Bay Area. San Francisco has a number of them, and often it's an absentee owner big business situation. So there's nothing to do with affordable housing. It's about packing in as many tenants as possible to be able to make as much money as possible on whatever building that they're using. As a person who has lived next to people who have many, many, many cars, I would like us to have some sort of controls over the amount of cars that would be allowed, or making sure that there was off-street parking. The other is my recollection of the phone calls that came in complaining about the boarding houses were very clear that it wasn't just about cars, it was also about quantities of people, and that they were really jam-packed in the homes. So I've never heard, other than this evening, people just proactively calling in and saying, gee, I really want a boarding house in Los Altos. So I would say that in support of residents of Los Altos, typically my attitude is listen to what the residents say, and what we've been hearing is that there's a problem with the boarding houses. If you were to move forward, which is not what I would like to have happen in allowing boarding houses, I would ask that you regulate them, you treat them as a business, that you have permits that are much higher than are being proposed, because these are businesses. They will be making money from them. They are absentee owners often. Currently, any homeowner, myself and others, could rent a room out or a couple rooms out to people. I know people who do that in Los Altos. It provides a nice income for them. It also allows people to house some people that need housing. But make no mistake, a boarding house is not going to be affordable housing for anybody. On average, it's over $1,000 and can go as high as $2,000 depending on the neighborhood. And you know, in Los Altos, it's going to be at least $2,000 for a room. So I don't want people to be misguided or think that this is going to be some great way to get people in our town that will be able to afford the housing. Lastly, if it doesn't help our RENA numbers, I say forget it, or make sure you control it as much as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa.
Our next speaker is T. Couture.
Hi, it's Terry Couture. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm calling to suggest that boarding houses, I don't believe, fit into the Los Altos general plan. Many of the consequences of boarding houses that we've seen in the past does significantly affect the rest of the neighbors. I don't believe that we should allow boarding houses to be legal in Los Altos. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
We have a speaker by the name of Jim Darby, but my computer is saying that he's using an older version of Ring Central. So I'm going to try to promote you, Jim, to allow you to speak. And then in the meantime, our next speaker would be Pete Daly. Mr. Daly?
Hi, everybody. So I'm Pete Daly. I've lived in Los Altos for about 10 years. But, you know, when I came to Silicon Valley in 1993 from Berkeley, all I could afford to do was share a house in Mountain View with 4 other guys. You know, we were all young professionals, educated, poised to, you know, contribute to our community and move up in society. But I wouldn't have been able to afford it if I didn't have that shared housing situation. And as I read this proposed ordinance, it looks like that living situation, you know, might not have been allowed. I can also say that there were ordinances on the books that were used to manage us, so to speak. I got several parking tickets for not parking, you know, for not being able to find a spot where I should legally be able to park, and so on and so forth. Lastly, I want to say that it's my understanding that California Code 65008 prohibits discrimination based on tenancy or familial status. So given that we wouldn't be able to tell a family that they've gotten too large for the property that they own, I believe we would also not be able to legally make any restrictions on people occupying a home based on their style of tenancy or familial relations. And I think we've had, you know, a few too many lawsuits and run afoul of the courts more than we need to. So I don't think it would be wise for us to adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete.
Our next speaker is Renee Rochelle.
Hi, I just wanted to voice my support for basically everything. Sorry, did you hear the first part? Okay. I wanted to voice my support for basically everything Ann Paulson said. We should apply appropriate laws fairly to both owners and renters, whether that's for noise or parking or anything else. We're trying to increase housing availability in Los Altos, so we should make it possible to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee.
Our next speaker is Orta.
Orta, are you there?
I'm having
It's on mute.
Okay.
There
Can
she
you
is.
hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm really confused about this whole thing. I don't know why you're even considering such a thing. You know, you're losing sight of the idea of neighborhood. Neighborhood is for families, and we all know that. And you can make a family mean anything, but we all know what a family is. When you have people moving in and out, coming and going, strangers, you're losing the whole sense of neighborhood, of community. Los Altos is supposed to be a community. You're making it a venture, a business venture. Now, we own apartments. We know all about rental and renters. There's no prejudice here against renters. We don't dislike renters. They're just not community. It's a place where they go to sleep and maybe get a cup of coffee and leave. And you're destroying the idea of Los Altos. And I think you should take that under deep consideration. I don't even know why you're doing this. This is not affordable housing. You're not satisfying any requirements for affordable housing. It's expensive to rent here, and it just makes no sense to me. Now, as far as somebody renting out a room in their house, that's different than a boarding house. If you have a 3-bedroom house and you live in 1 bedroom, it's perfectly okay to rent out the other 2 bedrooms to anybody you want to. That's not a boarding house. A boarding house is like what they did across the street from where I live. They took the living room, divided it up, and made 2 spaces out of it for sleeping. They took the dining room, made 2 more spaces for sleeping. Pretty soon, there were 6 sleeping spaces in a 3-bedroom house. So that's not renting. That's making money. The owners don't even live here. They live in Hong Kong. And their idea was to make as much money as they could. And one more point has to do with the gun. There was a shooting across the street in that house, and it was very serious. Everybody in my house, including my grandchildren, were totally petrified. We've lived here for almost 60 years. I never heard gunshots in my neighborhood. And when I ran outside, I saw that there was a depressed person who was renting one of those 6 or 7 spaces, and he decided to go shoot himself. But somebody else could have gotten hurt other than him. Okay, well, my time is up, but I could go on, and I think that you should.
Miss Orta, I am gonna ask you to stop, but thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So our next speaker is Nancy Martin, followed by Jim Darby. I'm still having difficulty unmuting Jim Darby and trying to promote him. Our next speaker is Nancy Martin. Nancy?
She's unmuted. Nancy, can you hear us?
And I'm trying to promote Jim Darby as a panelist so that he can speak, but he is not coming back through.
Andrea, this is Guido. If he emails you his comments, could we just read them into the record? Is that?
Sure, he could do that, or phone one of us and he could speak via phone. Yes, he could email.
Or they can call in, can't they?
I don't believe they can call in on this platform. They could call somebody's cell phone.
They can only call in and listen, Councilmember Lang. They cannot speak. And so, City Clerk, why don't you go ahead and give him your email address? You may want to just share it right now. And if he's listening, I like the idea of having him send an email and we can read it into the record.
Okay, so you can send an email to A Shelamangos, CHELEM as in Mary, EN as in Nancy, GOS as in summertime at losaltosca.gov.
And it just occurred to me that they can also send it to the public comment email address, which is on our agenda.
Yes.
So they can either send their comment and we will read it so that it gets on the record. Thanks for that, Andrea.
You're welcome. And
is Nancy Martin trying to get on?
She is. Nancy, can you hear us? So Nancy can also send an email to the public comment at losaltosca.gov email address, and we'll make sure we read her comments into the record. And I apologize, Nancy and Darby. Sorry about that. Okay, so City Clerk, do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? I only see Nancy's virtual hand and Miss Orta has already spoken.
Right, that's all I see is Nancy Martin. So nobody else.
Okay, and so with that, I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion. I am aware of the time, it's 9:31. Would council members like to take a 10-minute break? I see the T. Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break and we will come back at 9:42. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mhm.
Calling all council members, I see Vice Mayor, Councilmember Weinberg, Councilmember Liang, and Councilmember Meadows. Felt like we were on a game show, everybody being introduced and waving. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna resume at 9:42 p.m. And so I will open it up for council discussion. And
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I do have the two people that would like to speak from the public, Nancy Martin and Jim Darby. So I was going to give Jim Darby a call so he can speak via the cell phone.
Okay, and let me just make clear for the record, we're not reopening public comment. These were members of the public that weren't able to speak during public comment because of technical difficulties. So go ahead, City Clerk.
Okay, I'm trying to get him on the phone right now. Okay, Madam Mayor, I have Jim Darby here and he's ready to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't get on before. I have an old computer, so I don't know how to operate it very well. But
that's fine. You have 3 minutes.
I live in the same neighborhood that Myra does, and the council person who made the comment that the gun has no bearing on this discussion tonight. Well, I can tell you, ma'am, it sure does to me and Myra, because it was our neighborhood where it went off. But anyway, I'll let that go. Here's the big thing that I'm concerned about. Like, I've tried to read the ordinance, and what I want to know is there a restriction to how many people can reside in a boarding house? Because as Myra pointed out, the house next door to me, they gutted that. They put in like 4 extra rooms just by putting up walls. And all of a sudden, one day, we had 12 people living next door to us. And they all had cars. And if you think that doesn't make a difference in your community, I'll tell you, you're wrong. And so I just want to make sure that I'd like to know if there's going to be a limitation on the number of people in a house. Like, can they take a pantry and make a room out of it? You know, who's going to make that decision? And then the last thing I want to say is to the council. I understand you represent the city of Los Altos, and I think that's great. But I have to ask you, have you all asked the people in your own neighborhood what they would think about this? Would they like to have cars that have never been parked in front of their house parked now? Or people who come and go that they've never known? So, you know, that's not for me to make that decision. That's for you folks. But I hope you've asked your neighbors how they would think about this. And that's all I got to say. And thank you for giving me my time.
Thank you, Jim. Is Nancy also on the phone?
I'm going to have to give her a call.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, please.
Maybe have them mute their devices so we don't get the feedback.
Okay.
You get the feedback and your phone.
You're breaking up, Councilor Liang.
Phone and her computer. That's why you get the. Okay. When Andrea uses her cell phone, it's next to her computer. It causes the feedback, and she's calling them on her phone and putting it on the microphone. Hear that? I guess you couldn't hear it. Do you understand what I was saying? Oh, okay.
Okay, Nancy, you are able to speak now.
Okay,
Are you getting reverb?
No.
Okay, great. Well, I agree with everyone else that has called in that is questioning the boarding house decision. I have a couple reasons for that. One is when you rent a house to someone, you normally they normally sign a lease for at least a year, and then an extensive background check is done, and so renters can definitely fit into the community. It's a little bit different situation, but everyone does have to be checked out. Where with the boarding house, they don't. So there's no criminal background done, and you don't know who's in that house. And I think that would be very, it would just be upsetting if I was a parent and my kids are out playing in the street. I don't know who's living next door. And the other situation is that it can turn into like an Airbnb deal, because the people don't have to stay there very long. They can, who knows, they can just stay for 2 weeks and someone else can come in, and it's just more of a transient type of situation. I also have an issue with, we have some renters on the other street near us, and there is 5 or 6 cars, and so now they spill over onto our street. And it's not a big deal, but the car doors are slamming, you know, people are getting in and out of their cars. If that was all over my street, I'd be really upset. So that would be something we need to do to keep in mind for the consideration of the people that have lived here a long time and have built this community. We just need to preserve that. So that's my thoughts on it, and I appreciate you going through all the trouble to hear them.
Thanks, Nancy.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I do not see any other members of the public wishing to speak.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. So I'll bring it back to council for discussion. And I'm happy to get us started. Let me start by saying that, you know, I supported adopting an ordinance code regulating boarding houses 2 years ago because our staff back then did not believe our existing ordinance code framework had any provisions for us to do that. And I still support some form of regulating boarding houses, but I also want to share that the current draft before us, and I'm referring to draft B, not A, doesn't reflect what I would support in a boarding house regulation. As I indicated earlier, I think the ordinance should be very simple and straightforward and specify what conditions we want to impose on boarding houses based on their unique nature. And it should be guided by safety, public health, and welfare concerns as allowed under the law. It also shouldn't matter if it's a renter or a homeowner. And I do want to say clearly that renters are very much a part of our community, regardless of who the landlord is. Also, I want to point out that many of the scenarios described by many speakers tonight could have happened with homeowners. They're not unique to residents living in boarding houses. And so with that, I want to start by taking a poll to see if there are enough council members in favor or inclined to support Ordinance Code 1, or A, the first one, which is the total prohibition. And if there's no support for the total prohibition, then I would have us focus on, because I already said I'm inclined to support some form of regulation. For me, you know, and I'm only speaking for myself, I think I prefer, you know, I have my ideas, but it's really a rewrite of Ordinance B. But that's just one vote. And so I do want to poll council members first on the first ordinance, the prohibition, to see if we want to discuss it, even if we don't like what it says. You know, conceptually, is there enough support for Ordinance A, which completely prohibits boarding houses? So with that, I'll open it up for discussion and respond to that first point. I see Vice Mayor Enander.
Thank you, Mayor. I think because I participated in the discussion a couple of years ago, and I went back to my notes from that period of time. And at the time, we had 7 houses that were problematic. And among the problems, in addition to what some of the speakers have said tonight, there were a number of houses where there were illegal walls. I'm going to just put it that way. The rooms had been split up. There were 2 and 4 beds in rooms. There were 10 and 12 people living in houses. There were parking problems. There were noise problems. There were any number of problems. But I also want to recognize that, and I really appreciate that Guido went through some of those scenarios, because there are many, many, many situations where a homeowner could properly rent rooms. And I want to speak about one situation he did not mention tonight. And that is the situation of our seniors who wish to remain in their homes and may have a reason to want to have a caregiver living or occupying a room, for example, that really allows our seniors to stay in their homes as long as possible, which is something that our senior commission speaks about quite often. That being said, I, for a whole lot of reasons that I won't go through at this point, in the interest of time, believe that the most straightforward and appropriate thing to do at this time is to plug the hole that we found we had 2 years ago and clean up our code to prohibit boarding houses. I am concerned that we have not communicated to our community that we are talking about essentially changing our single family zoning to allow commercial activity of boarding houses throughout our city in our single family zones. I do not believe our community understands that. And if we want to pursue that as a concept, then I think we need to craft a different kind of ordinance, perhaps what the mayor has in mind, I don't know, and then really open up to our community a discussion about whether that is appropriate for our city. We have not done that. And I'm frankly surprised that we could even do what attachment B or option B has without changing our zoning code, chapter 14. It's a puzzle to me how we could even do that without changing our general plan and our land use element and chapter 14. So I would advocate that for now, we can immediately do what we've been trying to do for 2 years. And then if we choose, go ahead and pursue another option. That is my recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Enander. So Vice Mayor Enander has expressed her inclination to support Ordinance A, which is the prohibition. Who would like to go next? I'm looking. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Meadows. I was looking for your virtual hand. Go ahead.
Right. First of all, I wondered if Ms. Houston or Mr. Ramakrishnan might have a comment regarding Anita saying, Vice Mayor Enander saying that this isn't consistent with the general plan or something along those lines.
Well, staff's determined that it is consistent with the general plan, and I do not believe that this would be a zoning ordinance. I think it's a regulatory ordinance, not a zoning ordinance. So, but if we go further, we may have to look at to see. It's going to be a definition, but I don't think it's a change in the zoning. But the planning staff has determined that it is consistent with the general plan. And I'm not sure, so I'm not seeing that we're changing definitions, and I can go back and let, because it was brought up early on why 2 years ago the city was concerned about not having enforcement mechanisms because we're under a permissive zoning scheme. And so if you're on the enumerated list and you're allowed, then you're permitted. And if you're not, then the fallback is you're not allowed. But from what I understand is our code wasn't really clear regarding boarding homes, boarding houses. And so that was why the recommendation came from the former city attorney. We needed to be expressly allow or disallow because of that type of zoning definition and that type of scheme. And I don't know if Eric has anything else he wants to add to that, but
yeah, I would just say that there is a question. I understand the concept of permissive zoning and how that applies here, but even under permissive zoning schemes, ancillary uses are allowed even if they're not specifically enumerated. And so to avoid any question of whether or not this is an ancillary use, it's better to clarify how boarding houses should be defined and treated within the code. And that was the goal here of having a definition.
Yeah, and I think tonight what we need to focus on is if we're going to go forward with a prohibition or we're going to go forward with some sort of regulation. And if you're going to go with a regulation type ordinance, be specific about your concerns about the regulatory ordinance. And so, I mean, we're just here to get direction.
And thanks for that, City Attorney. That's where I'm leading them. So
Right.
Councilmember Meadows, go ahead.
I do not support option A.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor.
Did you?
I'm sorry, I'm having my usual computer difficulties at this hour. I do not support option A either. Quite frankly, there are a number of changes that I wanted to redline on option B. I actually didn't think it was that terrible. I mean, I think staff did a lot of work here. I could see the work that went into it, and I can see the input that the Planning Commission had. But certainly, if my colleagues believe that it needs to go back and there's a lot of issues that need to be cleaned up, I would respect that. I don't like the idea of eliminating boarding houses throughout the city. I think that's not who we are. That's not who we want to be. That's not who we should be. And Mayor, I thank you for your comment that a lot of the problems that our residents have mentioned they had with boarding houses could have happened with anyone, could have happened with homeowners as well. One last thing. To the people who are concerned about singling out renters, my reading of the ordinance, I don't share that concern having read through the ordinance carefully. My understanding is that the purpose of the ordinance is to make it easier for code enforcement to find the registrant, the person who actually runs the boarding house, so that if there is a problem and the lodger is not fixing it, then code enforcement can go to the registrant and raise the issue with the registrant. It's not there. I don't see anything in the proposed legislation here in attachment B, which singles out disparate treatment of renters. And certainly if it did so, I wouldn't support that.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Lee Ang.
I do support adopting attachment A first before we do anything and move on forward. Even if you want to make some changes on attachment B, I just feel that we couldn't our code enforcement job not clear. And I think in light of what had happened in the past, we need to make things.
You're breaking up.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, hang on.
That sometimes works.
Okay, let me turn off my video. Can you hear me better now? Okay, so I definitely feel before we do anything, we need to move forward and adopt attachment A. I think because what happens is when we had issues, we couldn't properly enforce it. That's our current code on the books. And like I said earlier, what we were supposed to do is to already clarified amendment to the code that we make any want to amend the changes, we need to do what we should do. And that way it allowed our code enforcement to properly do their job. The other thing is, when we say this is nothing to do against renters, and I think that's correct. Like everyone said, you could still rent out rooms to renters. It was clarified by staff and they did a great job. Thank you, Guido. But what we want to understand is that when you have a family, or I don't see single family residents, because you said that this could happen in any house. I don't see a lot of single family residents having 12 peoples in a 3-bedroom house with 12 cars. So I don't think that's a common thing when you're going to say that this is something that could happen with single family residences. The other thing is there's a lot of problems with the ordinance on B. This does not limit occupancy. There is so many things that we need to clean up. So if we want to move forward, I understand that, but I think we should be adopting A first and then move forward.
So thanks for that, Councilmember Lee Eng. And so it sounds like we do not have a majority supporting moving forward with Ordinance A. And so what we, as the city attorney mentioned, we should focus on is Ordinance B, any proposed changes. And I know Councilmember Weinberg has mentioned he has his list. I don't know about Councilmember Meadows. But I do think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Meadows, Weinberg, Vice Mayor Enander, and Councilmember Lee Eng, what it sounds like we need to do is discuss the changes we would like to see in Ordinance B, and then direct staff to make those changes and bring it back to us. I don't think it's at us, and maybe I'm wrong as we go through the discussion, but my sense is it is not in a state that we can actually do some quick fixes tonight and still get it approved, even though that would be ideal. So with that, I am going to open it up for discussion. I'm happy to go section by section, or we could just do high-level discussion about what we want to see or what we like in the ordinance and what we would like to see in addition to what's there. So Councilmember Weinberg, you mentioned you had proposed changes.
Yes, Mayor. You want me to just go down my list?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at attachment B. The first page, the fourth whereas states, whereas the city also has an interest in maintaining an adequate stock of for sale residential dwelling units. I don't see how that pertains to a regulatory ordinance. I see how it would have pertained to attachment 1, and I wonder if it was just taken from attachment 1 and that's why it's still here. But I would remove that fourth whereas. On what is now the 6th whereas, I would remove the last clause, which reads, the residents of which are often made to pay excessive rents to live in overcrowded conditions. I would simply have the whereas say, whereas shared living platforms have contributed to a rise in the number of single-family homes being used in the Bay Area as boarding houses. Forgive me, I'm scrolling through my notes here.
Okay, let's, what I always think it's easier to do page by page. So let's stop at the recitals, the whereas clauses, to see if anybody has any responses to what Councilmember Weinberg just said or has any additional changes. Go ahead, Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, so I would take a even broader approach than Councilmember Weinberg. I really don't like most of those whereases. Well, I think what we're trying to accomplish is the ability to regulate these type of living spaces in addition to our ability to regulate single family and multifamily homes. So I would really say, whereas, you know, we're trying to put in the ability to define and regulate all living situations in Los Altos with equitable and consistent. This is not wording that, this is just a gist of it, but, you know, we want the ability to regulate this type of living situation the same as we do single family and multifamily residences, and leave the rest of it out. There's a lot of opinion in this whole thing that I think we should be deleting for simplicity's sake. Aha, Jolie has her hand up though.
Oh, she does. Okay. Go ahead, Jolie.
No, why don't you let the city attorneys and planning staff look at this, because this is standard support recitals for our police powers, and really to the reason why we can do these types of regulations. So we'll look at it, but I would feel comfortable leaving our general police power whereas is in, because that is where we derive our ability to even do these regulations. So we can look at them, but a little, and fine tune them. But I know if I was in court, I would want those findings in there.
So Renee, I will defer to you on which of these clauses you think are necessary for us to enact this code. But I just want to piggyback on something Councilmember Meadows said. I also had, and if these are necessary, I mean, maybe rewording them, but I will flag for staff when they're reviewing it. I also wanted to delete or reword the original whereas clauses numbers 3, 5, and 7. So I will defer to staff, but those were, I flagged those. Councilmember Lee Ang.
So I'm uncomfortable doing this red line and marking it up right here like this on the fly. What I would like us to do is to have a town hall meeting to educate the community, whether it's the Planning Commission, whether it's us doing it. But I really would like the public to be properly aware that this is happening and get their input. I really think it'll be helpful. I just like what we did for, well, maybe the Planning Commission should do it, but just like what we did for when we did the REACH codes, I think proper education should be done and explaining to the public what's coming up. I don't think that, you know, just having those hearings that the Planning Commission had is appropriate. I mean, we did more for dogs in parks, and this is going to impact people in their neighborhoods. So I really feel it is appropriate and would be right for us to get public input on this item. So we should do the right thing and do the outreach and really hear from people.
So thanks for that comment, Councilmember Lee Ang. I do think even if as a council we decide to have some form of study session or town hall, this exercise is helpful because at least we need to have a draft of what we're proposing to present to the community. So they don't think, oh, is it they need to have a clear understanding of what majority or more of the council members are inclined to support so they can respond to it. So I do think this is a very helpful exercise for us to get there. And then we can decide, you know, and as you know, with council meetings or planning commission meetings, the public is invited, but I hear you that maybe special community outreach may be necessary. So I appreciate that, and I think we should discuss that. But I do think there is value in us at least understanding as a council first what we're planning to propose to the community to get the reaction to the right thing, as opposed to them thinking one thing versus another. So with that, I do want to continue on to the definition of family. Any comments there, Councilmember Weinberg?
So I really didn't play with the definitions. My belief is that these definitions were crafted to conform to case law, and there was a lot of legal input in it. So I was hesitant to monkey around with that because we could come up with, I think, what we may feel might be a more clear or superior definition. But if we're then taking ourselves out of protections afforded by case law or statute, we're not doing anyone a service. So I don't have any markups on any of the definitions for now.
So before I share my feedback on the definition, City Attorney, can you weigh in there? Are these definitions pulled from a legal source that you're relying on for these definitions?
I would say yes, and Eric is shaking his head too. And we did look at some other cities that had boarding house ordinances, and we did look at some of the litigation, and I think that we were really trying to strike a balance. And I mean, Eric, I don't know if you have anything else to add, but I think we were, these are pretty much legally defined.
Okay, because the definition of family, again, I thought was very narrow, but
yes,
it's how, you know, some legal authoritative source defines family, then I defer to them.
Yeah, and there are a couple cases. I don't know, Eric, do you have anything else to say? But I mean, we are aware of the Adams in the Santa Barbara case, and we are aware of the cases that have looked at this. But you know, a family definition versus what is a commercial enterprise, they're two different bodies. So I don't know, Eric, do you have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, these were based on case law. I would be interested in hearing what the concerns are, and then maybe we could address the concerns rather than.
Yeah, I know Anita has a concern. She thinks there's a word or something left out in one of the definitions or something.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Enander.
In family sub 2, I'm trying to figure out what that really means. An individual who resides alone. Okay, as an individual who resides alone can comprise a family. I'm good with that. Or who shares housing with other individuals who do not form a single housekeeping unit with that individual. I'm trying to figure out what that means. Can you give me an example?
So, okay, so I'll do my best here. I can imagine, if you could, to distinguish, if you can imagine one scenario where you have two roommates who just live together. They're both renting under perhaps separate rental agreements from the same owner, and they're just sort of occupying a house together, but they don't share things, they don't really interact much, they're just occupying the same space. Those would each be a separate family under this definition because they each form their own housekeeping unit. On the other hand, you could imagine a situation where two friends have decided they want to live together and they share expenses and they're responsible for each other, and they interact in the way that any other family would, even though they're not related by blood marriage or adoption. Does that help clarify?
Yes, and I think my problem is I think the comma doesn't make sense then.
Let me...
An individual who resides alone or who shares. So you're either an either or an or. You're either there alone or you're sharing it with others that aren't a housekeeping unit with you.
Are you saying that the comma should come out? Is
yes.
That the, okay. I don't have a problem with that.
Eric, you have to understand, Anita, Vice Mayor Enander, she's very picky about the commas.
Well, and lawyers are known for over comma-ing things, so I'm not offended by
that. Sorry, Vice Mayor. Sorry, Vice Mayor, but we all know that you do. You're very you're keen on commas, and we understand.
No, I wear the badge proudly, and Eric, I'm sorry, I started life as a technical editor.
Okay, let's get back on track. So my reaction to the family definition is whether or not it's necessary. Why do we need to define the family?
If I may, Mayor?
Go ahead, Eric.
The reason for that is because if people are living together and they consider themselves to be a family or to live in a family type situation, then the law in California is under our state constitutional right to privacy, which is a little bit different than the federal right. We're not allowed to regulate them. And so the goal here is to clarify when we are allowed to regulate and when we're not. We're allowed to regulate the situation where people are brought together purely as part of a commercial venture, as opposed to people who are choosing to live as a housekeeping unit. So that's the goal here, to distinguish between the two.
It's a slippery slope, Eric, because people may consider themselves family, even if they don't fall within this definition. And also, where in the code do you use that family term?
Well, here we have, family is either the single individual or family is the housekeeping unit of individuals, and housekeeping unit applies the case law definition.
But throughout the rest of the code, do you use the term family?
Yes, it comes up in defining what lodging is.
Can we go to that? And I don't want to.
Okay, so, and I was working with an existing definition of lodging that was added to the code as part of the short-term rental ordinance.
Because I don't see it here.
It's in there. So lodging means furnishing of rooms or groups of rooms within a housing unit to persons other than the members of the family resided in said unit.
So the lowercase, so it's that the defined term is right there. I think that's what threw me off. So because I searched for the defined term and I couldn't find it. So it is not clearly a defined term there. Okay. I still don't think we need to define family. I really don't. And I think it's a slippery slope in how we want to, even if there's a definition under the law. So going through, so I will skip the definitions only because we're hearing from our city attorney that these are, unless someone has any questions or concerns. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yeah, I had a issue with definitions and stuff. So I did ask the city attorney about whether it was a legal definition, and she said it was. So otherwise I would have brought that up too. Then on page 1, if we're going to be defining family, you're right. All our definitions should be on page 1. We should be defining family unit. We should be defining dwelling. We should be defining dwelling unit, lodging unit, housing, single family residence. Then I'm just like, where's all the definitions like we normally have? Then
so,
one more thing, as we move on, and I forgot to bring this up. I really would like to understand, because earlier you guys said in this report, it says no financial impact. But if we move on with this one that we're moving forward on this attachment B, I really want to understand if there is going to be a financial impact, because when I looked at the San Diego version and the report they gave to their planning commission on their ordinance, they required staffing. So, and they needed an additional staff, and they needed an additional code enforcement staff. So things like that I really need to understand, because I feel like right now we cannot regulate and do a good job regulating all our ADUs. If we can't do that, and why are we adding more onto our staff's plate? And if we are doing that, I'd like to know the cost and the additional cost and time that's going to be required.
So 2 things on that, Councilmember Lee Ang. One, I've not looked at the San Diego version, so I don't know their code enforcement regulatory framework, but it's possible that they're different from Los Altos, which has a more complaint driven, so we don't actively having our code enforcement staff going out and investigating. And the second thing I want to mention, even if we were to do Ordinance A, we will still need staff to enforce Ordinance A. So either A or B would require enforcement, because we're going to have complaints saying it's prohibited, but there are boarding houses on my block, or under B, there's a boarding house and it violates, section 14.1302B. So either one will trigger more enforcement if that's your concern, or we don't know. but I didn't want the impression to be only B would trigger any change in it code enforcement. So going to the actual, the language under section 14.31, again here, and what we're trying to do is give staff clear direction on what we want them to bring back to us in a draft ordinance, and then we can talk about how we socialize that and share it with the community. So Councilmember Weinberg, do you want to get us started again?
Sure. Okay, so section 14.31.010. I'm okay with the first two sentences, but I would drop everything after the words residential neighborhoods, and I would replace it with the establishment of these regulations will protect the city, the public, property owners, and lodgers. One thing that I think is kind of missing from this regulation is that we're trying to protect not just homeowners who are neighbors to boarding houses, but the lodgers themselves who are living in them.
Anybody else on that section? So I see Councilmember Meadows and Vice Mayor. So Vice Mayor Enander, your hand is up first. Is this from a previous question or do you have something new? Okay. So Councilmember Meadows, same question.
Well, it's a statement I didn't get to make in the section we were just at. I agree with what's just been done here. I had X'd out the same things, but I think it's important that, you know, I think back to those scenarios that Guido showed us. I don't think we want to go anywhere near when we're trying to enforce what we come up with, where we're trying to run this litmus test of who's a family and someone was a friend and they moved out and then someone else moves in but they don't know each other. Then what if they end up being a family? I mean, you know, that is not the level and the intent of where our judgment and our regulation should fall. So I just want to make sure that, you know, I at least will focus on the language that we're going through to make sure that we're not getting into the measurement of people's personal relationships.
Okay, no, I agree, Councilmember Meadows. Under 14.31.010, the purpose, I actually, so the first sentence was fine with me. For the second sentence, I actually changed it to say the city has a legitimate interest in regulating boarding houses. And then I deleted everything and I went down to where it says ensuring, and it says this is to ensure that boarding houses do not become a nuisance or threaten the public health, safety, and welfare, and to the end of that paragraph. So I completely deleted starting from and preserving all the way to ensuring. Again, we're giving feedback, staff. I'm going to keep going, but let us know if you have questions, because what we expect, you know, you'll look at this and put the language together based on where I hope our intent is clear. Okay, definitions. I don't want to touch definitions because of what the city attorney said earlier. Not going line by line, but just at a high level, what do people think about the registration requirement section and how that would work?
I didn't like B1, but other than that, I didn't really knock anything out. Seriously, that's really bad. We're looking at who's in what bedrooms.
No. And Councilmember Weinberg, Vice Mayor Enander. No, Vice Mayor Enander, you're next.
Thank you. Yeah, Mayor, I am concerned, and I think this came up in the earlier conversation. Perhaps Mr. Biggs can help us out. I think number 3, B3, is insufficient to prevent the kinds of things that we've talked about, where we have rooms being split. There simply shouldn't be allowed, period. You can't alter rooms.
Yes, okay. So are you saying that this language isn't clear? Number 3, you think he needs to add more language to number 3?
There needs to be more. It's not just a matter of preventing structural changes, because there can be non-structural changes that have the purpose or effect of creating more sleeping rooms that are different from the original construction.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how you do this, but if we're going to go forward with this, and I will continue to oppose it, I'll be very clear. I think this is a really bad idea. Then the idea that you can take someone can take the dining room and put a set of bunk beds in it, and take the living room and put 4 bunk beds in it, and take a bedroom and split it in half and put 2 sets of bunk beds in that. I think we are destroying our city, and it's wrong. And I believe our residents think it's wrong.
And I'll tell you where I'm coming from. I do think there's a public health and welfare issue here when that starts happening. So I'll leave it up to staff. I think enough of us are saying, you know, that's a concern, and let's make sure the language is clear on why that should be regulated.
Yeah, and my concern is that we will not be able to frame a health and safety issue in a way that will really give our code enforcement the levers they need. And that is my concern.
Okay. So for me, and I raised this during our earlier discussion on D, where it talks about imposing additional conditions, I really would appreciate staff working with our city attorney to really flesh out what we mean here. I agree with what I think a couple of public speakers had said. I want it to be very clear and leave as little discretion to staff when it comes to the code enforcement of boarding houses. So to the extent there are unique situations we want to specify with these things, they're not allowed. And I think that would be very helpful to help us enforce this ordinance. Believe me, it will help staff and our code enforcement team if it's very clear on what we're going to look for if there's a complaint filed.
So can I
add Councilmember Meadows?
Yes, thank you. And I support Vice Mayor Enander in what you say. None of us are sitting here advocating that all the dining rooms and living rooms and everything be split up. But we need to be cognizant of what can be done in a home, regardless of whether there's renters in there or not renters in there. So I think I feel like there's some language that maybe it was in the ADU ordinance or something, where a boarding house has to maintain all the home-like amenities of it. But I don't know what that looks like in terms of the language, but you're right. If all of a sudden there's every space except for maybe a kitchen or bathroom is taken up with subdivided illegal spaces, that's not what we want for any home, whether it has tenants in it or not. So look around language about standard living spaces being maintained in any boarding home in Los Altos.
And I like that phrase, home-like amenities. I don't think I've seen that, or I don't think I'm familiar with the section you're referring to, but I like that. Councilmember Weinberg.
I had, in my notes, I had the same concern about B1 that Sally raised. And I also have the same concern, Mayor, that you raised on subsection D, the subjectivity. I also concur with what's just been said about keeping the home-like amenities. It's a very inartful way of saying it, but I agree with that sentiment. And I think if there is a way of saying that properly, it would be appropriate to put in here. I would also like to add in the subsection B a requirement that any lodger have a written lease with the registrant. The purpose of this ordinance really is to help enforce code violations or nuisances. And I've done plenty of landlord-tenant cases. I've had plenty of disputes representing both landlords and tenants. And it is a lot easier to get to a solution and correct a problem, whether it's changing a tenant's behavior or it's ending the lease, if there is a written agreement. I think having a written agreement will help code enforcement, and frankly will help the registrant, who I'm going to assume wants to make sure that their lodges are complying with the law, with the ordinances that we have in our city. as well as state law when it comes to nuisances, trespass, things of that nature.
And I'm wondering if non-boarding housing landlords in the ordinance section that regulates that talks about requiring a written lease, because I want to make sure we're consistent for the same reasons you just articulated. So that, but very good point. Councilmember Lee Eng, anything on this section?
Yeah, I had the concerns about 3 as well, and I know everyone talked about it, and then I'm concerned about 6 as well that was added, because this is 6 will give the green light for places like Hub House that was problematic. I think also.
Let's be careful, Councilmember Lee Eng, in some of the names we're using.
Okay, excuse me. It gives the green light for such businesses that were
shared community
problematic and was brought in concern. The other thing is, so I retract that statement that I made earlier. The other thing is on 3, I asked a question about, can people build dividers? And people can build dividers if it doesn't affect their plumbing, it doesn't affect structural walls, and it doesn't affect electrical. So you cannot impose that people cannot make improvements to a home. So even though you say you do not want someone dividing up their living room or dining room, you cannot also deny people on what they think might be improvements to a home if they're not violating the law. The other thing is, I have a problem because what we were trying to do is, well, the concern I have is if a residential property as well has ADUs, and then that ADU that is a 1,200 square foot ADU gets divided up into 2 or 3, then you're adding more numbers to people's properties. Then, because you have a 1,200 square feet at each, and you can have 3 rooms there, that might be problematic, or 2 more rooms there. I just need to, and then out of the 250 square feet, it says you can house up to 3 people. So you have to understand the consequences of what you're allowing. The other thing I want to bring up is that if we allow this, our goal was to always encourage ADUs, right? Encourage people to have ADUs. And by allowing this, you're not going to encourage residents to build more ADUs. And if they do, it's going to be for purposes of dividing them up and having them rented out. So that's my caution and my concern going forward.
Let me just clarify that point with deleting number 1, Mr. Biggs or Mr. Persicone. Does this apply to, can a homeowner convert their ADU into a boarding house? If we take out 1, because that's where you tie in the size. Because when you think of that size, I know where Councilmember Lee Eng is going. So if we take out 1, does that mean a homeowner could then convert their ADU or use their ADU as a boarding house?
I would need some assistance from our city attorneys on this.
Sorry, the city attorney question.
I believe we wrote.
Eric, you can chime in too, but I think we would have to look at that. But one thing that the council needs to be aware of is the city, we're trying to regulate commercial uses of homes and commercial uses of homes as boarding houses. But if you own a single family residence and you want 3 generations of people living in that and where they live, and it may seem to be overcrowded situations, but it is a family unit and it is we can't go in and say you can't have 3 generations living in your home. So I'm getting a little worried about where we're going with this, and what we're trying to do is in a commercial type situation, not allowing the overcrowding situation. As to the ADU, I haven't even thought about how this would apply to an ADU, because we just barely got our ADU ordinance adopted in effect. Now, I don't know, Eric, do you have any ideas about ADUs? Because
I mean, an ADU is a housing unit, and as
it's
is
a
the
housing
structure,
unit, so this would apply.
right?
So, and again, we're just giving feedback. So these are things you can obviously come back when you bring back the proposed draft, and then we can decide, you know, how we go forward.
I think if I can chime in, Mayor, what number one is trying to address, and I will concede there are better ways to address this, but I want to throw it out there before we just don't address the concern at all, is it's trying to protect a situation where somebody is sort of just paying, you know, upwards of maybe a couple $1,000s for the right to reside in a house, and then you know, they may be required to live with multiple people in the same room, or maybe the room next door is occupied, rented out to several people who they had to share a bathroom with, and they didn't know that they were going to have to live in such crowded situations. So the goal is to try to protect renters here from situations where they're maybe not getting what they bargained for. If there's a better way to address that concern, I'd like to hear people's ideas, if that makes some sense.
Yeah, and I just want to distinguish that in the commercial setting, it's different than if it's a familiar situation, or it's a multi-general. And what we do not want to do is we do not want to target multi-generational family situations, because
we can't.
We cannot. And there's case law, and what we don't want to do is, if you have 3 generations in your house and everybody's living in the family room and the dining room and wherever, we do not tread in that territory.
Got it, Attorney. Thanks for making that point.
And one more point I'd like to make.
Councilmember Lee Ang, I'm going to have you make one more point. Based on the time, I'm going to, after that point, I am going to move us along so we can wrap up this item. So go ahead and make the point.
Okay.
I'm going to move us along.
Because if what we're doing here, one more point is, if what stops a corporation then from buying houses and packing all their employees in? I mean, because that would be a family unit. And then you have all this, that's what I'm afraid of, because if we're trying to promote residential units, I'm just concerned that if corporations start buying these residential units and it becomes corporate, I mean, corporate
housing,
dormitory housing, that's my concern.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember Lee Ang. So moving on to revocation of registration, any comments there? Any feedback for staff? Okay, it was pretty straightforward. And then the last one is reasonable accommodations. I have a question here, but let me see if anybody else has any questions on reasonable accommodations.
No.
So let me go backwards. So where it says the director may refer any request to the Planning Commission, are we saying here that the Planning Commission would be the final approving authority?
Which
For the
section?
reasonable, I'm sorry, under reasonable accommodations, the
Okay.
last section.
Sorry, I went up.
Trying to understand that last sentence.
The intent is that normally the director would be the final approval authority, but if it's fairly common in in ordinances that give staff a significant amount of discretion to allow staff to refer the question to a higher approval body if the questions that need to be answered are worthy of that. And so this was following that pattern.
If the planning director didn't feel comfortable, or community development director didn't feel that that he or she could make that decision, it could be referred to the planning commission, and then of course that decision could always be appealed to the council. So it would always come up to the legislative body, because under our code, if it's discretionary, it can get appealed. If it's ministerial, it doesn't go up there. So it would.
It's not clear. It gives the impression that somehow the plan.
Okay.
And so we should clean that up. And then my last comment, since I'm the only one who has a comment on this section, again, sections B and C concerned me with regards to it's somewhat ambiguous, and so I want to make sure that we can actually apply them if there are reasonable accommodations requested, and make sure that they're applied uniformly across the board. How will we measure?
And if I may, I mean, this is intended to reflect the standard that applies under the ADA. So we're not sort of in a vacuum. There's plenty of case law of what constitutes a fundamental alteration, of what constitutes an undue financial or administrative burden. If we're too restrictive here, we might rule out potential accommodations that we might be required under access laws to provide. And so our goal here was just to kind of recite the existing standard that exists under the ADA.
So then the follow-up to that, then Eric, and I'm going to go to Councilmember Lee Eng after, and then we'll close this item. We'll check in with staff first to see if they have any questions for us. But Eric, based on what you just said, then my follow-up to that is please ensure that staff understands how to apply these. Even if these are legally established terms, we want to make sure that they're applied consistently and uniformly.
Okay.
Councilmember Lee Eng, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't feel that A addressed those with truly addressed. It just said made available with those with disabilities. It wasn't available and accommodated for those with disabilities. So you have to, and it would be within the ADA, so American with Disabilities Act. So I just, by that sentence, I thought it was a little bit too vague and wasn't truly addressing by law what we were trying to address.
I appreciate that, and I agree with that comment. I don't know if anybody else has any objections.
Yeah, we'll look at that. I mean, the city's required to address ADA issues, and then in certain situations, private property owners have to. So we'll address that issue.
Can we? Since I'll be the scrivener here, I just want to make sure I understand the comment. I didn't quite understand.
I think Councilmember Lee Eng wants to make sure that we require all private property owners to address all ADA issues. And so we need to look at that a little bit more closely.
And it's more to be more specific to say not any disabilities, but disabilities as defined under the ADA. She wants to make sure we tie that section to ADA.
Yeah, I think there's a question in basically in commercial law here of if you're operating a commercial entity, then you have to comply with certain access requirements and so on. So I'd agree that needs to get incorporated in here.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So what I would like to do is ask staff if, based on the feedback and direction we've shared, that they have a good enough understanding of what we would like brought back to us, because I would love for the draft to come back to us, and then once council is satisfied with that draft, then we entertain Councilmember Lee Eng's suggestion of, before we adopt the ordinance, that we have a study session or some community town hall, either by staff, like we did with the REACH code, to review the proposal before moving forward with adoption. But the immediate next step would be for staff to come back with a draft, so we're all on the same page and we all know, okay, yes, this is what we support proposing.
And to that, Mayor, if I may, I wasn't clear what the direction was on the definition of family. We had indicated that we used a case law definition of family, and there was a comment, maybe we don't define it. And I wasn't sure if that was a general direction from the council or just a comment.
No, I think we need to address it from a legal standpoint. I've got a lot of bobbing heads, so yeah, we're gonna address it from a.
Yeah,
it's all you.
Based
Yeah,
on what I've
so-
seen elsewhere, it has to be there.
Yeah, thank you.
Other cities.
So we're.
Okay, so thank you, staff. This was helpful. Thank you, Eric, for all your work on this. Okay, so we're moving on to discussion items, and the first one is our COVID-19 item. And Mr. Maginot, are you here with us to make the presentation?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good evening.
Good evening.
You know, last time I got away with not giving this presentation. I don't think I'm going to get that lucky this evening. Give me just a half a second to pull it up here. Okay. Well, so it is my pleasure to provide a brief update on the city's response to COVID-19, sort of the things that are happening in our community. A little bit of background. At the end of January, of course, the state lifted the regional stay-home order for the Bay Area, including Santa Clara County. At the end of February, the county lifted some of their restrictions on outdoor gatherings, youth activities, etc. And then, of course, last week, the state moved the county to the red tier as well, which means a number of different things, but a couple important points. Indoor dining is now allowed at 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is fewer. Retail are allowed to operate at 50% capacity. Of course, outdoor dining still allowed. And at the same time, the county removed removed the travel restrictions. That was the mandatory quarantine period if you were coming into the county from a certain distance away. Now, even though we have moved into the red tier and some of the restrictions have been listed, we still need to be very, very careful as we go about our activities. One of the primary reasons why we've been moved into the red tier is because our numbers are down, quite frankly. We had our massive spike in December and January, but we've seen our numbers go down, which is great. But if we're not careful, they will go back up. The county officials have indicated that they see the numbers starting to level off. And so as much as we can, we need to do the things that we've been doing for nearly a year now. At some point, I will be able to tell us all that we no longer have to do these, but that's not this evening. So we still need to social distance, wear a mask, avoid gatherings when we can. And of course, when it's your turn, please, 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 please get vaccinated. Now, some good news about the vaccine. We are over 20% of all residents in the county ages 16 or older have received at least one dose of the vaccine, and 10% have received a full vaccination. The bad news is we still are not receiving large amounts of the vaccine each week. As I think I have mentioned and we've heard, the county has the ability to vaccinate more countywide. That includes healthcare providers as well as the county. We just are not getting the large amounts of the vaccine. Now, this could change with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The county started receiving receiving doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine this week. As we know, This vaccine only requires 1 dose and does not require as cold of storage to preserve it. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the vaccine. There's been a lot of talk and concern throughout the community, and I think throughout the state, throughout the country, regarding the efficacy of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. All 3 of the vaccines, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, are all highly, highly effective against in preventing serious illness, hospitalization, and death. None of them are less effective than the others. They will all, 99.9% of the time prevent that serious hospitalization and death. And so it's important that when it is your turn to get a vaccine and you have your appointment, whichever version of the vaccine you can get, please take it. Because again, they are all very, very effective against COVID-19. The county still in phase 1A and partial phase 1B of vaccinations. Of course, healthcare workers, those individuals 65 and older, as well as those individuals who are in the education, food and agriculture, and emergency services sectors. Now the county has taken a no wrong door approach, meaning if you are an individual who qualifies for the vaccine, you can get it, regardless of if you have health insurance or not. You can get the vaccine through the county. There are a number of vaccination sites throughout the county. There's far more than I've actually listed here on the screen, but these are some of the larger ones, including the one in Mountain View at the community center there. So there's plenty of places to receive the vaccine. Of course, we all are encouraged to, when it's our turn, to contact and try to work with our healthcare provider. But if you're having trouble, you can go to the county. I think there has been a little bit of encouraging news about the healthcare providers starting to get a little more of the vaccine. And so hopefully things will be able to move along better with the healthcare providers. Now, a couple of pieces regarding the vaccine that you may have heard about or read about in the news. The state has proposed a plan to reserve 40% of the vaccine for those communities which are hardest hit by COVID-19, which is great. Getting the vaccines into those communities is needed. However, the way they are defining the areas of the communities are by zip code. As such, there are no zip codes in Santa Clara County which qualify for this plan, meaning that the areas of the county that are hardest hit, of which we have a number that are very hard hit, are not going to be part of this 40%, meaning the county may not receive its fair distribution of the vaccine. For this, a number of county officials have opposed and are attempting to work with the state on revising this plan. Again, the opposition is not to the idea of having the 40% of the vaccine go to the hardest hit communities. It is simply how the state is defining which communities will get those doses. The other item you may have heard about is that the state is, the state is proposing to give control of how the vaccine is distributed to Blue Shield. Up until now, the counties have been responsible for distributing the vaccine to the various healthcare providers to administer it themselves. This would turn all of that over to Blue Shield. Now, our county officials have opposed, as well as have county officials throughout the state. A large part of the opposition is, the county already has the infrastructure in place to administer and to distribute. And so this could delay shots getting into people's arms, as well as potentially adding another layer of bureaucracy. And as much as we all love bureaucracy, this is not really the time for additional bureaucracy. Now, our county officials have not signed the agreement, which would turn over distribution to Blue Shield. And so stay tuned on that. The important message is that when it is your turn, please continue working and doing everything you can to schedule your appointment to get vaccinated. Lastly, believe it or not, it is still very important that we get tested for COVID-19. We have a number of opportunities coming up here in the community to get tested. So please remember, go and get tested. And of course, do all the things which will keep yourself and those around you safe. So with that, any questions?
Thanks, Mr. Maginot. Before we go to questions, Councilmember Meadows, do you have anything to add?
John gave a very thorough summary, including about the Blue Shield County dynamic. But I do have a couple Los Altos specific numbers that people might be interested to hear. So Los Altos cumulatively has a case count of 642 cases, and that's about 2,100, a rate of 2,100 per 100,000 of population. And I looked at the vaccination data by, there's 7 census tracts in Los Altos. They wouldn't tell me Los Altos as a whole, so I had to look at the individual 7 tracts. And for a percent of Los Altos residents age 65 and older with at least 1 dose of COVID the vaccine, the lowest percentage is 84%, and the highest is 93% across our census tracts. And so therefore we're right around, I think, upper 80s, 90% of those age 65 and over have had at least 1 dose. So that's really good.
Thanks for mentioning that. I had a conversation about that recently. So with that, let's go to Councilmember Liang. Go ahead.
Somewhere I read that they were expanding the rest of Tier 1B to be expanded next week. That would include our transportation workers. Is that not happening?
I would have to look. I have not heard that, but I will admit, since I tend to go into these with the city view in mind, and since the city does not operate transportation services, I may have missed that. I would have to look, though.
I didn't see it either.
Yeah, and that wasn't brought up on our Saturday call, but we'll get back to you, Councilmember Yang.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know if it was just another county or if it's both of our counties. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Maginot. Any public comment on this item? I don't see any hands raised, City Clerk.
No, I do not either.
Thank you. So let's keep going. We'll move to item number 9, which is the construction contract award. And I think Mr. Watanabe is going to present on this. And again, I want to thank all the residents who came to the last meeting and are back today to speak to this item.
Excuse me, Mayor, there was a member of the public who raised her hand to speak the last item.
On the COVID issue, okay? I don't see the hand, but go ahead and call the person.
It was Pramika. There we are. Pramika?
But is she here for number 9? Pramika, are you here to speak about the
I'm here to speak about the bicycle track
Yes. Okay. So we are going to do the staff presentation first, and then we'll open it to public comment after any questions from council. So we're almost there to public comment on this item. Thanks for your patience. Go ahead, staff. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm actually speaking and presenting on behalf of Gaku Watanabe and as will be Jaime Rodriguez. The purpose of agenda item 9 and staff's recommendation is to award the bid for the annual street striping project to Chris Company and authorize the interim city manager to execute a contract in the amount of $157,300 and up to 15% contingency on behalf of the city. The annual street striping project is intended to implement preventative maintenance and upgrading of roadway striping and markings on city maintained streets. Specifically, this year's project will upgrade striping and signage to improve existing bike facilities on Almond Avenue, Covington Road, and Homestead Road, including green bicycle lanes, a new two-way cycle track on Almond Avenue near the high school, and other signage and striping items. The project was reviewed and recommended for implementation by the Complete Streets Commission on January 27th, 2021. We understand there are a number of members of the public here to speak on this project, specifically Almond Avenue. I'd like to hand the mic over to our city consultant and interim transportation manager, Jaime Rodriguez, to give a short presentation and to provide background and context of the work proposed on Almond and to answer any questions. Jaime?
Thanks, Jen. Just a quick test. Can you guys hear me? Great. Thank you guys for having me here tonight. It's been a while since I've seen a lot of you, so it's good to see your faces. I'm going to give you a little bit of background regarding the Almond Avenue bicycle cycle track. And I want to start with a little bit regarding just outreach and the level of effort the city did to try and get to where we are today. This project actually started in November of 2019, so it's been almost going on to a year and a half. And the reason this project was brought before the community is because the city was planning to resurface Almond Avenue between San Antonio and El Monte, that full length of Almond Avenue, in the summer of 2020. So we started a community outreach process at that time, and around the fall in November, had a citywide community workshop for the residents living around the streets that we were planning to resurface, including Covington Road and Almond Avenue. And then that moved into a series of meetings that really took place at the Complete Streets Commission through 2020, where we received a final approval on a striping plan layout with the Complete Streets Commission around the August timeframe. And we returned to the commission a couple more times, or a few more times since then, with our last presentation to the commission happening just earlier this year in January. And where we are with the project now, and when we're talking about Almond Avenue specifically, Almond Avenue is more than just a cycle track. And that's really one thing that I wanted to stress to you guys tonight. There's a lot of different elements around the Almond Avenue bicycle and pedestrian efforts that we were implementing and that we still are. The resurfacing work, which was the majority construction, was completed in the summer of 2020. The cycle track or bicycle improvements have been implemented over 2 phases, as was agreed on with the Complete Streets Commission. The first phase was completed at the same time the resurfacing work did towards the end of this last summer, around August timeframe. And we are currently working on the implementation of the phase 2 striping, which we're going to be talking about tonight. Some of the other pedestrian-focused elements of the work along Almond Avenue include bulb out treatments down at the intersection of Almond and El Monte. The bulb outs actually widen out the pedestrian dwelling areas at the intersections so that pedestrians can see motorists and motorists can see pedestrians before they enter into the roadway. Those were actually just completed in the last couple of weeks. And the one part of the cycle track specifically that we don't get too much attention to is the accompanying traffic signal modification that has to happen for the cycle track to operate correctly. That's something that we currently have on hold while we're waiting for the award of this striping contract. If we don't move forward with the striping contract for the cycle track, then we will not do the accompanying traffic signal modification that goes along with that. And I'll walk you through that shortly. So this is that portion of Almond Avenue where we're really focused on over the past year and a half between San Antonio.
Jaime?
Can you please go to your full screen for this?
Does that help? Can you see that better?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. Yeah, thanks for asking for that. So this is just that project map, Almond Avenue between San Antonio and El Monte. And the reason why we really focused in this area and try to do a lot of community outreach is because there are two schools that are on Almond Avenue, Los Altos High School and Almond School, one on each end of the corridor. Where this outreach started in November 2019 and in the early 2020 was us working with residents in that area to try and figure out what would be acceptable type of roadway treatments that we could make in the area. So this is one of the first drawings that we presented to the community when this project started. We showed just trying to maintain the existing bicycle lane configuration that was in place before the resurfacing work started. We had some really early concept drawings of what the two-way cycle track could look like. And at that time, we were really trying to emphasize safety by having a lot of green bike material to highlight where the cycle track would operate within the roadway. And this was the first section from San Antonio up towards the high school. You know, from the high school towards the elementary school, there really wasn't a lot of change proposed or implemented over the past year. But we really had a lot of discussions around what happens at the intersection of Almond and El Monte, and we presented different concepts to the community. What we ended up with at approval by the Complete Streets Commission in August was what's shown here. The only thing that we weren't able to implement was the striping, greens elements specifically, and the signage that was intended to supplement the cycle track operations. That was put on hold in agreement with the commission while we continued to work on some of the design elements of how the cycle track would operate, and also partially because of funding. That green material is really expensive, and it exceeded the contingency cost that we had within the resurfacing project, and that's why this project is before you here tonight. But the concept of what was approved at the commission is shown here in the first phase. This is the other half of the corridor down towards El Monte, and those bulb outs or intersection improvement treatments that we talked about down at El Monte, those were just completed in the last couple of weeks as part of the El Monte sidewalk gap closure project that we designed and started construction in coordination with the Almond Avenue improvements. A lot of work happened along Almond Avenue as part of our community outreach efforts from last year. What we're doing now is trying to implement the pending bicycle-focused measures along Almond Avenue, specifically that cycle track. That cycle track is shown here in this drawing, and the green elements that we weren't able to implement in the first phase are actually shown in the gray colors here on the screen. So you can see how at San Antonio, we're guiding bicyclists, you know, from around the fire station to the north side of the street. We're guiding bicyclists to the other side of San Antonio at the intersection, and try to get all the bicyclists to that cycle track facility as they're going down the corridor. And that's what we're specifically here to talk about tonight. The traffic signal modification that goes along with that is shown here, and that's traffic signal modification really is a replacement of almost all the vehicle and pedestrian signals that are at the intersection of San Antonio and Almond, and we're supplementing those vehicle signals with bicycle signals that are aimed at kind of moving bicyclists from the south side of the street to the north side of the street where the cycle track is going to be, would be installed with your approval. And then we're also adding dynamic no right turn signs at the intersection. So when a bicyclist is approaching the intersection, either on San Antonio or on Almond, you know, we flash a no right turn to motorists to make sure that they don't conflict with bicyclists that are entering or exiting out of the cycle track. This is the part of the project that we currently have on hold pending the award of the striping project tonight. So that's the end of our presentation. We want to make sure you understood kind of how we got to where we are. And we have some additional information if you're interested in seeing. We can give you some additional details regarding what was planned down at Covington if you're interested in seeing that. But this is the focus work that we're looking at for Almond Avenue, specifically that cycle track portion between San Antonio and Los Altos High Schools at Grant Road.
Thank you.
With that, I'll hand it back to you guys for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval and Mr. Rodriguez. So I see Vice Mayor Enander has her hand raised. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Inander, and this is just questions.
Yes, please. Jaime, thank you. Would you go back 2 slides, please? I would like you very slowly to walk us through where the bicycles actually go, because these are hard diagrams to read on our screen, and they are hard for those of us who don't speak pedestrian and bicycle signage on plans as quickly as you do. So, and I know it intimately because I drive this every day, and I can't understand it. I'm sorry, I don't know where the bikes are gonna go. I don't know where the flashings are gonna go. I don't know what cars are gonna be allowed to do or not do. So could you please go back to those 2 and go really slow?
Actually, if it's okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pull up a PDF of the striping plan. That's what's shown here on this screen. Just so I can blow that up a little easier and hopefully make it easier for yourselves and for people at home to follow me along. So this is the intersection of San Antonio and Almond Avenue. There's an existing bike lane coming from downtown that currently ends right in front of the fire station. What this project would do is supplement that existing bike lane with green bike material, to guide bicyclists as they're coming from downtown to the intersection. New striping green bike dashes would be at the intersection parallel to the crosswalks where the pedestrians would be, and we're guiding bicyclists, along the east side and the north side of the intersection, along with the crosswalks, with the intention of getting bicyclists into the 2-way cycle track on the north side of Almond Avenue. Are you following me so far? Yeah?
Yes, thank
okay.
you.
Yeah, so once the bicyclists are here, they're in a approximately 8-foot wide cycle track, which is the equivalent of roughly the parking aisle today. And we're going to basically put in, with this striping plan, a buffer that's 2 feet wide that separates that 8-foot parking lane today, which would become the cycle track facility, from the adjacent vehicle lanes that are going towards San Antonio on Almond Avenue. So that cycle track, we tried to minimize the amount of green material to just at the entries of the cycle track in response to some of the residents' requests, or resident input that we were receiving during the design phase, that there was a lot of concern that they were putting too much green and that was impacting kind of the look and feel of the neighborhood character of Almond Avenue. So we focused the green at the intersection, through the intersection, and at the major crossings like Valencia. But a lot of that early green material that we had in the cycle track between Valencia and San Antonio, we removed in response to resident input. That cycle track continues along the north side of Los Altos High School. And the only area where we put in additional green element is right at the school driveways to Los Altos High School. And then that continues on over here along each of the driveways of the high school up until we get to, and I said Grant Road earlier, I should have said Gordon Way. I apologize if nobody caught that. I'll call my own mistake. But even at Gordon Way, there was a lot of concern that we wanted to make sure bicyclists knew how to get to the north side of Almond Avenue if they were coming from any other side of either Gordon or Almond Avenue. And that's what these green markings to the intersection are intended to do, to guide bicyclists to the north side of the street. And one of the things that I didn't mention earlier is that one of the reasons why we came up with this concept for the 2-way cycle track is because during a lot of our early planning, it was actually our police department that mentioned to us, hey, in their safety checks at the schools at the start of the year and throughout the year, the normal behavior that they typically saw on Almond Avenue was that bicyclists were riding along the north side of the street in the wrong way in the morning. And that's really when the cycle track operates in a contraflow operation to vehicle traffic, meaning the opposite of the vehicle traffic. In the morning, when kids are going to school, students are riding in pairs or in threes, and they're kind of riding one another, in a social aspect on their way to school. And when there were vehicles parked in the parking lane, that's when there usually arose a conflict with bicyclists and motor traffic, as the bicyclists, if they didn't jump onto the sidewalk, they'd ride in the vehicle lane in the opposite direction of the cars that were approaching them. And so those safety features really led us towards, hey, you know, what do we do here? Do we try and force bicyclists to kind of ride where we want them, where they would normally be on the south side of the street? Or do you want to take a stab at trying to improve and make more functional a practice that the community was already implementing on their own? And you know, based off the input that we received from the community and from our police department, as well as our own engineering judgment that we had at the city, we really felt that it really made a lot of sense to try and make the cycle track as functional and safe as possible. A lot of our discussion with the commission focused around, what do we do in that 2-foot buffer space? Our initial recommendation, my initial recommendation was, don't do anything yet. Let's start with the cycle track and let's watch it. There was some back and forth discussion at the commission level regarding wanting to have some sort of vertical element within that 2-foot stripe, whether it be a large oversized kind of bot dot, or if it's a vertical post, how big and how thick. And when we returned to the commission in January, that's really where a lot of the community concern that we've heard most recently started, the concern of adding a substantial amount of vertical elements within the 2-foot buffer space. So the commission agreed with our staff recommendation to start the project with no vertical elements, watch it as we're re-entering into normal traffic operations coming out of COVID. We've been implementing technology in Los Altos that lets us view and monitor traffic remotely and count bicycles, pedestrian, and vehicle traffic. So we plan to implement that along Almond Avenue once the cycle track is implemented, if we have your support tonight. That way we can get a good idea of what type of vertical elements might make sense to implement if we implement them later. And the thought was, before we would do anything, we would take that back to the Complete Streets Commission for discussion.
Okay, 2 questions. One is that looking at the intersection with San Antonio Road, if people are on the, and I'm going to call it the west side, waiting to cross San Antonio, your goal is that the bicyclists will be on the north end and come across San Antonio and then continue right into the cycle track. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if people are coming from the south and they come up San Antonio, you're hoping that they will wait for a green light and proceed across essentially the Almond part of San Antonio and then turn right onto Almond. Is that?
That's correct. That's correct. And they'll have a bicycle signal to guide them.
Okay. And right now there is a right turn that a lot of cars make there. So what are you doing to prevent a conflict? Because most of the bicyclists right now come up to that corner, they hang a right, and the cars hang a right. And instead you've got bicyclists are going to be waiting to go across with cars that are going to want to turn right. So how do we not have a problem there?
So that's one of the reasons why we're implementing the bicycle traffic signals. The bicycle traffic signals will be green at the same time that their accompanying vehicle movement to their left is going. But one of the nice benefits of the traffic signal at this intersection is that it already has existing video detection equipment that can differentiate bicycles from motorcycles, from cars, from trucks. And so we're going to be using that bicycle detection differentiation technology to turn on dynamic signs that say no right turn and flash at motorists as bicyclists are approaching the intersection from either downtown towards Almond or from Los Altos High School towards San Antonio. And we also added one coming south, coming from El Camino Real, even though there isn't a movement there that really turns right. There's only a couple of homes in a small little cul-de-sac. I think it's 3 or 4 homes. But we added that as an extra safety measure.
Okay, and then, thank you. That explains that. And then the other question I have is, if you will scoot your drawing a little bit farther to the right, there says, there's a little BK at the bottom. It's the first BK, and it's right after where Waverly comes in. Right now, the way that's striped, it's looked like that's where a bike lane starts, the way it's currently striped. So what's BK and what's planned in there?
So everywhere that you see BK, we're going to put in the bike lane symbol that has green background behind it. That's what the BIK is green bike legend.
So the cycle track's operating on the north side, but there's a bicycle lane that starts on the south side at that point.
That's correct. And the reason for that is because to get the cycle track to fit in along the first block between Waverly and San Antonio, we couldn't maintain the bike lane in the, what I'm gonna call the eastbound direction going towards the high school along the fire station, because we just didn't have the roadway width. So in this first block of Almond Avenue, we put in already, it's a share the road stencil with
Jaime,
motorists.
we
lost you.
We're not
I
seeing
apologize.
Screen went
black. Jaime, but you're frozen.
Oh. Sorry, guys. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but I think you might have to unshare and then reshare your screen.
Okay, let's see if I can get over there.
Something was unhappy.
Yeah, something's unhappy. That's what happened. Let's see if I can. If I can't unfreeze myself, I will log out and come back in, okay?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to, because your image looks like it froze. Your
Okay.
personal image as well.
Okay. Give me 1 minute here.
But your audio is pretty good.
And your explanation is great. And Mayor, I hope I'm not the only person who needed this level of detail.
It's helpful. Like, I am following it. It's helpful. I didn't have those questions, but going through it is very helpful.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I spent hours with this thing just as part of my work with the Streets Commission. And I've blown this PDF up many, many times. What I think you're looking at is.
So, Councilmember Weinberg, we can't go into a discussion at this point.
All right.
There, Jaime finally went away. That's progress. Then he can come back. It's like the magician thing, right? You open the box and they're gone. And then you close it and then you open the box again and they're there.
And let me point to the time. It's 11:24. And I know we had, a long public comment section at the beginning. And so we are going to go a little late tonight, but going forward, I do want to bring back the norms, where at 11 o'clock we do a check-in to see if we want to start a new item. I think
I'm back if you can hear me.
Go ahead.
I think we're past 11 though, Mayor.
No, we are now. I'm just giving.
Okay.
It's going to go long, but I'm just giving a heads up. I was just using the time while Jaime was logging back in. So go ahead, Jaime.
Okay, give me a second. Let me bring this slideshow back up again.
The purpose for having a bike lane on the south side from that point going east, even though you have the cycle track, is?
It's just to accommodate any bicyclists that choose not to ride within the cycle track and are on the south side of the street. That first block at Valencia, between Almond, San Antonio, and
Valencia.
And not Valencia, but the street before that, right after the fire station, Wesley.
On the
trying to get my drawing back up still. I apologize. Give me 1 second here.
Beverly.
Waverly on the south side.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do is for those bicyclists that do still ride on the south side of Almond Avenue, we want to accommodate them in a bike lane as fast as we can. And it was just along that frontage of the first fire station that we couldn't fit them in. That's the only reason why.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's great. I don't have any more questions. I really appreciate your help.
Thanks for those questions, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yeah, is he going to put the picture back up?
Yeah, I'm trying. Just give me 1 second here.
Okay, then I'll ask my other questions that don't need the picture.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so when you had the public meeting, did you provide a neighborhood or a sample of this cycle track pattern that you have here in another neighborhood so residents can go and visit to see how that one worked?
So when we were designing, we were going through the design process, we did have the designs up on a web page for the city. We had a project website, and we were showing that, but there aren't a lot of cycle track facilities that are installed within the Bay Area yet. They're starting to come up more and more, but there still aren't too many two-way cycle tracks that we could point people to as examples. And so those are becoming more prevalent. They're more common coming into downtown core areas and into school areas. And so there aren't too many places within Los Altos where two-way cycle tracks really make sense. This would be one of the few that we could think of. So we didn't have really good pictures to point people to within the community because there are no two-way cycle tracks in Los Altos.
No, it wasn't in Los Altos, like neighboring cities. Are there any two-way cycle tracks in neighboring cities that you could say, there's an example here. If you'd like to see something similar, go here and to see how it works.
The closest two-way cycle track to Los Altos is actually in Palo Alto on Middlefield Road, right in the front of, I think it's called Green Middle School. I forget the name of the intersection that feeds into it, but it's very similar to what we described. It feeds into a two-way cycle track from a side street and continues along the frontage of the middle school. That's the closest two-way cycle track that I'm aware of, closest to Los Altos. There's some going in under construction along Middlefield Road in Redwood City at this time, but those are still under construction.
Okay. The other question I had was, my concern is a lot of people that reside in that neighborhood already expressed some concern about shortage of parking for students in the area. And then what happens is the parking on the streets then overflow in certain other streets because they had to restrict and get street permit parking. So what we're doing here, are we eliminating more street parking? Are we eliminating more street parking so that it then reduces parking that students who drive, park on the streets need? That was my question. How many parking spaces are we eliminating?
So along Almond Avenue, the city already has existing parking restrictions because the city previously worked with the residents around Almond Avenue and some of the side streets to discourage students from actually parking on Almond Avenue to use it as parking for Los Altos High School. So there's existing parking restrictions that restrict parking usage during that time period. And there is though a loss of parking along that block between Valencia and San Antonio Road along the frontage of Los Altos High Schools. And I'm going to go off memory here because I can pull that number, but if I remember correctly, I want to say there's an existing number of 17 spaces along that frontage of Alma between Valencia and San Antonio. And what we did to try and augment that part of that loss was we put parking in on the south side of Almond Avenue between the two. I'm still trying to get my graphic back up here. We added about 5 spaces back on the south side of the street of Almond Avenue. We still ended up with a deficit of parking from where we started.
Okay, so then, okay, until you get the photo up, I'll ask another question that doesn't require the photo. So I noticed that the bid to Crisp Company was $157,300. And I think we said we're not going to put the bollards in. How much will we be credited by not installing the bollards?
About $20,000.
Okay, thank you. I just needed to know.
I mean, if it helps, you can email me the figure. I can post it.
I actually got it here. I'm getting ready to share the screen again. Let's see here. So here's the presentation. Can you see that on my screen?
Yes.
So these are the budgetary numbers. If we were to remove the entire cycle track, that's roughly a savings of $42,000 or $43,000. But as Jim mentioned, that's the bollards or those vertical elements. It's all the green material. It's the striping and signage that goes along with that. But just the bollards, what I think Jim mentioned, was roughly about $20,000 of that, so roughly half the cost.
Okay, thank you. And then I needed that picture, I think, where you had that photo, the one underneath it, where you had that little island, and then you started that the bicycle lane on the south side. Is that the picture? No, that's not. Is that the picture?
That is the picture.
Yeah, but I think it's the top half.
Okay,
So right there, yeah, right where you're, it's the top half of that photo, I think. Yes, right where you are.
Okay.
And then where the arrow is, there's a little island, right? Right before you start that bike lane.
Here?
No? Yeah. Is that just going to be paint, or is it going to be a concrete?
It's just paint.
Okay.
Just paint.
And then the other thing is, when you eliminated the bike lane on that right section to make that, yeah, you eliminated the bike lane, and then you put the space, I increased the space on the other side, right? Did we eliminate, you are eliminating the bike lane on the south side. So that's currently where the lanes are. You're moving them over towards the south side.
That's correct. And so just again, so this is what we striped over the summer. This is what's out there today. And what we're going to be striping too is this. So we're adding in that 2-foot buffer and then all the green bike treatments at the intersection of San Antonio and the driveways.
So the residents on the north side who lose all their parking spaces in front of their homes, like if they have gardeners that need to come to their home, or what happens on trash day when their trash bins are out? Is there enough space where the trash bins are out and the kids can still bike down that cycle track?
Yeah, so that is something that we had a discussion on during the discussions with the Complete Streets Commission. There isn't too much we can do about trash day. It's like a bike lane that is a regular bike lane today. If when residents need to put out their trash receptacles, they will block a portion of the bicycle lane, and that will continue to happen. It happens today. For the residents that need to have service done, to their homes, they can use their private driveways. That is an option that's available to them. And we added parking back that didn't previously exist between Beverly and Frederick. That's the parking that we added in that was not previously parking available to the residents in this area.
Okay.
That was kind of centralized within the block where the parking loss was occurring.
And since the cans will be out largely in the mornings, the lane going towards the high school should be largely open for cyclists in the morning, because usually the cans are against the curb.
The cans are out in the morning.
And that
Right,
is to
but
residents put them back in after they get picked up, right?
hopefully, but
we all do that. We all do that.
It would be in the westbound lane. The bins would be in the westbound lane, but in the morning, kids are riding eastbound, so that the eastbound lane and the cycle track will be largely open, even with cans in the westbound lane. Do you know what I mean?
Not really, but okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee Eng. I do want to go to our patient public, so I don't see any more hands raised from council members. So City Clerk, can we please go to public speakers?
Yes.
I see 3 hands, so let's do 3 minutes each.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. At this hour, let's make sure we have the right count. And please, if you are going to speak, could you raise your hand so we have a realistic idea of how many speakers will talk on this item?
I see 7.
Okay, let's go ahead with 3 minutes. And just a reminder for the speakers, you don't have to use the full 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so our first speaker is Pramika Ratnam.
Hi, I want to say a couple of things. First of all, I want to reiterate that contrary to what the city staff has said, we were not consulted. They're talking about how they talk to the neighborhood, they put it on the website. We're not every day looking to see if there's something impacting our street, which is on the Los Altos page. Second is that this, whatever they're doing, I don't believe it's according to city standards. The bike lanes are very narrow. And we have 5 driveways in front of our side. And on the other side, there's only 1 between Valencia and the fire and Almond. So I don't know why if they want to have bike lanes, why they don't put it on the side where they only have 1 driveway coming onto the street, as opposed to the 5 of us. And many of us have to back out of the driveway. So it is really unsafe. It is putting the children in the mouths of danger. And you know, it maybe look very pleasant and wonderful to the city staff to have bike lanes, and I'm all for bike lanes, but there can easily be bike lanes the way it normally happens, 1 on each side, going in the direction that the rest of the traffic is going. If it happens to me, I'm going to be putting out cones on the bike lane so that I can back out safely without running over any children. You look in one way, and then the bike is coming that way, and then in the meantime, another bike could come from the other side of the road. I will never get out of the street, and I still have to negotiate the traffic of the cars that are coming down. So that's a lot of traffic that you have the kind of risk that you have put us in. I really don't appreciate it at all. And so the other thing is that just to say, oh, the trash bins are not going to be some problem. Sometimes the trash bins are picked up in the afternoon, and there's people biking in the morning. So this is totally unrealistic, impractical, and really think it's a huge waste of money, and it's putting us all, the neighbors and the families, at risk. And this is not something I recommend at all. And I also want to say that I'm very disappointed that both times, our meeting time, we have had to listen to this long process, which I don't know why it could not happen in a separate location. It was a kind of a verbal lynching and a gaslighting, but I was appalled to have to witness it. A woman should be entitled to have her opinion about whether she feels threatened or not. And we have to listen to all this, a bunch of, children or students or whoever they were to come forward and do this. I really didn't want to see it. I totally disagree with it. There was no discussion about the merits of the arguments, and because somebody disagreed with them, they just kept crying racism, racism, racism. Well, it's better to argue on the merits of your discussion. And for us, the public, to have to listen to this side, whatever it was, because now it's midnight, and this important matter of people's safety has been postponed to midnight. So I don't really appreciate it. And a lot of the people that wanted to speak cannot stay up so late. So I guess I've made my point. It's unsafe. We were not consulted, even though the city staff say it. There's 5 parking spots on our side, only 1 on the other side. And there is no harm in keeping to the traffic regulations of having the parking, the bike lanes along in the same direction and keeping the roads as they are. So if somebody does go on the sidewalk, it is better than going fast on a 2-way bicycle lane.
Pramika, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Audrey Chang.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Audrey Chang. I'm here tonight alongside my co-president, Margaret Capetz, and we represent LAHS Green Team, Los Altos High School's environmental club of about 20 to 30 active members. First, I'd like to thank Jonathan Weinberg for reading and responding to my email regarding this, regarding our support for the dual-way cycle track. And for the rest of the council members who also may have read the email, we support a dual-way cycle track because it is safer and encourages a healthy and more sustainable lifestyle. With the striping plan, students can follow traffic laws without feeling like they're putting themselves in a dangerous position when they turn left from San Antonio onto Almond. So that's crossing a car lane and then turning onto the right side of the road. So when you're going towards Los Altos and then having to cross again to get to Los Altos High School. And a dual cycle track also supports Los Altos' 2013 Climate Action Plan, which cited on-road transportation as the largest contributor to community emissions. So this cycle track can also be used by community members, which supports that. And meanwhile, nearly 600 students bike to LAHS daily and would likely benefit from a dual track. Most of my friends that don't bike to school do so because of safety reasons. Either their parents are concerned about the safety or they themselves are concerned about the safety of just getting to school. So a cycle track would address their concerns with the north side dual bike lane and encourage biking in line with our city's climate goals. I would like to briefly mention that one of my friends, Sarah, was almost hit by a San Antonio bound car as it tried to cross the bike lane to get around left turning cars and make a right turn. I understand that saying it now, it's hard to visualize without a photo, but the problem that she ran into, or the close call that she ran into, could be addressed with a curb-like structure protecting the dual bike lane. Essentially, she was in the bike lane between the right turn lane and then like the left turn lane, and a car was trying to cross the bike lane. And that is where the close call took place. So that was similar to, I believe, Mr. Rodriguez's anecdote or worry. And so on behalf of Green Team, I urge you guys to vote in support of the cycle track. And I'll thank you for your time.
Thanks, Audrey.
Our next speaker is Margaret Capetz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening. My name is Margaret Capetz, and I'm a senior at Los Altos High School and co-president of LAHS Green Team with Audrey Chang. I am in support of the bike lane restriping plan on Almond Avenue. As a student biker, safety is my top priority. The cycle track will legitimize safer north side riding for many students. In the mornings, surges of students turn left from San Antonio to Almond to get to school. And in the afternoon, a number of students, including myself, bike home from the high school onto Almond Avenue towards El Monte on the north side of Almond to get to the safe crosswalk near Gordon. The dual-way cycle track will also legitimize this route and encourage students to use safe crosswalks and follow traffic laws without feeling like they are putting themselves in danger. LAHS Green Team strongly encourages biking and walking for safety, health, and especially environmental reasons. The cycle track also aligns with previous Green Team efforts, including our 2018 to 2020 anti-idling campaign in collaboration with the Los Altos Environmental Commission and Greentown Los Altos. On behalf of LAHS Green Team, I urge you to consider this plan and demonstrate your support for the importance of biking and environmentalism in Los Altos. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Margaret.
Our next speaker is Stacy.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking softly because of the late hour. It's Stacy Banerjee. I'm the Vice Chair of the Complete Streets Commission. I want to thank Jaime and Jim and team for bringing this project forward and the presentation tonight and all the work that's been done. Chair Miloff was here earlier this evening, but is not able to be here now, so I have a statement that he's given me to read. The Commission worked on this project for nearly 2 years. The objective was to ensure the safety of students who bike or walk to Los Altos High. The Commission received feedback from high school students and administration, city staff, and conducted several meetings to deliberate on how we can provide all 3 modes of transportation to coexist safely. We had to accomplish 2 tasks. It was important to move the bike traffic off the sidewalk, given the vehicle traffic backup. Students cycling needed to avoid having to cross a blocked street on their bikes. That meant a few parking spots had to be relocated. Ultimately, this is a case of balancing parking convenience against the safety of high school students. The commission voted to support the cycle track concept. The commission was also clear in its recommendation to city staff to observe traffic dynamics after students return to campus and measure its effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Banerjee.
Our next speaker is Yash Shahani.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, yeah, so I'm Yash. I'm a student of Los Altos High School and a representative of the Los Altos High School Bike Club. I think it's really important that us as Los Altos students speak about on this issue because we're the ones who are most impacted by the new bike lanes. Biking is a big part of our culture and a lot of students use it as a form of commuting. And that's why it should be a priority that we are ensured safety while commuting. With the current road design, many student cyclists are put at risk, but and I hope that those who own property near the school can empathize, as many of you probably have kids who go to Los Altos and are put in this position with the current bike lanes. Another thing I want to address is that what's going on right now is, sorry, one sec. I'd like to mention that the new rules that are being put in place are basically sort of legalizing what's already going on right now. If you're a student cyclist biking to Los Altos High School, you'll probably notice that a lot of students are already biking on the wrong side of the road, and by creating this dual lane cycle track, it's basically legalizing what's already going on, which is really helpful because right now some students will bike on the road and some students will bike on the sidewalk, and it just endangers students who are biking and also the pedestrians on the sidewalk. And so that is why I believe that the dual lane cycle track is a really necessary step into ensuring safety for student cyclists biking to Los Altos High School.
Thank you, Yash.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Hi. So I just wanted to point out that the speed limit on Almond is 15 miles an hour. And in addition to the speed limit being posted in many, many places as 15 miles an hour, there's also flashing signs that tell you, when you turn on to, let's say, from El Monte onto Almond, you're driving 20, and so you immediately lower your speed to 15. There's also several speed bumps on the road. So we already have quite a lot of protection in that area. Like we said, there's two schools there, the high school and the Almond School. And I think it is really, really unfair. The community was not notified. They were not involved until the last meeting of the Parks and Recs. To me, it just makes sense to follow the rules of the road. And that's what's done all over the United States. And coming up with, let's legalize what people are doing illegally now does not make any sense. There's a reason why it's illegal now. There's no reason why we can't because the Almond School's on one side of the road and the Los Altos High School's on the other side of the road. So you could have 5th or 6th graders wanting to drive on the south side of the road. You have Los Altos High School students wanting to drive on the north side of the road. I really believe that we should stick with having bicycle lanes on both sides of the road so bicycles can drive with traffic like they're supposed to, which are the rules now. I know we all want to protect our children. My children rode their bikes to school, and eventually they drove cars to school because they all drive cars as soon as they possibly can. And we should be teaching them to follow the rules of the road, and we should not be taking 5 parking spaces away from the first 5 houses between San Antonio Road and the high school, because it's unrealistic to expect a gardener to roll his lawnmower down across the street and over to the person's house, or a plumber to have to walk down the block and carry his equipment or piping, or an air conditioner repairman or a roofer, and say you're replacing the parking spaces, but you're still winding up with fewer parking spaces. And the only thing that's missing now is to put bicycle lanes on both sides of the street, so kids that want to ride to Almond on one side of the street can, from school, and kids that want to ride to the high school can ride, and they can follow the rules of the road. And the cycle track is not popular. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for going over. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
The next speaker is Salim.
Hi. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I want to start off just by saying it's incredible that young adults at Los Altos High School stayed up this late for a city council meeting. It's amazing. It's great that the Green Team is still doing fantastic work at Los Altos High School. I remember them working when I was attending. I'm glad the bike club is doing great work too. So I went to Almond, Egan, and Los Altos High School, and I've probably biked on Almond Avenue thousands of times in my life. I really wish I had these bike lanes when I was younger. The bike club and the Green Team are exactly right on their description of how students are already riding their bike to school, and also the dangers that are resolved by this plan. And I understand that, having a two-way cycle track is going to be new for Los Altos. I was lucky enough that I was able to benefit from great biking infrastructure when I attended school in Berkeley. And they had a two-way cycle track. There were cars that, had to back out of driveways, but, eventually they got used to it. There's a huge safety benefit in having these two-way cycle tracks because there's safety in numbers. Cars are more likely to look out for you if they see that bicyclists coming in clumps. So I think this is a great idea. I don't really want to comment on the extreme comment by Pramika. I just hope that she made that comment because it's a late hour and maybe she's frustrated about losing parking. We should be civil towards other neighbors. Thank you.
Thanks, Salim.
Our next speaker is Jeremy, but he is using an older version of Ring Central, and I cannot seem to unmute him.
So Jeremy, if you can hear us, please feel free to send your comment to public comments at losaltosca.gov. It's on the first page of our agenda posted on the website. Thank you. I don't see any more hands, City Clerk. Sometimes you do and I don't, so I just want to make sure that you're not seeing hands and I'm not.
I do not see any hands either.
Okay, good. So let's bring it back to council for discussion. I see council.
Madam Mayor, just a point of order. I don't know if there is anyone else here, but there may be people who don't realize that this is also public comment on the other concept lines, or were you planning to discuss the other concept lines separately?
So we don't normally separate them. It's one big item.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure that the members of the public that are still here understand that if they have concerns about other concept lines, this is the time for those comments too.
Thanks for that, Councilmember Weinberg. Let's pause to see if any hands get raised. Okay, thank you. So back to council, and I'm closing public comment for discussion, and I see Councilmember Liang has her hand raised. So do you want to get us started, Councilmember Liang?
I actually didn't want to go into discussion yet, but I just had a question for staff based on the concerns that was raised by one of the residents. So I understand, is there anything that can be done? Because as the residents within that first block backs out or tries to get out of their driveway, there is a concern that was raised about having twice as many cyclists being on the cycle track. So is there any measures that can be done to help mitigate or make it easier for that people backing out of their driveways? Is there any suggestions to helping alleviate that problem? That's my question.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang. This is Jaime. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so part of the concerns regarding the 5 households between San Antonio and Valencia being able to back out of their driveways, the cycle track facility is designed kind of with markings to kind of designate the driveways, entry points for each of the homes. And we don't anticipate that we're going to see twice as many bicyclists. Again, that bicycling activity that was happening in a pre-COVID environment, that's what we're anticipating will return, or we hope returns. You know, if it doubled, that would be great, because that means we get a lot less cars on the road. But that behavior did already exist prior to the current COVID traffic conditions that we're in now, and we anticipate them to kind of return with cars not blocking the visibility for the bicyclists that are riding within the parking lane. We do see that as a safety benefit to the bicyclists and to the homeowners backing out of their driveways, because it does give a cleaner line of sight. And I did want to just take a quick moment to address the issue of safety. You know, when we make these recommendations, we're looking at all different points of data to help us kind of figure out the recommendations that we're making. And along Almond Avenue, you know, we have seen a trend of bicycle-related collisions, and we are hoping that this cycle track facility will help to address that. The diagram that I have on the screen today is a diagram from the existing conditions report of our developing Complete Streets Master Plan. This is a document that was taken to the Complete Streets Commission early this year that's still out for public comment. But you can see the clusters down here along Almond Avenue. There's clusters of safety issues, of collisions, you know, near the San Antonio Road intersection, where we're proposing to address that with the introduction of the cycle track. There's a history of collisions kind of out near the approach between Los Altos High School and Almond Avenue. So separating a lot of that bicycle traffic that's kind of getting clustered out along from the high school, kind of in their own designated space on the roadway. We are hoping that's going to be a safety benefit. We've also enhanced the bike lanes along Almond Avenue with the green bike treatments that we discussed earlier. I believe that was Councilmember Inander's questioning. And so we're looking at the data to help guide us towards our recommendations. And in this specific case, there has been a trend of collisions. We've heard a lot of near miss concerns from bicyclists, specifically students at Los Altos High School. Those were comments that we received during the public outreach process. That's what could have led us towards the development and recommendation for the cycle track facility.
And also I'd like to add to that answer is that keep in mind that the majority of Almond Avenue, the homes don't have parking in front of their house. There is a bike lane, and it's kind of the same issue of backing out. I mean, in this case, it's going to be two-way, but it's a similar issue that's already pre-existing along Almond.
Okay, another question. With the $20,000 we're saving, because I think that green paint, I think it's great to have. It really helps to make things visible. So can we have more of the striping since we're not putting in the bollards?
I think the amount of green bike material on the ground that we're recommending, council member, is a reduction in where we originally started based off community input. And we're trying to respect that public community process that we went through. We can definitely buy more material with that and kind of keep it at the yard of the public works to deploy later. But I wouldn't feel comfortable with adding more, because that was a big concern from some of the residents, specifically those 5 residents, and wanting to respect the process that they went through, the input that they provided. I think we're starting at a good amount of green material, and we could always add more, but if we just put it in, we can't remove it. So we'd rather be taking a more cautionary approach with starting with what we know is a good amount, and then adding more later if we're seeing issues.
Okay, thank you. I just thought their issues were more of the bollards.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councilmember Liang, so do you want to start? We're ready for discussion. Let me see if there are any hands raised to kick off the discussion. I am happy to start the discussion. I won't put a motion on the table, but I'm actually ready to make a motion as well to approve this. But I do support this project. I think we heard from the vice chair of the Complete Streets Commission, the thorough job they did. It took, I think she said 2 years for them to really vet this project, and there was community outreach done. And I know we always think more should have been done. I also appreciated Jaime going through the safety considerations, in-depth safety considerations that went into this project. And we completely understand, the residents who may lose parking spots on the street to accommodate individuals coming to their homes. And so those are considerations we have to make when we're doing these big projects, and it's unfortunate. But the bigger concern here was the safety of our other residents who are going to and from school, and also the safety of individuals driving vehicles, to make sure that we have these clear marks on the street. And so I support this project. I support awarding the base bid for all the projects here. I do want to hear from my colleagues, but that's where I am right now. So I see Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I used to live right there, Almond and Frederick. I know from experience how dangerous that is. Some of it's student drivers, some of it's adult drivers. I didn't live there that many years, but I had at least that many number of accidents, including one person coming through my fence from Valencia. So that is a very dangerous road. Safety has to trump. I know this is, not necessarily easy for the residents to have parking spaces that are taken away, but I think it's an accurate point to point out. Most of the houses along Almond do not have parking in front of their homes anyway. It's one of the unfortunate facts of living on that street. So I also respect all the work that the commission and city staff did on this. And so I would support it as well. I think we really have to just go with the safety here. And I do think it'd be worthwhile, though, to look at it once the kids get back in school and evaluate it, how, whether it's 6 months or a year worth of it, and come back and assess if you think it's accomplishing what we need it to do. But I support it as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. The primary purpose of government is public safety. That above all is the reason that government exists. I have seen this project evolve over the last 4 or 5 months. I'm very impressed with the amount of time and thought and energy that has been put in by the Complete Streets Commission, by staff, by Jaime and Jim in particular. There have been modifications to the plan as recently as January. The community was concerned about the bollards, and those are removed in response to community input. Like my colleague, Councilmember Meadows, I think that it is unfortunate that this is going to potentially add an additional burden onto the homeowners along the north side of Almond. But compared to the safety of the cyclists and the students, I just think that when we weigh both of those, we have the responsibility to weigh in favor of public safety. I do want to say that I appreciate the input that we received both tonight and over the past week of members from both the Green Team and the Bike Club. I did read all your emails, as I read all emails that I possibly can that come in. I thought that they were very well written, very well stated. I also believe that the residents who are going to be most affected by this have made their statements very plain and clear, and that's important input because it gives us a complete picture. I wish that there was a solution that would accommodate everyone's desires, but I don't see what that would be here. And at the end of the day, I'm in favor of this project because I think that it promotes public safety. And it doesn't strike me that we're changing all that much because there is so limited parking along Almond anyway. There's already cycling lanes that get in the way of trash pickup and other uses of the street.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. I don't see any other hands raised. As council members know, they don't have to contribute to the discussion, but if they would like to, now is the time. Go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
I wanted to thank the commission for all their patience and their hard work on this, and for staff as well. I know how difficult it is to have your projects delayed like this. So thank you again for your patience. For the residents that have expressed concerns, I want to thank you, and I do understand your concerns. And what you have to understand as well is that our staff hears you. And once again, our commissions hear you. So they will, as they said, observe and measure its effectiveness. So if this isn't working, they will re-look at this. So they're trying to do the best for our community, and this is the recommendation they're putting forward. So I hope you will give it a try and recognize if there is any problem, our staff will be receptive to listening to you, and they will be there to work with you. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang, and Vice Mayor Enander.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to acknowledge everything that my colleagues have said about this having to be a compromise of trying to do the best thing for all the various parties involved. I want to compliment staff and our consultants, because when this project began a couple of years ago, it was an opportunity, since we were going to resurface the street, to do the restriping and to redo things in coordination. And I think that's something we all appreciate, that work went on in that way. I also want to acknowledge that when the commission recognized that the community that lives there were not happy with the rather late addition of the potential bollards, that they backed that back out of there. I'm very glad that that happened. I'm very glad that the community spoke up, that the neighbors spoke up, and I'm glad that the commission listened. And I'm especially encouraged that the commission and the staff are committed to, as several of my colleagues said, follow up, watch what happens, and so on. I go past this, have gone past that intersection for 43 years now. And my only last question for Jaime before I say, yes, I'm going to support this is, does the cycle track operate basically as 2 lanes one way in the morning and 2 lanes one way in the afternoon? Because my concern is in trying to get the bikes off the and I'm thinking more in the afternoon, because things are a little more casual in the afternoon when people are leaving school. If we're trying to get the bikes off the sidewalk, my concern is how you separate the bicyclists that want to chit chat with the people that are walking from the people that are trying to beat feet and get out of there. And so is it kind of like the bridge where we move the lane markers so that, you know, you create 2 lanes one way in the one day part of the day and 2 lanes the other way? Or are you trying to maintain 2 directions 24/7?
The design does accommodate 2-way at any time of the day, but one of the reasons why we felt really comfortable in bringing forward the recommendation of the cycle check as along Almond Avenue is because we knew that functionally it was going to operate where it's going to be majority going east in the mornings when kids are going to school and majority west after school, and then during the rest of the day, the more confident, the commuter bicyclists, they're going to be comfortable in that share for that one block along the fire station. And then they got their bike lane the rest of the way after Beverly. And so we think it's a nice balance. Again, two-way cycle tracks don't make a lot of sense in most communities. And where they do, it's along applications like this because the bike lanes are directional, even though it's a two-way facility.
So I'm going to support this as well, Mayor, but I do think we have to be very, very cognizant of the issues of people getting in and out of their driveways. Mm-hmm. And if there are any ways that we can figure out to help facilitate that during it's about a 20-minute period in the morning, especially, and then in the afternoon, that can help our residents with that. I think we need to pay attention to that.
No, I appreciate that, Vice Mayor Enander. And so what I would suggest is I see Councilmember Weinberg with his hand raised, and if he's ready to get a motion on the floor, I'd also recommend that he adds something asking staff to come back to us to give us, the assessment on how this is going. So Councilmember Weinberg, are you ready with that motion?
Yes, Mayor, I am. So I move that the city award the base bid for the annual street striping project to Crisp Company and authorize the interim city manager to execute a contract in the amount of $157,300 and up to a 15% contingency on behalf of the city. And that staff be directed to observe the effects of the new striping, and within 6 months of the new striping having been laid down, bring a report back to council as to their observations of how the striping is working and what can be done to assist the residents who live along the northern side of Almond Avenue.
So Councilmember Weinberg, before we take a second, I want to clarify with staff that 6 months is sufficient time to do that kind of assessment before we ask them to do something that wouldn't really give us realistic data. Is that, is 6 months?
Well, one question I have, which I don't know the answer to, is it depends on when school starts. Because I think if school is in session full time right now, I think 6 months is realistic. But I don't know. What do you think, Jaime?
It's not.
I do agree.
Sorry, I was just going to say it depends on when school's back.
I'd say 6 months of school in session.
So let's do within friendly amendment, Councilmember Weinberg. Are you open to amending your motion to make that 12 months instead of 6 months?
No.
No, you still don't think, what? Okay, I'm going to defer to staff.
I actually feel really comfortable, Mayor, saying that we can return in 6 months. If we just don't have enough data because school isn't in session, we can come back to you again in another 6 months afterwards. We're going to start collecting data right away, and so we'll be able to give you some pretty good numbers, within a few months of the project going in. So 6 months is fine.
Wonderful. So Councilmember Weinberg, your motion stands, and so I will entertain a second to the motion.
I will second the motion, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. City Clerk, we have the motion by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by Vice Mayor Enander. Can you please call the roll?
Yes, I can. Mayor Flagger?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Enander?
Yes.
Great, thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So I am aware of the time, as I'm sure all of you are. What I would like to do is move on to item number 4, which is the Cupertino Union School District resolution, and then we can take a break.
Oh, but Mayor, can we take a break? Because I really need a bio break. Can we take the break before?
Okay, just a second, Councilmember Lee Eng. Jaime, did you want to say something? Jaime? Oh, was he just saying bye?
Goodbye.
Oh, okay. Okay, so someone really needs a break now, so let's take a 5-minute break and then resume.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Okay, I see everybody's back. City Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So then we will move to item number 4, which is the resolution supporting the school parcel tax measure. And Vice Mayor Enander, you pulled this item.
Yes, Mayor, only because I cannot during this time, while we have so many people out of work and enough disruption in our community, support this measure at this time. And so I did not feel I could cover it through the consent calendar. I appreciate the information, the concern, and certainly the need that the city of Cupertino and the school district has, the school district has. But I am at this time cannot support this, and I hope that they will decide to wait a little bit and be more secure and confident of getting an affirmative vote, which I know they didn't get in November, because I just don't think that they're going to make it right now, and you'd be well off to wait a little bit.
Thanks, Vice Mayor Enander. And as you know, and I appreciate your statement, but as you know, you could have asked us to vote separately on this item under the consent calendar.
Well, I didn't know how much discussion there might or might not be, and so there you go.
So Councilmember Lee Eng also supported you pulling it. So let me go to her next.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. We could have taken a separate vote, but I guess we just wanted to express our concerns, because I've heard from other parents as well that this is a difficult time, and that, is there a chance we can make a recommendation to the school district and the school board that perhaps they could consider putting this later on when more people are back at work? I think that when we get a little bit further past the pandemic, it might be a lot more successful, and we want to support it being a success. And we recognize the hardship that the school is going through financially, but we also have to recognize the hardship families are going through right now. And I just don't feel that right now it's the right time to burden the families. Also, I think that it's hard because you have a contingent of parents out there who are very unhappy with their kids not going back to school. And it's very polarized right now in the school district, and we want to make sure that we want to support a successful effort.
Okay.
So that was my concern.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. And I do know school board member Lori Cunningham is here. She stayed with us till past midnight. And so unless other council members want to weigh in on what we've heard so far, I do want to invite her and City Clerk, her name is Lori Cunningham, to speak to two of the questions I think I'm hearing from my colleagues. One, is there a chance that they will pull, moving forward with this measure? And two, although if I support a measure, its success is not one of my, most important considerations, but I'm also hearing that there's concern that it may not be successful. And so school board member Cunningham, are you here? Can you just speak to what you've heard?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. And hello to the rest of the council as well. So let me try and address the first question about pulling a measure. So with our school board measures, once we voted on our resolution and placed them on the ballot, we do not have the option to pull. So, we have placed that measure on the ballot. Placing the measure on the ballot was really in direct response to what our parents were asking us to do. After Measure O had failed, it was actually in March of 2020, right as the pandemic hit. I know it all blurs together, doesn't it? That was a historically poor performing ballot for school districts all over the county. Actually, only 2 of 20-something measures in the county that were on the ballot in March of 2020 actually passed, and both were bonds, which have a much lower threshold for passing. So it was a very tough cycle, and I think the feedback from our community as we began having to have the very tough conversations around the consequences, which included all of the things that our school district was going to have to consider, what we call the board levers. That the community really asked us to stop the process of talking about the board levers, which included things like school closures. It included things like having to consider raising class sizes. Also on that list are things like furlough days that might turn into permanent calendar days or loss of calendar days for students and for professional development. And so there were some significant consequences. The community and the parents in particular asked us to pause and to try and put one more measure on the ballot one more time to try before proceeding with those conversations. And there really was not and is not a lot of time in the timeline for what would be our budget in a standard year, from the standpoint that CUSD remains in the bottom 2% of funding statewide. So amongst all school districts in the state of California, we're in the bottom 2% of funding. We are not funded like the rest of the school districts that we share borders with, including Los Altos. And 20% of our students 20% of the students in Los Altos do come to CUSD schools, which is why we've asked you as one of the cities to support. But at any rate, because of our extremely low and chronic underfunding, we don't have a lot of room in our budget to not have to consider some very dire consequences unless we asked the community for this support. And so that's how it ended up on the ballot when it did. That's why it ended up on the ballot when it did. And it is a lower parcel tax than what, for example, LASD has. So we're asking for $398 flat for 8 years. That replaces an existing, or sunsets the existing $250 measure that still has 2 more years left on it. So it's a difference of $148 from what our residents are paying now versus what we would ask for on this measure. And by comparison, for example, Los Altos School District has a $500 evergreen measure that never sunsets unless it's removed by the voters. And then in addition to that, has a second parcel tax on top of that, which is a variable rate that increases by a small amount each year, which is another $250, I believe, about right now per parcel. So I think it's upwards of $750 that LASD and the majority of our parcels in Los Altos have, compared to what CUSD is asking for at $398. Given the drastic difference in the funding that already exists between the 2 districts, and then asking for a similar amount from our Los Altos residents, of which I am one. I'm also a trustee for the district, but I happen to be a fellow Los Alton as well. So. At any rate, I hope I addressed your questions and concerns there, but I'm happy to stay on if you have any others.
Thank you so much, Trustee Cunningham. So Councilmember Liang, I see your hand, and I also see Vice Mayor Enander's hand, but I want to make sure that Councilmember Weinberg and Councilmember Meadows do not have anything to say on it. You don't have to. I'm just checking in, because then we can definitely move to public comment and bring it back for discussion or a motion. So Councilmember Liang, go ahead.
Yeah, mine was a question.
Okay.
So if this measure passes, do you still have to continue on your discussion, or how many school closures would that eliminate?
So hopefully that unmuted me. So what we have said with Measure A is that if Measure A passes, that we will move forward with our plans to, retain all of our high quality teaching staff with competitive compensation at the same class size level that we have right now, that we will prevent our school closures due to lack of funding, that we will provide programs to support students' social emotional wellness, ensure fiscal solvency for the district, and protect our outstanding academic programs in reading, writing, math, and science. So as far as the school closures, that doesn't mean that the district as a whole won't have to have conversations around our significant declining enrollment within that period of the next 8 years if it continues at the trajectory that it's been continuing at, which is true of many school districts in Santa Clara County. We are far from the only ones experiencing a significant decline in enrollment in the last several years, and the county as a whole is projected to lose 17% of its K-12 student enrollment over the next 10 years. So we may have future conversations around consolidations or school closures or other creative ways to solve that problem, but it would not be for financial reasons. It would be for declining enrollment, and it would be on a different timeline than what we were having to look at last fall, which was frankly more of a crisis mode due to the pandemic and what was going on with the state budget. So
thanks, Lori.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Enander, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I'm assuming that when you went into the March election that you had similarly put forward all of the arguments why you needed this measure. Why do you think you would have a success now? And what are you going to do to help the families that are hurting?
So it's a great question. So I think there has been a growing awareness in CUSD around the financial situation, because the funding for all schools in California really changed in 2014. And CUSD in particular went from being a low funded to being a very low funded school district. And so I think it took a few years for people to really understand just how drastically that was impacting our district. So I think once Measure O did not pass in March and the conversations around the school closures started, I think that woke a lot of people up. I think in the community that is a startling thing when you have to consider looking at neighborhood schools that are beloved, right? Our schools are the hearts of our community. So I do think there was an awakening that happened last fall. As far as, the measure, I think we kept it as modest as we possibly could. We started out by looking at larger numbers with things that we would have liked to have offered our students, and really pared it down to the smallest size measure we could to really try and size it for these core academics and these really critical things like preventing school closures and keeping our class sizes at the size they are now, which resulted in a more modest size measure. And we do maintain our senior exemption. So we have all seniors over 65 are eligible for an exemption. And in fact, all of our current seniors receiving an exemption, we are automatically going to roll over, which legally we don't have to do, but we are and have already notified them that they are eligible to just be rolled over automatically. And we also have an exemption for disabled persons and for contiguous parcels.
Thank you. Mayor, I'd like to move this item.
Oh, Vice Mayor Enander, I'm happy to hear that. Let's see if there's any public comment, and I'll come back to you. Any public comment, City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, I do not see anybody with their hands raised.
Then I'm going to bring it back to Vice Mayor Enander. Well, before you make any discussion, okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor Enander.
So I would like to move the adoption of resolution number 2021-12, supporting the school parcel tax measure in support of the Cupertino Union School District parcel tax measure on the May 4, 2021 ballot.
I'll be glad to second.
I'll second that one. I'll second that one. So we have the motion by Vice Mayor Enander and seconded by Mayor Flagger. And with that, City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
and Mayor Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, and thank you, Trustee Cunningham.
Thank you for your time. Have a nice evening.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for sticking it out with us.
Yeah, appreciate the support very much.
Okay, so we're gonna keep going. And next we have item 10, which is the Legislative Committee update and position letters. So I will turn it over to Vice Mayor Enander and Councilmember Weinberg.
So I'll start and say that Councilmember Weinberg and I had extended discussions about this subject. We took as our point of departure the draft letter from the League of California Cities. And prior to that, I had attended as an observer, not as a member, the League's Housing Legislative Committee meeting where this was discussed. And one of the things that they talked about is, and one of the things that Councilmember Weinberg asked me about, is the difference between oppose and oppose unless amended. And so just to clarify for whatever public may still be around and anyone else who might want to know, in both cases, the letter would be recognized as an oppose at the legislative committee level. So the Senate Committee on Housing, when they would hear this, would see this as an oppose in either event. And about an oppose, we did not differ. We did differ with respect to whether it would be a simple oppose or an oppose unless amended. And speaking only for myself, and then I will ask that Councilmember Weinberg speak for himself. For me, there is nothing that will cure this piece of legislation. I believe that cities should have the right to determine our own zoning. This measure would give away that right by allowing someone to split the lot and or to put a duplex on either the existing lot or the split lots, and there is some various discussions as to how many ADUs and JDUs can be added onto this, but at any event, at a minimum, there is concurrence that you would have a by right ability to put 4 dwelling units on what is currently a single lot. Furthermore, it would take away our ability to control the setbacks, potentially some limits on height and daylight plane and a number of our other objective standards, because there is language here that says that no objective standard can be imposed that would preclude the development. So nevertheless, the fundamental thing for me is that I fundamentally support our right and responsibility to have our single family neighborhoods reflect what our residents expect in those neighborhoods, what they have worked hard to be able to be by being in these neighborhoods. And so for me, nothing can cure this, and that is why I would oppose rather than oppose unless amended. Council member.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't think that anyone can deny that the Vice Mayor makes very compelling points. And at its core, I certainly agree that local control is preferable to state mandate, the so-called one-size-fits-all. But there's a problem with that logic, and the problem is this. We've had local control for decades, but we have a housing crisis. And there can be arguments over how RHNA numbers are calculated. There can be arguments over who should bear more of the burden of having to produce additional housing or zone for additional housing. But at the end of the day, there is a housing crisis in the Bay Area. There is a housing crisis in Silicon Valley. And I believe that the solution to that housing crisis, to the extent that there is one, simply has to be regional. And cities, especially high opportunity cities, have not really done enough to help ensure that that housing gets built. One of the points in which the vice mayor and I disagreed as to whether or not we should look at this letter and SB 9 itself in terms of, is this going to help promote additional BMR housing? And it's a valid question, but I don't think that SB 9 is intended simply to promote additional BMR housing. I think it's intended to help promote additional housing, including market rate housing and housing for what's become known as the missing middle. SB 9, I think if anyone has read it, they would agree with me that it is not a particularly well-drafted document, but its goals are clear. And I think that it is one of many tools that Sacramento is trying to give homeowners, developers, and cities to meet the need of additional housing. So ultimately, I think that this is a bill that, with some amendments, really can be an important tool and help to provide additional housing, not just in Los Altos, but up and down California, certainly in our region of Silicon Valley. The way the vice mayor and I structured this letter is we color-coded various changes to the league's draft. Highlights that are gray are changes that the vice mayor and I agreed upon. Highlights that are in blue are changes that the vice mayor proposes. And those changes, if adopted, would take a very strong, well, the city of Los Altos opposes SB 9. That would be the position. The highlights in green are the changes that I propose, which are an oppose unless amended position. And if we look at page 2 of the document, there are 10 bullet points, and I've actually redlined some of the bullet points. The bullet points were originally presented by the League of California. Those are the league suggested points. Rather than simply deleting what I thought should be deleted, I thought it would be better to simply redline them and explain why I think we should take out some of the bullet points, but not all of the bullet points. So let me go ahead and do that. The first bullet point is a request that the legislature clarify that a property owner using SB 9 is limited to constructing just 2 residential units, not 2 residential units and ADUs. If that were included in SB 9, I think it would make the situation even worse. Right now, I can build an ADU and I can build a junior ADU on my property. If I subdivide my property, but now I can't build a junior ADU and an ADU, well, now I've subdivided my property and I can only build 2 units. So I've gone from being able to build 3 units to subdividing, and now I can only build 2. Four. In any event, I'm not sure that I agree with what the vice mayor is saying based on my reading of this bullet point, but it seems counterproductive. Bullet point number 2 would require a housing developer to acquire a building permit within 1 year of a lot split. And I amended it to say that within the recording of a lot split, so we're clear when the time limit starts. I also think that 1 year is too short of a time, especially in a city like Los Altos. I mean, the reality is that it can take an awful long time for a property owner, for a developer to get the permits, to get the clearances to go ahead and begin. I don't think that lots should just be split and then projects are put on hold indefinitely. So having a time limit in there makes sense to me. But I think 30 months, which is 2.5 years, is a sufficient amount of time. The third bullet point is to allow local governments to require adequate public safety measures, room for equipment, vehicles. I don't think that there is really much dispute about that. Prohibit developers from using SB 9 in very high fire hazard severity zones. That's also a public safety issue. The next bullet point is to allow cities to determine a range of sizes suitable for SB 9 development projects. that bullet point, I think, is one of the things that SB 9 is specifically designed not to allow cities to do. If cities are allowed to say, well, we'll go ahead and let you do a lot split as a matter of right, but only on lots that are of a certain size, now you're going to get some cities that are virtually making it meaningless, because a city could simply identify a lot size that there aren't very many of, or that aren't in a location where it'd be desirable to split. Anyway, I think my colleagues can see what the problem is there. The next bullet point has to do with ensuring that cities get RENA credit for the production of units under SB 9. I think that as a matter of law that would happen, but it certainly seems reasonable to ask the legislature to specify that. The next bullet point, and the vice mayor and I talked about this, I think, for some time, has to do with whether or not local governments can take into account local conditions such as hillsides, unusual dimensions, things of that nature. And the vice mayor said that SB 9 would not allow objective standards to stand in the way of someone splitting a lot and building additional units. And I'm not convinced that that's true. SB 9 does say that cities can apply objective standards. It goes on to say that those objective standards cannot be used to prevent the splitting of lots. So it's tricky the way that it's used. But after the vice mayor and I met, a document was brought to my attention, and it's a document that was essentially, it's a memo from HCD. And I'm looking at it right now. For the record, this is a memorandum from the Department of Housing and Community Development to planning directors and interested parties, dated September 15th, 2020. And the subject is Housing Accountability Act Technical Assistance Advisory. There is a decision tree on page 4 of the document. And I think the decision tree makes it very clear that, quote, if a project has a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety, and there is no feasible method to mitigate or avoid impact, then a community, then a jurisdiction can deny the lot split. If that's the case, there's then a second part of the tree, and the question is then, is there a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety? And is there no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact? And if the answer is yes, and the council makes findings to that effect, then the council can deny a lot split. So I think that HCD does recognize that this is an issue, and I think that measures are already there in place that would allow a local community to deny a permit to do a lot split if there were unusual circumstances that would make it dangerous. Second last bullet point has to do with parking standards. SB 9 allows a lot split to be as small as 1,200 square feet, which is pretty small. And I think if lots are being split into sublots that are that small, parking really is a legitimate issue. I put the word reasonable in there, and I also added so that reasonable parking standards are in accord with the spirit of the bill, with the spirit of SB 9. But I think parking is something that our communities, that our local cities really should be able to take into account, especially on the very, very small splits. And the final bullet point is to ensure that large-scale investors and builders do not exploit SB 9 provisions. I was very uncomfortable with that statement because I don't know what exploit SB 9 provisions means. What does it mean to exploit? I think that if we're going to have more development, especially at the BMR level, large-scale investors are probably going to be needed, because in order to pencil out a BMR unit, if it's not a rental unit, economies of scale are going to be necessary. It's just everything about that bullet point made me very uncomfortable. So I think that's my presentation.
Thank you both. And Councilmember Weinberg, if you could share that document or the page you referenced with us, that'd be great. You can, just make sure it gets to us, and you can send it by email. So that's the presentation.
And Mayor, may I just make one comment?
Yes.
With respect to that document, because it was not something that the council member and I discussed. That does have to do with lot splits, but the language in the bill itself says you cannot have an objective standard that interferes with the development. It's not limited to lot split. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for the subcommittee? I want to go to public comment to see if we have any, and then come back to discuss this. Okay, oh, I see a hand. Is that Councilmember Lee Eng? Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you both for putting this together, and thank you for your positions on this. I greatly appreciate it. What I'm concerned about, Councilmember Weinberg, is that, you know,
Lynette, we're asking questions.
Yes, I'm getting to that. Okay, thank you. What I'm concerned about and hearing from you is that everything I've heard you say on your bullets, it's more in support of SB 9. So I'm not really hearing that the positions you've highlighted, because is that what you intended to do when you put in those bullets? Because it more, I don't get a strong oppose. I don't. So help me understand, because I'm not really feeling like you're even taking an opposing position. Some of the things you put in, so help me understand that, because, you know, I'm getting confusion by all the things you put in. So help me understand that, please.
Sure. So first of all, I didn't put in the bullets. The bullets were in the model letter from the league. I have taken an opposed position, but I believe that the bill has merit in its principle, and that if there are items that are addressed, then it's a bill that I would not oppose. And I don't think that it would be in the best interest of the city to oppose it either. Those specific things that I think need to be addressed by the legislature are the bullet points that I have not redlined.
Okay, I guess because when I read it, it said the green highlight is proposed by you. So that's
no. So he proposed keeping that language in the letter. So they started with the draft league letter and made it.
Okay, so thank you for that.
The draft league letter is an oppose unless amended letter. I think that's one thing that's not clear from this.
So maybe what might help would be to clarify that if we were to follow my recommendation, which is to straight out oppose, then all of that matter would be dropped. And that is why it's in green, Councilmember Lee Eng, is that that matter would only be there if we went with a oppose unless amended.
Right. Thank you for that. And then I'll reserve my comments for later.
Councilmember Meadows, go ahead. And I noticed that we have some commission applicants still with us, and I know the city clerk had told them they don't need to be here for the discussion and appointment. Of course, they're free to stay on, but I just wanted to remind them of that. Go ahead, Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, so my one question is on that first bullet point in the green, and Councilmember Weinberg, you're deleting the first bullet point, and I feel that Vice Mayor Enander, I mean, I thought this was about a split into 2 units that were duplexes. So I thought it did become 4 units. It's a duplex on one half and a duplex on another. So wouldn't
there are a number of options. This is what's very confusing. There are at least 8 different configurations that have been identified that would be permitted under this legislation. So one option is to take the existing lot and just build a duplex without splitting the lot. Another one is to split the lot, and you can split it either horizontally or vertically. If you split it horizontally, you have to provide access to the unit you put in the back. So it's a very complex bill in that regard. But one easy thing to say is you can either build a duplex on the original lot, or you can split the lot and put a duplex on each, what used to be half of the lot.
Right. So Councilmember Weinberg, you're deleting the intent of the league to limit it to 2 units on the lot, regardless of what configuration. So you're saying by deleting that, you would be supporting 4 units or whatever other options? Is that what you intended by deleting that first bullet point?
I intended to ensure that if I'm going to split a lot, my own lot, I'm going to be able to build 2 times what I can build now. And right now, I could build an ADU and a junior ADU. If I'm going to split the lot and I'm going to tear down my existing house and build 2 new houses, I should be able to attach a junior ADU and build an ADU on each of the 2 new lots.
In which case you'd have 6 units on what used to be a single lot.
Right, so I've doubled the number of lots that I own. I don't think that I should now reduce the number of units that I could have total.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Is that it, Councilmember Meadows?
Can I ask a clarifying question? I'm confused because.
Councilmember Liang, I haven't gone, so.
Oh, sorry.
Turn. So on that point, just to follow up, I'm wondering, Jonathan, and I know both you and Vice Mayor Enander started with the league's letter, but maybe there's a way to redraft that first bullet to better reflect what we could support there regarding limiting the number of units. So that's a consideration. Also, I want to better understand, and I looked at SB 9 language and I agree it is poorly drafted. And this ties into my question that we're at the early stages. I was the chair, as some of you know, of the Legislative Action Committee for the Cities Association last year. So I looked at a lot of these last year. And I remember, and we followed the process closely. And I remember, this early in the process, when they're still figuring out language and everything else, my position and view on bills was a lot different than as we got closer and the bill got more refined. And so I always took the position, now is our time to try to get, our ideal bill and get that kind of feedback into the committees as it goes through the process. So my first question, I guess, is it's early March. Do we know where we are in the process? It strikes me as something that still has to go through a lot of review.
So let me answer that. And since you are very familiar with the legislative process, this will come as no surprise that they are operating under COVID rules again, which means it will only go through the Housing Committee on the Senate side, and it will only go through the Housing Committee on the Assembly side. So the normal kind of refinement and improvement and time does not exist. And in addition, because this bill, at least 95% of it, replicates what was in SB 1120, and since SB 1120 did go all the way through both houses, there is a belief that this bill will not, in fact, change much. So that's why getting our oar in the water now and saying, just stop now, okay? Because if you're not going to fix this, just stop now, is actually the league's strategy.
Okay.
I think it's being discussed on the 18th. Is that right, Vice Mayor?
The last word I got was that it may be pulled and delayed, but that is uncertain, and therefore they want the letters in now anyway.
I think they said they wanted it no later than the 12th, after which we would miss the cutoff. So in the event that it's not pulled, if we are going to have a letter, we want to have a letter that's submitted by the 12th. So there is a timer.
Now we can submit another letter or a different letter, as the mayor's fully aware of.
You can submit different letters.
And you can submit different letters as you go through the process.
Okay. All right. Seeing Councilmember Liang, one more question. Go ahead.
Okay. This I need to get some clarification because I'm against these. I'm looking at our city and what our residents want to see us, I feel, or what our residents want to see us stand up for, and is protecting our city's character, protecting our city's right to local zoning, and just having this, because what I'm hearing from Councilmember Weinberg is he actually supports this bill with just a few tweaks. But my position is I want to understand where the rest of the council members stand, and how do you feel about all this lot splits and allowing.
Member Liang.
But in order for us to take our position, we have to understand.
Councilmember Liang, point of order. If you have a question, a clarifying question for the subcommittee members, now is the time to ask them. If you're throwing out a question to the full council to figure out where we all are on this, let's leave that for the discussion.
Okay.
So,
so Councilmember Weinberg, subcommittee, and Councilmember Enander, could you please, because I'm hearing different positions from each of you on where you stand on the bill. And that helps me understand why you took the positions you do. So please clarify your positions. Can you clarify your positions for me? That's my question.
And could you both do it briefly? I think you have already, so if you could just quickly in a succinct way.
My position is to oppose because I do not believe this bill can be fixed, and because I believe that we have the tools as we go into the housing element development process, that if we need to do something that changes how we zone an area, changes the density that we allow and so on in order to meet our unit numbers, we have a local process for doing that. This is not a local choice and a local process. This is a state imposed mandate right at the beginning of when we would otherwise have the opportunity to make some of these decisions ourselves.
And my position is that Silicon Valley, California as a whole, has a housing crisis. This is a tool that's needed to help address that housing crisis. We've had local control for decades, and we haven't done anything about it. I simply, Councilmember Liang, I think we all know what your position is. In my opinion, it is a very slow, conservative position, and it's just simply one with which I don't agree.
Okay, so let's go
thank
to
you.
public comment. Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Yes, I have 2 members of the public. Renee Rochelle, followed by Salim.
Okay.
3 members. 4. 4 members now.
Go ahead, Renee. Go ahead. 3 minutes. And I will remind the speakers, you do not need to use the full 3 minutes.
Yep, thank you. Councilmember Weinberg, I wanted to thank you for your comments. I agree with you completely that California does have a housing crisis, and this bill hopes to address that, and I hope that we can make the needed amendments, but I agree with the spirit of this bill in hoping to have all our cities address the housing issue instead of shirking our duties. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee.
Salim is our next speaker.
Salim, are you there?
Hi, yeah, I just got permission to unmute myself. So yeah, I'm Salim. I'm a member of South Bay YIMBY, though I'm not speaking on their behalf. And I think Los Altos should oppose unless amended. So at a high level, I think to address the housing crisis, we should try to follow the Strong Towns motto, which is 1, no neighborhood can be exempt from change, and 2, no neighborhood should experience sudden radical change. And that kind of guides my thinking here. You know, there are definitely people on the council who think that some neighborhoods should be exempt from change, like 90% of Los Altos that's currently single family zoned. And I think that the issues with SB 9 are that it does allow for sudden radical change. And so I think, you know, we could propose certain amendments to it. So for instance, like the square footage clause and the setbacks clause, my understanding is that those are as permissive as they are because there are legislators from SF and Oakland who want the bill to do things in their own hometowns. I think it might be reasonable to ask that they change the requirements based on the current density of the city. And then another thing is, they have these really strict, crude requirements that you cannot impose any objectives. Exactly the language they use, but like basically that they don't trust NIMBY cities to not like have a really high FAR in order to prevent these quadplexes from being built. And so there's a lack of trust there. That's harder to fix in the bill, but it is a history that we have to work with, right? Local leaders have tried to stop housing from being built for decades. That's actually the history of housing in Los Altos. And so, we need to be really cognizant that there is a housing crisis. The average home in Los Altos costs $3.4 million. On the standard metric for affordability, that means the average home here is only affordable for a family making $580,000. And this affects every Los Alton. It's the reason why I rarely get to see my best friend who left Los Altos for Oregon last summer. It's the reason why my father keeps having his rent raised when he's in retirement, and now he's thinking of moving to San Jose. And it's also why no one I grew up with can afford a home in our hometown. So I hope Los Altos really takes the housing crisis seriously. I don't love SB 9. I think Los Altos should oppose it unless it's amended in positive ways. But what I'm really disappointed in is that there, are people who just want to say no. There's no positive vision from, certain members of the community. They just want to say no to the RENA numbers. They just want to say no to SB 9 and every other bill. And when they say that they're for affordable housing, but they don't have any plan to get there, it rings hollow. So, for younger people like me who have not been able to buy a cheap home in the 70s in Los Altos, we're kind of iced out here. And I wish that our hometown did not pull the ladder out from underneath us. So I hope that the city tries to work with the state legislature in getting this done. If we just keep saying no, they will ignore us. This bill will probably get passed regardless. It passed both chambers of the legislature last year. It'll probably pass again. If we give positive feedback to help it get amended, it might be a better version of what it could be. Thank you.
Thank you, Salim.
The next speaker is Ann Paulson.
Hi, Council. Again, I'm speaking again. Thank you for this opportunity. I think if you look at the bill, you discover that there's you can impose objective standards. Those objective standards can't prevent any house at all being built. So you can't say split the lot and then your objective standards somehow just say there's this lot is so small or something that it can't be built on. But if your objective standards don't prevent a house from being built there, you can put a house there. And nevertheless, the objective standards can prevent, an enormous house 3 feet from the property line. So I think that precisely we should have objective standards because they can be imposed. And in the case of Los Altos, it's our lots are so big that even if we split them in half, our standards, our setbacks are not, our setbacks on our floor area ratios are not preventing a house from being built. So we would be able to impose our standards. If we split our lots, then the houses that we would be allowing would be smaller. So you'd be able to split your lot and put up 2 houses, but they'd be smaller. And I think this would be good because then we would be producing more housing and it would be somewhat less expensive. So I support Councilmember Weinberg's position, and I thank you.
Thanks, Anne.
Our next speaker is Pete Daly.
Hi, everybody. First, I want to just say thank you for working so long into the night. It just shows how dedicated you are to serving the community. I support SB 9, at least insofar as what it's trying to accomplish. I do agree with Councilmember Weinberg and with some of the other speakers who have advocated for trying to lean into it a little bit and make some changes. I want to point out too, though, that the ability to split lots or the ability to build duplexes or even the ability to split a lot, build a duplex, add an ADU and a JDU on each of those lots does not mean that that will absolutely happen to every single lot in every single neighborhood. And I think there's been a lot of hysteria about this and frankly demagoguing of the issue. And so when I see groups like United Neighbors and I see council members from our neighboring community in Palo Alto come in and host a town hall for our residents and promote this hysterical vision that somehow our neighborhoods are going to change overnight from their single family residence character that we want to preserve, you know, I think that's a little bit unfair. I do think that you'll see some change, but it's not going to happen overnight, and it's not going to turn every single neighborhood into this densely packed neighborhood of you know, 6 houses on every single property. We're 97% single family residents in Los Altos, and so we are going to have to accommodate some degree of change. And what ends up happening often, I think, is that the notion of change is turned into this giant specter. And we hear phrases like, oh, we need to preserve the character of our city. Well, our city is very charming and it has a lot of wonderful things that will be preserved no matter whether or not there are lot splits or not. And to agree with what Ann Paulson said, we have big lots, and you know, we can probably tolerate the impact of SB 9 a lot better than most other communities because of the size of our lots. So I urge you to support SB 9 with whatever appropriate amendments would go along with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Hi, all. So I think that it's sort of counterintuitive to think that if you split lots, that the pricing of housing will go down, because actually the pricing of housing will go up. And we need to go back and look and see what caused the housing crisis in the first place. The state used to support the housing, and then they turned around and said, okay, you individual cities, you figure it out. So without state funding, without county funding, the developers, if there's a 10,000 square foot lot and they can build 1 house and make X amount of money, and they can build 4 houses on the same lot and make millions of dollars more, they're willing to pay more for that land. So it is really a myth that it will cause the pricing of housing to go down. And I think that we can have successful projects like the proposed one on Distal, where we do have the county or the state helping to support that housing. Also, I've read many reports recently that said that people do want to move out of these smaller things because people are working from home, and 70 to 80% of the people say they want to continue the same habits as they have now working from home. So they do want larger spaces to live in with bedrooms and office space for themselves. So I think that because we're early in the stage, I think we need to take a position that we oppose SB 9. Like I said, it's a rerun of what they did last year that failed. It just, the one size did not fit all. And, I know we're going to be spending $500,000-$600,000 on our housing element and trying to reach our RENA numbers. And I think that local control is really, really important. And I know that all the councils in the past agreed with that. So I would, just go along with what Anita saying, because I know she has a great deal of expertise on this. And I'm sure that Nisa has some as well after attending some of these other meetings. And I don't think we should make it complicated. Again, I think we should make it as simple as possible because we're going to have to address this again and again.
Thank you, Roberta. Do we have any more public speakers, City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, I see no one else wishing to speak.
Okay, thank you. So let's bring it back to council for discussion. So we have a draft letter and we have it all color coded. And I think the differences are stark enough that I think it would be easy to do, do you want to go with Vice Mayor Enander's version? Do you want to go with Councilmember Weinberg's version? And wherever a majority is, then looking at that version, are there any additional things we would make to that version? So let's do a quick consensus check on the team to see where everybody is. Councilmember Meadows, are you more inclined to support Councilmember Weinberg's version or Vice Mayor Enander's version?
So I do want to say a few words before
I
give you that. So, I support local control. I think everybody supports local control, but with local control comes accountability, and that's what we haven't demonstrated. That we're with our local control, we're actually going to be accountable and do something. We've done very little, and in fact, we're known for being obstructive to housing projects and with some of the policies we have. And so we need to be constructive. And so with that said, that's why I really don't feel that it's the right thing for Los Altos to just oppose. We have to oppose unless amended, and the unless amended has to include what we commit to do. So we have to show here's what we don't like, but here's what we can do, and we commit to this. So that's why I support oppose unless amended.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Lee Ang.
I like to keep things simple, so I would just keep it nice and clean and support Vice Mayor Enander's version. I think what happens is if you keep putting all these requests, they don't get the message. So the main thing is to get our message in. Keep it simple.
Okay, so based on where we are and how quickly this process is moving, I do think they do look at this stage, if they're really, moving it quickly, they do look at the specifics to see what people are suggesting on how to refine it to get it to a vote. And so for me, I am inclined to support Councilmember Weinberg's version, but with some suggested changes. And I can quickly go through them. So for example, in the 4th paragraph that starts Los Altos is a charming and unique city, I would actually put a period.
Can we get a presentation mode? Can we get a presentation mode up here?
Can someone who was sharing earlier?
I know Councilmember Weinberg is very good at that.
Yeah, I can get it up. Bear with me, please. It'll take me about a minute to call up the file.
Yeah, he's good at that.
But as he's pulling it up, I do want to add language. I like the sentence that Vice Mayor Enander has highlighted there about SB 9 is regrettably another attempt to impose a one-size-fits-all requirement, because it is. I also would want to add something after that sentence saying, we believe giving incentives to local jurisdictions or to the best way to accomplish these things, like do the carrots instead of these mandatory requirements. But then go to that green paragraph and say, having said that, so we make it clear that we prefer that we didn't have a SB 9. But if we are going to have a SB 9, then it needs to be amended as set forth below. And that's the approach I think we should take, and especially because I'm trying to, combine two different types of letters into one based on where we are in the process. So if someone's sharing, are you still pulling it up, Jonathan?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And I get to sign this letter if we agree to a version tonight, to get it to Sacramento by the 12th. And I think we should get it, we should get it there tomorrow if possible, or today, later today, Mr. Kilger.
Mayor, can I ask the city clerk if she's familiar with the portal system? Because it is not simple.
Yep.
No, I am not.
So you'll want to go back to the original draft of this, which gives full instructions. You have to create a login and so on for the city, and then go through a very specific system for getting these uploaded online. They only go up online, and then the other CCs would go elsewhere.
Okay.
Are you sharing?
Otherwise, could we direct, are we able to direct this member of the subcommittee to submit it through the portal?
No, it really needs to go from the city clerk, because she has the signed copy from the mayor with the mayor's signature and so on. I can work with her through that, but it's best if she does it.
Okay, Mayor, with your permission, I think I'm ready to share.
Please do. You are sharing, but I think it needs to be bigger, so maybe Zoom. Bigger, I think.
On my screen, it's full size.
So you want to I think you need to maximize your window. Oh, it's full screen. Okay. Is Councilmember Meadows, are you okay? I know you.
I can see it. Thank you. And I have mine up here too, so.
Okay, so if you scroll up, Councilmember Weinberg, I meant down. So that gray area, and I know both subcommittee members agree to the gray area. And so if majority wants to keep it the way it is, I will go with that, but I actually prefer to put a period after Santa Clara County and delete, and that SB will change the long-standing character of our neighborhood significantly. And let me just check it. Does majority want to keep it? We already have 2, so if Councilmember Lee Eng wants to keep it, that's 3.
I want to keep it.
Okay, so we have 3 people wanting to keep that there. I am fine with everything else that Councilmember Weinberg is suggesting. Then going to the sentence that starts SB 9 is regrettably. I want to keep that sentence, and I would put that will not necessarily achieve the beneficial results sought. So will not necessarily achieve. Oh, I like the pink. So just insert the word necessarily.
Necessarily achieve? Okay.
Yeah. And then following this sentence, I would add a sentence that says, we believe giving local jurisdictions incentives is the better approach and would better achieve the intended goals of SB 9, something to that effect. And then I would say, then if you scroll down, it would, so having said that, what I want to transition to say, and it's fine just going to the city council, but I want to say something that, having said that, if SB 9 were to move forward, then the city of Los Altos requests. So having said that, if SB 9 were to move forward in its current form, then the City of Los Altos requests the following amendments. And then on that first bullet, Jonathan, I agree with what Councilmember Meadows and Vice Mayor Enander were saying about that bullet. And I know Councilmember Enander would prefer to have it out completely. But to me, and maybe we're just all reading it, the wrong way, but it seems as if you are advocating for more units being allowed versus less. So if there's a way to reword that, and I know this is the league's language.
I certainly would not advocate for more than 6. I think if you split a lot, you should be able to build the same amount you can currently build on each parcel.
Maybe that's what we say, no more than what is currently permitted.
Do you want that bullet? I think Councilmember Meadows and Vice Mayor Enander wanted it removed, and I would agree to having it eliminated.
No, so if I understood correctly, first of all, the intent is confusing, at least I can speak for myself, where we can delete it completely, but if the intent in deleting it is saying, no, we're fine if it's a lot more units, then I think that's where the concern is. So we can just stay silent on it, but we can also revise it.
I would like to stay silent on it, but let me see if I can craft some better language here.
Types with determination.
It does. It's almost like a typewriter. So I like this language. I don't know about any. So in the first sentence on the second page, after form, I would put however. So if SB 9 were to move forward in its current form, or it's fine, we don't need however. We overuse however. So I am comfortable with this version, and I don't know if these changes, have moved either Vice Mayor Enander or Councilmember Lee Eng to accepting this version, but I am more comfortable with this version where we take a strong position saying no, but if you're going to do it, then here is what we want. So let's just, okay, so I can make the motion. Let me find the agenda. Any more discussion before I put a motion on the floor? And the agenda item, City Attorney says consider update. Normally we do a motion. Is a motion appropriate here? We normally do, but it doesn't. It just says consider update. Okay.
I would do a motion just so it reflects the council's direction on this, just in case there's a question later. So I would do a motion that you're accepting
unauthorized letters, so.
Yeah, as amended tonight or something like that.
Okay, so then I am ready. I move that we approve the letter drafted by the Legislative Subcommittee regarding SB 9, increased density in single-family zones, proposed unless amended, and as amended during the City Council March 9th meeting.
I will second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion by the mayor and seconded by Councilmember Meadows. City Clerk, can we please have the roll call?
Sure. Councilmember Lee Ing?
No. I want to clarify that I'm voting no because your message really came across strong that you're supporting this bill. So I am
no more
in
discussion,
opposition.
no more speeches. Lynette, no more speeches, no more discussion. We have put a motion on the floor. Thank you, City Clerk.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander?
No.
Mayor Fliger?
Yes.
And Councilmember Meadows? That was a yes.
That was a very quiet yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes 3-2.
So with the council's permission, I'll clean it up tonight after the meeting because I don't need to go to sleep.
Or tomorrow morning is fine, Councilmember Weinberg.
Can we be sure?
Tomorrow morning is fine.
Can we be sure that we all get the clean copy?
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder, Councilmember Lee Eng. Okay, moving right along, seeing that it's 1:30. I will go ahead and continue item 11. I don't think that would have been a long discussion, but I do want us to get to the commission appointments. I know our commissions want these seats filled. And so with that, I think everybody has received their ballot from the city clerk. I know Vice Mayor Enander had requested, we had discussed the other commissions, and I think the only outstanding commission is the discussion on commission appointments. So with that, Vice Mayor Enander, since you requested a discussion on this, I'm going to have you start us off.
Mayor, I think we owe the our colleagues as well as the applicants some discussion for the Parks and Recreation applicants as we did for the other commissions. Mm-hmm. And if you'd like, I will lead that off by saying that the three incumbents that are here, I had the opportunity to see for a year as the liaison, and I know what they've done in the year that I was not their liaison, and I respect and appreciate the work that they've done, an incredible amount of work, the demeanor and the manner in which they have, all three of them, conducted themselves during some very, very difficult conversations. And I want to also take note that two of them, I believe Tanya is served a full term, but the other two both stepped into midterms and so have not even served a 4-year term and yet have made huge contributions. And so I'm quite comfortable supporting the three incumbents and then leaving me with, okay, who else do I think is best fit for the fourth position? And with, we have a couple people who withdrew, or I should say Mr. Claris made clear that he would be more interested in the Finance Commission. And so of the remaining, the person that I think I felt was the most suitable, most open-minded, most open about being open-minded, and a problem solver and someone seeking data and information for making decisions was Dana Tasic. I appreciate the merits of the other candidates, and I'm especially hoping that whoever is not selected, we might potentially draw into working on things like helping to go over to the experimental period with the dog park and help survey people. And I'm hoping that we can engage some of our other candidates in some of the activity and the needs of the commission, because we have a good complement of really outstanding candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Eng, go ahead. Are you on mute, Councilmember Lee Eng?
Oh, sorry. I must have pressed my hand. I wasn't ready. Go ahead. I was still looking at my paper and notes from the last time.
Okay.
Mayor, do you also want us to talk about finance while we're at it or not?
I thought we did the last time, and I thought there was
did.
a
I
consensus.
just wanted to confirm because there was an indication in the document we got from the city clerk about other people that you had queried about being available. And I wanted to be clear and say that I had talked further at her request with Rita Patel and that she would like to be considered for the Joint Community Volunteer Awards Committee in preference to the Finance Committee.
Thanks for that clarification. Sure. Councilmember Weinberg, go ahead.
You know, the Parks and Rec Commission is really a very important commission to me. I spent 6 years on it. I was the vice chair, then I was the chair for a little bit over a year. And I have a very strong affinity for its work and what it does. I was really, quite frankly, shocked at the last commission meeting when the commission was discussing Halsey House. Vice Chair Spielman put forward a motion making a recommendation to council in the first sentence, and then in the second sentence saying, but we really need more information to be able to evaluate all the choices. And then when it was pointed out after quite a long discussion that it didn't make any sense to put forward a motion in which you recommend one thing and then say you don't have enough information to make that recommendation, the motion was amended not to say we need more information. It was amended to say, okay, well, let's just make the recommendation. I also couldn't help but note that Vice Chair Spielman, being the vice chair, should have chaired the meeting because Chair Lindermeyer was absent. And it appeared that the commission, frankly, didn't have faith in him to be able to chair it. So the position of chairing that meeting went to someone else. Those are red flags to me. And because of those two incidents in particular, I can't support putting Vice Chair Spielman back on the commission. I think that Chair Lindermeyer has done an admirable job. I've worked with her longer than anyone else on that commission. I've seen her dedication, I've seen the quality of her work, and I will be voting for her again. I'm very pleased that there were a lot of very, very good candidates for, not just for Park, but really for all of our commissions. But I was very impressed with Stephen Macias, but at the end of the day, based on what I've seen over the past year at Park, and especially at the last meeting, I think that the four best candidates are Chair Lindermeyer, Janine Valadez, Renee Rochelle, and Edward Lee.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Meadows, or go ahead, Councilmember Meadows.
Okay, so yes, I've only been the liaison on Parks and Rec shortly, but I've gotten a different impression to some extent than Vice Mayor Enander. And to pick up on what Councilmember Weinberg said, I'll offer just one more piece of information from that last meeting where staff started out and defined what the discussion would be about. And then Vice Chair Spielman took it in the exact direction that council said, that staff said that wasn't going to be covered during the course of the discussion. So I was not impressed with that meeting and his performance there. So I've sort of split the difference with supporting some of the incumbents, but not Mr. Spielman. And so I will be recommending Tanya Lindermeyer and Teresa Morris to respect, not shaking up the whole commission, and then Edward Lee and Renee Rochelle as the others. So those will be my recommendations.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. And Councilmember Liang, please go ahead.
I'm troubled what I'm hearing in this discussion, but I'm glad we're having it before we vote. I too was a liaison on the commission prior to Councilmember Meadows. And I have seen the dedication of the three people who are re-upping. And I have seen their being, trying to be very collaborative, trying to make motions that if they need to, they're very flexible. They're not set on their positions as to what they introduce. And I really feel that they all three people who are re-upping should deserve to get back on. I think it is sad, and I hope it's not personal if someone is not supporting someone just because they ran in an election. The other thing is, in regards to what was said regarding the direction, I was at that last council meeting as well, and it was not a very pretty sight. But what I'm concerned with is what was said about council members, or Vice Chair Spielman not being to chair that meeting. It was taken out of his hands, and it wasn't because he didn't want to chair that meeting. So I don't appreciate that that was an allegation made against him, and he deserves to as well be re-upped. So that's my position, and I hope you guys will rethink that position, or the mayor can rethink. The other thing is, when we did our
Councilmember Liang, I'm going to ask you, please. It's late hour, and the focus right now is for you. And I allowed you to respond to the comments that our other council members made, but you have identified supporting the three incumbents. Who will be your fourth? That's where we need you to focus right now.
I had a tie between Dana and Stephen Macias on my fourth.
Okay.
So,
thank you. So I will go next. And for me, this is really an opportunity for us to create a commission that we believe would work well together, follow our norms. And I think I said that during the interview process as well. And so, we've had at least one commission in the past where it had to be disbanded. And so when you have an opportunity to put together a group that you think would work well together, I think as leaders in the community, we should embrace that and do that. And so I am, and I don't think we have, I'm doing the math right here. I do support reappointing Tanya and Teresa. And on my list, I had Janine Valadez, and I don't think I heard anybody else list her on their first top four. And the number, oh, you did, Councilmember Weinberg. And then my number 4 was actually Cindy Wong. She's relatively new to Los Altos, and I appreciated the fact that she applied to serve on a commission, and bringing fresh new ideas to our community I think would be nice, especially on the Parks and Rec Commission. And so my list has Tanya, Teresa, Janine, and Cindy. I'll just add, I also thought Renee Rochelle was a great candidate, and Edward Lee. I just wasn't sure this commission would be the perfect fit for them. But I do think they're great candidates. So to get to majority, I'm happy to move 1 or 2 candidates to get to majority on these candidates. But coming in, I had Tanya, Teresa, Janine, and Cindy Wong. So Councilmember Meadows, go ahead.
So I also liked Cindy Wong, so I would, I could go with her instead of Mr. Lee. And I do want to refute, talking about allegations, Councilmember Liang made an allegation regarding our support for some commissioners over others, and I will say that that's not the basis on which I make my decisions.
Thank you. No, Teresa ran against me, and she and I disagree on a lot of issues, but I'm still reappointing her because I think she is a good commissioner, and works well with the others on the commission, very dedicated. So that would be 2 votes for Cindy. Did anybody else? No one else mentioned Cindy. So thanks for that, Councilmember Meadows, but it still doesn't get us over the hump. We can go into voting and see where we land, or we could try to discuss amongst ourselves right now to see if we can get consensus, at least majority of us, on 4 candidates. It sounds like Tanya and Teresa, they have enough votes to move forward. So really what we're looking at are the 2 other seats. And so let me go down the list in front of me. I have Dana Tastic, and if my notes are correct, she was on Vice Mayor Enander's list, and Councilmember Lee Eng also indicated she could support her. Councilmember Meadows, Weinberg, could you support Dana? Okay, I'm not supporting Dana as well. Then Stephen Macias, I hope I'm not butchering his name. Vice Mayor Enander expressed support for him. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going by my notes. No, Councilmember Weinberg. Okay, let me stop. Let me make sure. I'm gonna do it now with everybody raise your hand. So by a show of hands, Stephen Macias, who can support him? Okay, so not Stephen. Janine Valadez, who could support her to be?
I thought Councilmember Weinberg stated support for Macias.
Right, so we're going through just to make sure, Councilmember Lee Eng. So next, Janine Valadez. Could majority of council members support Janine? Okay, so we do have 3 for Janine. So that would be 3 candidates so far. Tanya, Teresa, Janine. Let's still going. There may be more than 4 that get 3 or more votes. Edward Lee. Could members support Edward Lee?
I could support Mr. Lee.
No, wait. I'm waiting for Cindy Wong.
So we're not at Cindy yet. So we have 2 votes for Edward Lee. Then Scott Spielman. How many members could support Scott Spielman? So we have 2. Cindy Wong. How many members could support Cindy Wong? You have like a shaky hand.
I have too many people right now, but I can support Cindy. So I'll have to narrow some.
This is so, and then John for Parks and Recreation. Renee Rashid. She's good. If I have to choose. And then Nancy Martin. Okay, let me make sure we have the right tally. So Tanya and Teresa, I'm taking them off the list. And we had 3 votes. We had 3 votes for Janine. 3 votes for Cindy.
No, we had 4 votes for Cindy.
But we're still, okay, majority or more for Janine, majority or more for Cindy. We didn't do John. Renee Rashid, we had 3. And then Nancy.
Edward Lee.
Edward Lee. Could we do?
No, Edward Lee.
Can we do Edward Lee again? I'm sorry. 1, 2. Oh, 3. Okay. And then the last person is Nancy Martin. I think Lynette's frozen. Can I get a show of hands for Nancy? Okay, so if I am doing this correctly, we're going to end. We have Tanya, Teresa, then Janine, Renee, and Edward all have 3 supporters. Cindy has 4. We're just going to vote, folks. Let's just vote. We have had a good discussion. Let's see where we land. Everybody should have received their ballot. And yes, please check your emails. I know we should not be on our devices, but this is an exception. So please go ahead and fill out your ballots and email them to John Maginot, and we will continue on to informational items. Someone please go on mute. Someone needs to go on mute. Thank you. Is everybody ready? Everybody's good? Okay, great. And John, let us know if you have any issues with our ballots. Thank you.
Oh, shoot, I sent mine back to Andrea. Did I screw up? Was I supposed to send it to John? Because I sent it to Andrea.
You were, but you can go ahead.
I'll forward it. I'll fix it and forward it. Sorry.
And I see we have a hand raised. I'm assuming it's for this item. So City Clerk, can you please check with the member of the public if she wants to speak to this item?
Ms. Roberta, are you wanting to speak with this item? Roberta?
Hi, yes, I am. I'd like to speak to this item. I watched the last meeting, and there were obviously problems within the meeting because Tanya Lindemeyer was ill that night and called like an hour ahead of time, and couldn't share the meeting. Donna Legge called Scott Spielman and said, because you're presenting tonight, why don't we have John Ye run the meeting. So he just was agreeable and wanted to go along with Donna because he's a very agreeable guy. So I just want to set the record clear on that. Also, Sally Meadows had mentioned that there was discussion about the programming. And I believe that there was truly mixed messages that happened there, because I think that some of the commission believed that the programming would determine if they would have 1,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet of the building, because the amount of programming that you have would depend on the square footage. So it really, the programming was tied into the decision of, do you tear down the house? Do you partially rebuild it? Do you fully rebuild it? So I thought that it was relevant to that conversation. And I think that, you know, some of the things were obviously disappointing because no one had said in the beginning of the meeting that they needed a majority of 4 people to vote. And I'm sure that if that was brought up, that we wouldn't have sat through 4.5 hours of a meeting if the staff liaison or the commission liaison had let everybody know ahead of time. A week earlier, there was a problem with the planning commission, and John Biggs got on right away and said, we're having a problem with the television station and we can't put this on Facebook, and they just postponed the meeting. So I think the meeting was very awkward. But when I look back at, for years and years and years and years, people have wanted to have a dog park or an off-leash program. And Scott and Teresa were the subcommittee, and they brought it across the finish line. And they knocked on neighbors' doors, and they had community meetings at Shute Park, and they had community meetings at Grant Park, and they restricted it to residents. And it was probably the best community outreach that happened. They respected the neighbors. Council said, we don't want to be hoo-ha at the council meeting. And they took that very seriously and really did all the heavy lifting. And when someone does the heavy lifting and does it in a professional way, not to put them back on a commission is really not fair at all. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Roberta. Any other speakers, City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, there's no one else wishing to speak.
Thank you. So while Mr. Maginer is counting the ballots, we'll move on to informational items. And our first informational item relates to the city's response to the Californians for Home Ownership's letter dated February 12th, 2021. For the record, the city received a letter from the Californians for Home Ownership dated February 12th, 2021. In the letter, the group alleged that the city council and/or council members violated the California Brown Act. This is the city's response to those allegations, which will be presented by the city attorney. Please note that the following findings do not address or make a determination on whether Vice Mayor Enander and/or Councilmember Lee Eng, in making their presentation at that meeting, violated council norms and/or a previous city council direction regarding the Embarcadero Institute. Any such violation is irrelevant to whether there was a violation of the Brown Act. Ms. Houston?
Thank you. So the first allegation raised in the letter that the Californians for Homeownership letter is that the city council considered an unagendized matter because the council member Enander's presentation was about the HCD regional housing needs determination. whereas the agenda item related to ABAG RENA allocation process. The agenda title was, quote, discuss and provide direction to staff regarding the city's potential response to the proposed regional housing needs allocation, end of quote. Note, it is true that the regional housing need determination process precedes the regional allocation process. However, the agenda was not limited to regional allocation by ABAG, and technically HCD's housing need determination is a preliminary step in the allocation process. This raises the issue whether the agenda, quote, substantially complied, quote, with the notice provisions of the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.2. According to case law, an agency fulfills its agenda's obligation under the Brown Act so long as it substantially complies with the statutory requirements. Substantial compliance means actual compliance in respect to the substance essential to every reasonable objective of the statute. The city's finding. In the present case, the agenda disclosed that RENA targets would be discussed and the direction may be given to staff. This provided anyone with interest in the RENA allocation process with notice of the topic and the substance of what would be discussed. To suggest that the agenda item should have specified that the housing needs determination process that is a preliminary step to the regional allocation process is hyper-technical, and it is not in accord with the substantial compliance rule. The agenda substantially complied with the Brown Act's requirement to provide a brief description of the matter to be discussed. Going forward, the second allegation in the letter is that Councilmember Enander improperly brought in material from a private organization into the discussion. Finding, it is entirely unclear how this violates the Brown Act, and no authority is provided to support the allegation of a violation. Third allegation. The final allegation concerns unfair allocation of time to the Embarcadero Institute. The allegation here is that Council Norm 11.6 required that before members of the public could cede time to the representative of the Embarcadero Institute, it was necessary to ascertain whether the individuals yielding their time were even present at the meeting. It is correct that the council relied on representations from Councilmember Enander and the Embarcadero Institute that representatives had agreed to cede time. Did the failure to comply with Norm 11.6 violate the Brown Act? The letter contends without any citation to authority that a violation occurred because members of the public were not given equal time to speak. The Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.3, discusses the right of the public to address a legislative body. Nothing in the statute states that each speaker is entitled to equal time. It does state, however, the legislative body may adopt reasonable rules of procedure limiting the public comment, including time limitations. The finding. Here, the city has a regulation that allows individuals to cede time. This regulation is reasonable. It allows individuals of one mind on an issue to be more efficient with their time by allowing one person to speak on behalf of all of them. Perhaps the rule was not strictly applied here, but it was a mere oversight. It did not render the rule unfair or unreasonable, and there was no allegation that opponents of the Embarcadero Institute attempt to cede time were expressly denied that opportunity. Therefore, the application of the rule in this case was content neutral. For these reasons, no Brown Act violation occurred. In addition, the city has taken steps to correct the ceding time process for virtual meetings. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Cindy. And then our tentative council calendar, and then moving on to council staff reports and directions on future agenda items. And before we start that discussion, I want to check in with Mr. Maginot just in case we need to do a second ballot.
I will let the council determine whether or not you need to do a second ballot. I can read off those who have been appointed. Appointed to the Environmental Commission, Xiaoping Liu. Appointed to the Financial Commission, John Claris. Appointed to the Joint Volunteer Awards Committee, Rita Patel and Rebecca Lowell. Appointed to the Parks and Recreation Commission, Tanya Lindermeyer, Teresa Morris, Cindy Wang. Appointed to the Senior Commission, William Buckholz. And by my calculation, there remain 1 vacancy on the Parks and Recreation Commission and 1 vacancy on the Senior Commission.
Okay, so what I would like to do, and Mr. Maginot and City Attorney, let me know if we can do this. Can each council member send you an email with a name for the 2nd Senior Commission seat and the 4th Parks and Rec seat for you to tally while we go into staff reports? Is that allowed? So we would all send you an email now with our candidates, and I'm not going to repeat what I just said. Can we do that, Mr. Maginot?
Yeah, I'd say it's at your discretion, at the council's discretion.
I don't want to, so does everybody understand what we're doing? We're going to try this one more time. Let's send an email to John with the name of our 4th pick for Parks and Recreation, Tanya, Teresa, and Cindy, of already secured seats. And then for the Senior Commission, we need to send a name, and Dr. Buckholz has secured 1 of the 2 seats. So let's take a minute to quickly send John an email with the names. Thank you. When you're done, let's do the thumbs up. I see Sally. Thumbs up when you're done. Thanks, Anita. Lynette? Perfect. Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes, John.
Can I ask Councilmember Meadows to clarify her recent email, please?
Well, let me clarify that what I was trying to avoid is we all switched to the other names and we ended up back in the same spot. So what I was really trying to say with both of those choices is I'm fine with both. So so take whichever of those votes to allow us to reach a majority on both of those. Does that help, John?
Could you resend me an email with 1 name for each commission, please?
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maginot. Can always count on you. So let's move on to council staff reports and directions on future agenda items. And even though we're giving John time to tally the votes, if we could keep these brief, it's after 2. And who wants to get, and again, you don't have to. who wants to get us started today? And Mr. Kilger, we haven't heard from you this evening. I hope you're still on with us. Maybe we can start with you. Any staff reports for us?
No updates tonight. Pretty much all is said within the tentative calendar.
Thank you.
And all passes well, Mayor. I don't have anything substantial to report.
Thanks for that, Vice Mayor Enander.
Ditto for me.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg.
Ditto.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. And John, we're giving you time if you're ready.
Not much.
I am ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember
Did I
Lee
get a
Ing.
chance to report something?
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
I'm sorry. I just, in the report, I just wanted to announce that I was chosen as the alternate for the VPA board. So I want to thank you for that.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. It's great.
One request I have, and I'll just put it on the record quickly, is if we could get the task force update from Chief Galea at our next meeting, that would be great, Mr. Kilger. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Maginot.
So appointed to the senior commission is Tony Lee. And there still remains one vacancy on the Parks and Recreation Commission.
See, that's what I was trying to look. Can I send you another?
Can we do voice vote on this?
You can.
Okay.
Would you like? Yes, you can do voice vote.
Let's try to close this. So who wants to put it? So I move that we appoint Janine Valadez. Councilmember Weinberg?
Second.
Okay. So let's do Janine. City Clerk?
Councilmember Lee Ing,
No.
Vice Mayor Enander,
No.
Mayor Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
and Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Do we stop there, John? Are we good?
That that seems to be all of them.
Okay. Thank you and congratulations to all our commissioners or new commissioners who are still listening in. Mr. Maginot or Andrea or City Clerk will be in touch. And so with that, at 2:13, and as I mentioned before, at our next meeting, we're going to go back to the norms. We're at 11 o'clock, we do a check-in to see if we're all in agreement or majority or more in agreement in starting a new item. And you know, we'll see how it goes. But thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, I think what our practice has been, and I checked the norms, is we did an estimation at 9 o'clock to see whether we thought we were going to do and make it, and if not, whether we wanted to rearrange things, and then a final check-in whether we're continuing at 11.
So I'll check the norms. That may have just been a Mayor Pepper practice because 11.6 has the 11 o'clock, but I will make sure we do the right thing. So I will come back to that at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, good night, good morning. Thank you again. Good night.